All right. Good morning, everyone. I know we're just.
Madam Mayor?
Hello. Good morning.
Madam Mayor, if you'd like to begin your meeting, we'll ask the audience to please.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. We were just waiting for more people to be able to fit into chambers and in the foyer, so we're just trying to get everyone in. But we are going to start the meeting right now, so I'd like everyone's patience. Did you
All
hear
right,
it?
Madam Mayor, we are ready to call your meeting to order.
All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to actually start out with the Pledge of Allegiance. I would love for Jamie Schroeder, our acting new Parks and Rec Director, to please lead us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, Madam Clerk, at this time, I'm going to ask you to please call the roll.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Breckus? Dewar?
Here.
Delgado? Weber? Jardin? Reese? Sheevy?
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you so very much. I hope everyone enjoyed your time off. I know we had a short break, so it's nice to see everyone again. But before we start, I am going to make an announcement. I did pull item D1 from the agenda. There are a couple of comments I want to make on that. I think we have a packed agenda today, and one of the reasons is I think it's a much broader conversation that we will be having a town hall. JD from Action has actually been kind enough to help us facilitate that, so thank you. I appreciate that. I think, like I said, it's a very broad conversation, something that we need to do longer than just 30 minutes, and we have a very packed agenda. I also want to mention that when we pull something off the agenda, it puts it in an awkward position because I'm a big advocate of hearing the public's feedback. If something is on the agenda, I want to remind you it's on there for your consideration to come down here, have your voices heard, and be part of that conversation. So unfortunately, when we pull those things off, they don't get heard by the rest of the public. So that's what we want to continue to do moving forward. So anyway, all right, well, let's make it a great Wednesday, everyone. Okay.
Madam Mayor, our first item on the agenda today is public comment. I will remind everyone in the audience that we have a long agenda. We have currently 27 people signed in for public comment. This will be near an hour and a half, so I will be announcing 3 at a time. Please be ready for your time. As a reminder, you are given 3 minutes. Address the council as a whole, and please be respectful during your time at the podium.
And
First.
Sorry, I'm just going to point out that if you go over 3 minutes, I am going to stop you because we have to be fair and make sure everyone gets their voices heard and has their equal amount of time. So I'm not trying to, stop you in any way, but I want to be respectful of everyone else's time. Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, beginning with that, Brett Grimm is first to speak, followed by Mark Markell, followed by Ron Trevor.
Okay. Go, please, come on up. Hello.
Hello, Brett Grimm, 999 Ridgeview Drive. Good morning, City Council. My name is Brett Grimm, and I am the Jurisdictional Youth President for the Northern California and Northern Nevada jurisdiction of DMLA. At this time, I'd also like to introduce Stephen DiMaggio in the back of the room. He's one of the members of our local chapters in this youth organization. Before I continue on, I wanted to say how special it is to be speaking here today. Most of my family has been born and raised in Reno, and I myself am a third-generation student at Reno High. I wanted to start by asking who in this room knows what the Order of DMLA is or has heard of it? So there's a few. I'm glad to hear it. So for those of you who didn't raise your hand, I hope you'll have a better understanding by the end of this speech. The DMLA Youth Leadership Fraternity started in 1919 by a man named Frank Sherman Land. Land lived in Kansas City, Missouri, and saw a growing need for membership for young men in the area after World War I. Land worked at the local Masonic Scottish Rite Center and was the director of employment. He saw fatherless young men passing through looking for jobs here and there, but one young man, Louis Lauer, really stuck out to him. He had lost his father to the war, but he was a strong academic student, a starter for the baseball team, and a very social youth. He just needed the guidance that a young man would usually receive from his father, but couldn't. Land decided that he needed to do something, so he founded the Demoulet Club for Boys in March of 1919, along with Louis Lauer and 8 of his closest friends. This organization would later be called the Order of Demoulet. Demoulet grew very rapidly, and by 1925, it was in every mainland state in the U.S. These local chapters would meet at a sponsoring Masonic lodge, and in their meetings, they would learn about such things as chivalry and having strong moral conviction. They also learned about our 7 cardinal virtues of love for family, reverence for all that is sacred, courtesy, comradeship, fidelity, cleanness, and patriotism. It was also important that they were involved in their communities. They would go out and run food drives, clean parks, and the other usual community service acts. But let's not forget about the fun. It was common for the early Demoulet chapters to form traveling sports teams for baseball and football, and their own marching bands. But something made Demoulet stand out above the rest. Due to the virtues and morals we all share, we create extremely close bonds that can't be found anywhere else in our local chapters. So today, 100 years later, we have spread to 5 continents in 25 countries, But we haven't changed. We still carry those 7 virtues into our daily lives, and we still continue to serve our community however possible. And of course, we still have tons of fun. If you're interested in learning more about our organization, you can visit our international website at demoulet.org. But finally, I'd like to end my speech in the same way I would if I were giving a speech to one of our sponsoring bodies, by saying thank you, not only for letting me speak here today to commemorate our centennial and receiving this special proclamation from the city of Reno, but thank you for being upright citizens and people who myself and the other members of Demoulet can look up to as role models.
Wow. You go to Reno High?
I do, yes.
Wow, future senator. Good job.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, next comment is from Mark Markell, followed by Ron Trevor, followed by Richard Parrott.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Mrs. Mayor, and City Council members and City Manager. And Miss Mayor, your hair looks beautiful. Anyways, I'm here today to warn people and show people what can happen when you get in the car with a drunk driver. Back in 1989, I was involved in a motor vehicle crash, a drunk driving crash. We were doing 100 and we swerved to miss a car and we rolled 8 times. I was ejected and it landed on my head, put me in a coma for a month and in the hospital for 5.5, 6.5 months. I don't know. Anyways, I can't drive anymore. This is what can happen to people that get in the car with drunk drivers. I can't drive anymore. I can't talk well. I can't see well. I can't hear well. I had a car land on my head, so it messed me up. The Holy Spirit, I believe, the Holy Spirit well, God willed me alive. The Holy Spirit's watching after me. And if any of the rumors, stories you hear about me were true, you think I'd be in public. Anyways, I just want people to drink and get in the car, drunk drive, or drink and drive. It's stupid. Thank you.
All right, great job, Mark.
Ron Trevor, followed by Richard Parrott, followed by Denise Ross.
Good morning. My name is Ron Trevor, and I'd like to thank the council for allowing me to speak to you this morning. I'm a representative of SAVE, which works with the Reno Police Department. Today, I've got the recaps for the hours volunteered by SAVE in the second quarter of this year. We currently have 77 active volunteers, along with another 9 in training. During the quarter, we had volunteered a total of 5,330 hours, and this represents a savings of over $120,000 to the city of Reno. Some of the key areas that we contributed was citizen contacts, 2,754. 48-hour notices placed on vehicles reported as abandoned, 3,397. Handicap citations issued, 102. Traffic surveys, 105. And SAVE members also located 11 stolen vehicles and reported them to Reno PD. The year-to-date for the first half of the year, totals would be 10,606 hours volunteered, which represents a savings of almost $240,000 to the city of Reno. There were a total of 5,481 citizen contacts, 6,248 48-hour notices issued, 246 handicap violations issued, 181 traffic surveys, and 18 stolen vehicles located. Anybody have any questions?
Wow, I think you've been busy.
We've been busy. Yes, we
I
have.
just want you to know how much we appreciate our SAVE officers. You guys are tremendous.
Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Can I just ask if you would say what SAVE really is? What's
Acronym.
the acronym?
Okay, it's the Senior Auxiliary Volunteer Effort.
Thank you. And say it again.
Senior Auxiliary Volunteer Effort. I don't have to say that many times.
Always looking for others to join you.
Absolutely, yes.
Well, they have a lot of work, so they're ready.
Yeah,
Bring them over. Yeah. Thank you so much.
thank you.
Richard Parrott, followed by Denise Ross, followed by Lori Beach.
How you doing? This is my third time here. I came today because I got an email from Farrah Ellis who told me that Mayor, were very interested in my situation and how things were progressing. And to be quite honest, nothing has happened since I was last here. You introduced me to Brad Fitch, who I haven't heard from since I was in here the last time. I was introduced to Casey Johnson, who gave me a letter offering to help, but the price of apartments today has gone crazy, and apparently you guys have a cap on that, so it really wasn't of any assistance to me. And I just wanted you to know, I just came here because this Farrah Ellis told me that you were concerned about the situation and wanted to know how things were going. And nobody's, except you, seems to be interested in this at all. That's all I have to say.
All right. I appreciate your update, and I think Brad is here. So Brad is here, so I'm going to have him meet with you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Denise Ross, followed by Lori Beach, followed by Kaylin Evans.
You have it?
Yep.
Denise Ross for Tammy Holtstill. She has a video for you guys.
Good morning, Mayor Shivis.
Mayor Sheedy and council, when it comes up to vote, are you going to fight the judgment when it comes down? Or are you going to settle? Didn't get a response. They were newbie. You were given a very direct question about a conflict of interest with the new planning manager. No response. City of Reno residents, you should be up in arms. You're captain of the ship. For council are not doing their fiduciary responsibility. They're wasting your tax dollars on words instead of doing the physical infrastructure that is required and is necessary. The dead sewer plant is at capacity. 4 MGD by NDEP has been denied. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
All right. Thank
What
you.
she said.
All right.
And moratorium, please. It needs to get on the calendar, on the agenda.
So I just wanted to let everyone know, after the last special meeting or the joint meeting that we had, your request was to have a special meeting so that everyone could be there at 5:30, so everyone could get out of work and be at the table. And so I hope you have it on your calendar, August 5th.
August 5th?
Yes, at 5:30
Where?
here.
Here, August 5th at 5:30. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Lori Beach, followed by Kaylin Evans, followed by Cesar Manera.
Lori Beach for the record. I'm getting confused these days. I know that's not hard for those of you that know me to believe. For well over 2 years now, the residents of North Valley have been told there is nothing that can be done until the water goes down. Well, it's down. And what have we seen happen? The pipes that carry the water back over the HESCO barriers have been lowered. For this, I do thank the city and the county, and the stabilizers on my trailer also thank you. The worst of the HESCO barriers have been replaced. Why are we repairing them? Is it because you already know in a few short months the water will be back up? Is it because even though you have a fix, the city and the county will not be getting their bang for their buck? Now is the window of opportunity to make the major fixes. Please do so. The city and the county have made it very loud and very clear you will not stop building, so the flooding will continue. I have heard many things in the media and at meetings I have attended that just don't sit well with me. These are not quotes. From members of the council, both city and county, we need the developers. They pay for things so tax dollars don't have to. President of the Builders Association, if we don't build, we will die. So, do we just build for the sake of building at the risk of our citizens? Now for all the wonderful things the developer of Lemon Valley has promised the city and the county. Widen Lemon Valley Road. The only reason they're offering this is to support the 34 to 80,000 pound tractor trailers. I got that figure from Google, so it may not be true. I don't know. It's just a weight to put out there. The stoplight that is needed so that all the added traffic going to the warehouses and the new homes will not hit the children on their way to and from school. Heaven knows the 15-mile-an-hour school zone is not observed now by the current residents and the commercial vehicles that are already on the road. Raise Lemon Valley 2 to 4 feet and make it 4-lane capable. This is because the developer cannot afford for the road to close again while they are building and trying to sell their 300K homes. I know that there is a give and take. I know I offered my child extra PlayStation time so that he would do the dishes. I get this. But let's think of our citizens and the area in which we are building. Slowing down will not hurt a little bit. There are so many developments out there already being development. I've even seen the one on Military Road slow down a little bit because the weeds are growing over what they've already probably spent a great deal of money planning out the new housing slots. So why is this? I don't know. But let's see what's out there now, and let's let them move forward. Let's do this smart. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Lori.
Kaylin Evans, followed by Cesar Manera, followed by Larry Balsky.
Can you hear me okay? Because it's been kind of quiet in the back. Hi, my name is Kaylin Evans. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with all of you today. I am with the group Empower Nevada Education. The mission of our group is to help educate, empower, and mobilize educators and the community to bring about changes in our public school system. Empower Nevada Education is a local grassroots organization created by current Washoe County School District educators. We have nearly 1,800 members, primarily consisting of teachers. Our public school system is failing us. It's failing our students, and it's failing the communities in which we love and call home. Our community deserves the highest quality education system, and in order to create these changes, educators and members of the public are going to have to come together and demand them. So why are we here today? Many of you on the board may see education as not a duty of the City Council and that it is a district issue. Each of you were elected to represent a region, and education directly influences every region in our community. It influences every facet of our society. The job of the City Council is to push the city forward, to improve the community, and we don't have a progressive, inclusive, and vibrant community without a strong education system. Each of you ran for office because you care about our community. The people in this room are here because they care about our community. You are leaders in our community, and your voices carry weight. Public education can no longer be a fight for educators and concerned parents alone, or a fight that's looked at as a district or state issue. It's a fight that must include all citizens and leaders in our community. We need your voices. We need city leaders, such as yourself, standing with us and saying that enough is enough. Our community deserves better than what it's getting. Leadership would like to, I'm here with a couple dozen of our leadership here in the room, just to show some support. We'd like to personally invite all of you and everybody in this room to a rally that we'll be holding right over at City Plaza on October 19th at 10 a.m. We have already started to actively reach out to local organizations, business owners, and city leaders to help build support. And so we just wanted an opportunity to come here, introduce ourselves to the City Council, and we'd love an opportunity at a later date to get on the agenda and present more thoroughly. Thank you.
All right, great job, Taylor.
Thank you.
Will you announce those dates again?
Yes,
What time?
It's 10 a.m. on October 19th. And we will be right there at City Plaza at the Believe sign. Okay. And we would love to invite everybody to come and support education.
Okay, good job. Are
Thank
you all
you.
teachers? Give them
Yes.
a round of applause, everyone.
Okay. Thank you.
Cesar Manera, followed by Larry Balsky, followed by Dale LaFrance.
Good morning, Mayor Shivi, City Council members. I hope you guys are having a great summer and you guys got a good rest. As usual, we try to be here because we truly believe that prayer is of supreme importance. And as we see our city, the growth, the challenges, and everything that we're experiencing, we always believe that inviting God into the picture is a really good thing. And I have good news. As we have been coming to pray, there are pastors and priests from other groups that have shown some interest in it, so you will be seeing some new faces, which I think is great, as the community of faith just comes together and keeps everybody in prayer, your families, and our community. So anybody that would like to join me in prayer, please do so. Father, in the precious name of Jesus, we thank you. We thank you for our mayor, for our elected officials. And as we usually say, Lord, we can only imagine how difficult it might be to lead a whole city. So we pray for your wisdom. We pray, Lord, that you would keep them in health, their families, their marriages, their children, spouses, finances. Just bless them in every way. At the same time, we pray for our city, for our region, that as it grows and as it encounters challenges, that our elected officials, led by you, would have the wisdom to resolve all the problems. Bless them, bless our city, in the precious name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Have a great day.
All right. Thank you for your faith. Thank you.
Larry Balsky, followed by Dale LaFrance, followed by Cheryl Keehee.
Good morning. My name is Larry Balsley. I live in a condominium complex around the Meadowood Wood area. And I've come to you with a problem that we've been trying to solve for literally years, and that is the amount of unlicensed, unregistered vehicles that are on the public streets of the city of Reno. In our condominium complex, we can basically deal with these scofflaws in our complex, but once they get out on the city street, they sometimes get tagged and are supposed to move them. Sometimes they'll move them afoot. Sometimes they'll just move them across the street, which of course hinders the whole operation. And these scofflaws are able to drive their cars with impunity on our city streets without registration and probably without insurance either. I come to the City Council with a request for some type of remedy that we can get rid of these junkers once and for all. The other day I counted 6 or 7 cars without any plates at all. I'm sure they're being driven around occasionally, and I don't know why law enforcement hasn't stopped them. I do not know why Reno Direct doesn't have some way of getting them off the street, and why the compliance officers sometimes take literally months to do their job. I asked for a remedy from the City Council because I'm sure that it's endogenous to other condominiums association too, where parking is extremely limited. Thank you for your time. Goodbye now.
Thank you. Hey, Larry, before you go, will you please give your address to Madam Clerk?
Yes, the next speaker is our maintenance man who can fill you in on a few details if you'd like to see.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Dale LaFrance, followed by Cheryl Keehee. As a
Madam
reminder
Mayor,
to the
City
audience,
Council.
pursuant to our council rules, please hold your applause. Dale.
Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you for hearing me on this. And first thing I would like to say, thank you to SAFE. I deal with them a lot. They come out. I'm so thankful for the volunteers that come out and tag these cars. With that being said, I know that they don't enforce the law. They're just tagging cars for the sake of parking enforcement officers. I have found out, I've been out there 30 years, and for probably the last 10 years, the problem has gotten worse. And I know that we've had a great influx of people coming in from other states. Sorry, Californians, mainly you guys, coming into our state and driving around with a lot of unregistered vehicles and leaving them on our streets. We've had problems not just with the unregistered vehicles, but with vehicles that don't run. For instance, a while back, we had a Jeep out there on blocks for 3 months, and that's an unsafe situation, and I was calling every week on it, every week. The only way I got that car removed is when I saw a parking enforcement officer drive by our complex, and I literally got in my truck and chased him down about a mile away. And I told him what was going on, and he did come over. But why is that? Why does that? There should be some kind of legal precedent where after at least 3 times that vehicle should be removed. And we have one out there that's been out there for at least 5 years, and they do. They literally just, I watch them push it. They push it, and because the chalk is no longer visible, it's considered non-abandoned and used. So it starts the process over again. And that shouldn't be. So I'm just saying that you guys should visit that and see what we can do about these vehicles, because they are an eyesore, but they're also, they do take away premium parking in a community that has over 160 units, and it's just a small community. So that's what I had to say. Thank you so
What if
much.
those seniors need them, right?
Yes.
Very, very good points. In the future, if you call Reno Direct, if you would also CC me at mayor@reno.gov, that would be helpful.
I'm
So,
sorry, do what now?
when you call Reno Direct,
Yes.
if you would also email and CC me at
Okay.
mayor@reno.gov.
I can do that.
Yeah.
Because, and I have to say that with Reno Direct, it's a very effective in the sense of they have my number now and they got my emails, and so I get posted right away. The SAFE program, they're doing their job. I rarely see law enforcement or the parking enforcement out there during that time. And I would think after 3 times out there from SAFE, they should be out there. We only have 3 officers, I hear, and you guys, I know that we've been adding police officers. You might consider adding another parking enforcement or 2 to the city payroll.
I think we just did, right?
We did.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
So hopefully that helps, but I really appreciate you coming and letting
Okay.
us know.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, sir. Joe Henry is the gentleman in the gray with the tie back there. He'd be happy to step outside with you and talk more about it. Thank you.
Cheryl, followed by Lisa Lee, followed by Tim Fata.
Good morning, Mayor Sheevy and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. This is your Reno PD. I don't trust them. 12:30, I was attacked, almost stuffed in a taxi cab driver by Reno Sparks Taxi, and Lieutenant Du wouldn't do nothing about it. He said he sent 2 investigators to see if there was surveillance cameras. He's a liar, because I went out there this March. What did I see on Lob and Lob? A surveillance camera. I'm lucky I have someone sitting in my car so I can go home and I can do this. I will not come downtown at all. There's 3 others. There's one for May 9th at 17. There's one for September, and then there's where you take something and use it for your personal use. My boyfriend's daughter. They're all related. The report for 16 was done January 5th, 17. Officer Duana Johnson took pictures of my back. Just my left side. There's bruises. Deal with them.
Madam Mayor, next public comment is from Lisa Lee, followed by Tim Fata, followed by Diane Williams.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council. For the record, my name is Lisa Lee, and I'm a woman in long-term recovery from heroin addiction, PTSD, anxiety, and homelessness. I'm here today to discuss the egregious agenda item, D1, proposed, since pulled, but it was a proposed resolution to challenge the Ninth Circuit Court decision on Martin versus City of Boise as a friend of the court. I am flummoxed by this agenda item. A wise woman recently reminded me of the power of collective action toward a goal, with an example from the children's classic film Finding Nemo, in which Nemo is attempting to get all of the fish to move in the same direction so that they're free. The idea is a little movement in the same direction produces positive results and takes just a little effort and collaboration to swim together. Keep swimming. Regional efforts have worked diligently to ensure collaboration towards tackling big issues such as homelessness, poverty, substandard housing, and food insecurity. Others, like the Foundation for Recovery, tackle those issues as well as social support and often overlook social determinant of health. We're moving together towards the same goals, that everyone is deserving of having their basic needs met and the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. This move by the City of Reno feels like an act of betrayal. and is indicative that the city is moving in another direction entirely. Let's continue to focus on solutions and not use them in attachments for nefarious policies as weaponized acts of compassion. Please support all of the players that are working together on little pieces of this larger, complicated puzzle. Recently, you all were invited to our grand opening. It's the first recovery community organization in the region and the only one in the state. And I received an email that only one of you, thank you, Councilman Delgado, are able to attend.
I have it on my calendar.
We still want you to be there because it's a radically inclusive, peer-led drop-in center and recovery space. We'd love for you to come out with us and do outreach and talk to our neighbors who are living outside. You are invited always. And I urge you to get to know people who are now housed and healthy and in recovery. We do recover and we vote, right? So like a year and a half ago or so, we left our home, we sold our home in Story County to move here to Reno because this is where our heart is and we really, really care about this community. And we wanted to be more involved with the political landscape here and get involved in campaigning and all of that to support, people that are doing this work. So that's what happens in recovery. And we matter and our neighbors, all of our neighbors matter. Please publicly denounce this resolution to challenge this Ninth Circuit decision and never have it before council again. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good job, Lisa.
Tim Fata,
I
followed
will
by
see
Diane
you.
Williams.
I will see you at your opening.
Tim Fata, 55-year resident of the state. Mayor, council members. You heard earlier Tammy Holt's video or whatever on the moratorium in request for Lemon Valley. I want to thank Councilman Breckus for bringing it up. Now, hopefully it really goes into some point of discussion for your meeting on August 5th. I will attend that. But again, I must say, everything that's been planned so far out there in the North Valleys and that, the raising of the road, the other developments are totally insane when you sit down and you think about the repercussions that it's going to cause. We have a Swan Lake that's flooded. We have those issues. We have the sewer discharge that your sewer treatment plant is still not in compliance and want to add more. You go build on all the floodplains, you're only moving the flood someplace else, and it's in my backyard, my neighbor's backyard. I only wish we had a way to bring it to your backyard. I'm going to tell you right now, sometimes I sit up here and I talk and come to these meetings and I'm afraid that I'm addressing the blind that are leading the deaf because you fail to see the things that are happening out there. You fail to listen to the people that are presenting the rebuttal and the issues. Please pay attention. Pay attention to what the people are saying. Listen. Come out and look at this again. Come and look at the swamp and the algae and the growth up there that has been caused by your overbuilding in the Stead area. It's not a good deal. I can go and show you exactly where you have overbuilt in floodplains, which caused this issue. You lost in a court battle. It's probably not over yet. It will probably not be the city's last court battle, especially if there's another flood and another issue because you failed to plan accordingly. Thank you.
All right, Tim, thank you.
Diane Williams, please hold your applause. Diane Williams, Chris Oberg, followed by Danny Cleus.
Good morning. My name is Diane Williams, and I've been living in Somerset here in Reno for almost 8 years. At the end of November last year, while at a hot August 9th member party at the National Bowling Stadium, I met a lady who was crocheting. I asked her what she was making. She told me it was a sleeping mat for the homeless out of recycled plastic grocery bags. Those words hit me like a bolt of lightning because for years I've had a heart for the homeless and have been concerned about the plastic in our oceans. You're upside down. oceans, river, oceans, rivers, and landfills. By the time we parted that evening, not only had we exchanged phone numbers, but she had given me a bag of plastic bags, a starter for a mat, a crochet hook, and instructions on how to make one. I shared this with a few friends, and someone suggested we meet together as a group and work on folding the bags and getting them ready to be crocheted into mats. 19 of us met for the first time on February 1st. I was thinking we'd just meet once a week during that month, but 6 months later, we're still meeting every Friday morning. And then after a month or so, some of the women who had been coming over from the Somerset Town Center from the Sierra Canyon suggested we start another group over there. So in about March, we did, and we're meeting regularly on Monday afternoons. You may have heard that the U.S. uses over 100 billion plastic bags a year. Our small army of 60 caring women have completed 88 mats in the past 6 months. Each mat is 3 feet wide and 6 feet long. It takes between 700 and 750 bags and 40 hours to make one. That means we've kept over 66,000 bags out of the landfills, oceans, and waterways, and spent over 3,500 hours doing it. The mat makes a great lightweight base for sleeping out of doors. It gives a little barrier and cushion between the cold or damp ground or cement. It's waterproof, and bed bugs and lice won't grow in it. The homeless I have handed mats out to have all been so very appreciative. One man broke into tears, exclaiming, "You would give me a mat?" And needless to say, I ended up in tears also. One homeless woman, this lady here, I met has become a friend, and I have weekly taken her grocery shopping, brought her to church, over to our home to do laundry, take a nap in a quiet place, and have dinner with us. I'm pleased to say we got her moved into her own studio apartment last Saturday. As you may know, there's going to be a military stand down on September 20th at the Veterans Outreach Center for
Go ahead.
vets. I only have a pair. For vets in need. I was asked to bring sleeping mats to that. I think they're hoping for 10, but I'd love to have 100 available for the homeless vets by then. Thank you for allowing me. And this is some of the
Wow. They're
yeah,
like
this
art.
is some of the different patterns and colors and variety that can be made out of the plastic bag. So they're beautiful as well.
That's like art. It is incredible.
Yeah, they are.
Can I?
Yeah,
Let me see
yeah,
this.
the feeling of them, they're
Wow.
soft.
And they're very, very durable.
And they're durable.
Yeah.
They'll last a million years, too.
Wow. You should. No. Is it difficult to learn how to do?
Not at all.
No?
And the youngest person we had was 2 years old that helped fold mats, and I have a lady that's 89 in a senior community that's working on her third mat.
Well, it would be incredible to have a class at the senior center and put, yeah. Would you do it?
Oh, I would
Okay.
love to. I would love to. I just don't know.
Okay.
Mondays, 12:45 to 3, and Somerset Town Center Fridays, 9:30 to 12.
All right. Will you make sure you give your contact information to Madam Clerk over there? I just want to say thank you for giving back to our community and your kindness and compassion for those that need it. I want everyone to understand, government cannot do this. We cannot do this alone. We absolutely need your help. A lot of times, the private sector is so much smarter than government. I did say that in my out loud voice, but I just want to say it's people like you that really change our community and make a huge difference. I want to thank each and every one of you because what you've done it's absolutely beautiful. It's pretty phenomenal. But I think this is who we are as a community in Reno. And I want to just, and showing your kindness and compassion to the woman and becoming her friend.
Yeah.
That's important, because those people really do need someone to care.
Yeah.
So thank you. That's fantastic. Make sure you give Madam Clerk, I can't wait. That would be an incredible class to have at the Senior Center. I'm going to put you in touch with Donna Klontz. This would be a fantastic initiative. Are they doing it across the country? Is this someone's idea that you saw?
Yeah, it is something different little pockets are doing. I saw one thing where in a magazine, we were so happy we'd made 6 mats, and I thought,
They got nothing on you.
and this is called plarn, plastic yarn.
Oh, cool.
And that's how we loop it together and to make the balls to
It's just
crochet.
beautiful.
And some have started knitting them as well.
It's beautiful.
So,
Thank you.
you.
Thank you very much. Give them a round of applause.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Chris Oberg, followed by Danny Cleus, followed by Father Chuck Durante.
My name's Chris Oberg. Lived here my whole life. And today's going to come the end of the day where these people stop destroying my life with the laws that they were conditioned to present to you. And it has not stopped, and it's going to stop today. Here we go. Home Depot, revocation of permit. Swear to God they'd never do it again. You should have seen the place this morning. There's crap everywhere. 4th of July, not supposed to be outside that door. I got a tape right here from a council meeting where they almost lost their license. Said, don't you open that door again. And you've seen the videos of the guy flipping me off at 11 o'clock at night. It's going to stop today. And I forgot my computer, but it don't end, and it's going to end. Here, condition. Here, 10 stores out of business. These people play by the law. Here's the background check. Big problems. It don't stop. And you're going to stop it today, Hillary. Here, Napa, close Home Depot, because they won't stop. But I got something that's more fun than that. And I'm really going to, you fix this. Alex won't return my calls. You fix it, because it's got to stop. But it's funny, you got a metal detector out in front of your building today when you're worried somebody's going to come here and kill you people for your decisions that hurt people's lives. 45 years ago, Priscilla, I can't remember her last name, walked into the store and shot 4 of you people to death because you tripled her property taxes. Killed 4 of you. You probably wouldn't have been born yet. It's true. It's true. And here's why. You tripled her property taxes. You promised her sidewalks, streetlights, curbs and gutters, and sewer. And you didn't do it. You still haven't done it. You built a curb on Whitaker Road, and you came back and asked those people's property and put a lien on them to pay for the curb and gutter, which is so irrelevant to their property, it's not even funny. So my question for you is, Whitaker Road, Audi Boulevard, Cleric Lane, Helena, where's the street? Where's the light? Where's the sewer? And where's the sidewalk? I see pictures you put on the news of decaying neighborhood. You should have fixed this 45 years ago. And you owe these people $18 million because you obtained money under false pretenses. At least when the county owned it, we had our mailboxes on a swinging arm, and they'd come through and clean the V-ditches so the water would drain out of the place. You haven't even touched that property in 45 years. And that goes for Selma Drive and the rich people. You did the same thing to them, did the same thing to them, and now we can't afford to do it. Back then, it would have cost us $3,000 a house. Now it's $30,000 a house. You're liable to make that happen. And that comes into you, Bonnie. It's time we fix our street. People have been killed over this shit. You guys need to step up to the plate and make this happen. And you better close Home Depot tomorrow. And I got the proof, and you've seen the proof, and we're done. That's what they're doing to you.
Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
I don't care about my language. I care
Madam
about
Mayor,
my
our next speaker today
I got woke up at
is
4
Danny
o'clock this
Cleus,
morning by
followed
the
by
garbage
Father
truck.
Chuck Durante.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Oberg, your time is over. Danny Cleus is next to speak.
Okay.
Danny
Mr.
Cleus for the record. Well, I hope you guys all feel safe here because we don't feel safe in our neighborhoods. Maybe it's time to get some more police and more fire. Just had a DAB meeting. Fire department's up 3 times the calls of what they had before, but yet they have less fire people. Officers the same way. Pretty bad. Now that that's over, the lawsuit. A lot of stuff came out in the lawsuit. There's a lot of people here that come to your work, need to be fired. They don't do their job. They have no clue of what they're doing. Or if they do have a clue, they don't care. And they don't tell the upper management. John Flansburgh testified that he didn't know what his departments were doing. And he's the head of Public Works. Saber Newby was sitting in there playing on her phone the whole time. It's another one that should be fired. If you're getting paid to go to court, you shouldn't be playing on your phone. You should be listening to the testimony. A lot of stuff happened in the North Valleys. It needs to be cleaned up. And it starts with the city of Reno and putting a moratorium out there because nothing's getting fixed if you keep on building 800,000 plus square feet warehouses and just digging a hole hoping the water's going to sit there, especially when it's in clay. We're tired of it, people. You guys took a big old chance and you blew it. Another thing is, HDR, sending them to DRI to put his beliefs, Mr. Foster's, on the study that they're doing, when you know Mr. Foster did an incomplete report. Him and his staff, both incomplete. Now you're going to DRI with them? Try to persuade that study? Wrong. City of Reno's out of control. You guys are going to have to start doing something. And I would suggest a moratorium. Because you're hurting Washoe County residents. And for a city councilwoman to say we're not her constituents, well, guess what? We were when you were a commissioner, and it didn't bother you then, did it? That's BS.
Father Chuck Durante, followed by Wendy Wigglesworth, followed by Sam Dene.
Good morning, Council. I'm sorry Mayor Sheevy isn't in the room. I am Father Chuck Durante, rector at St. Thomas Aquinas Cathedral downtown, Vicar General of the Diocese of Reno, and member of the Board of Action and member of the Board of Catholic Charities. And I speak on behalf of each of these organizations, as well as myself, a Reno native. It deeply troubles me that any elected official of our city would consider supporting the concept of criminalizing those who are homeless because they're homeless. And I thank Mayor Sheevy for withdrawing the proposed resolution from today's agenda, but I'm concerned that this will not end an ineffective and dehumanizing effort of trying to rid the city of people with nowhere to go by arresting them and throwing them in jails, also with no room for them. We stand with the position of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals that the proposal is unconstitutional, and I submit it is bad public policy and immoral. I recognize and personally see almost every day, living and working downtown, that there is a crisis of homeless people in our community. The reasons are many, including the cost of housing, the drying up of affordable care for people with mental illness, and the failure to provide adequate treatment for drug addiction. But crimes presume an intent To presume that those sleeping and living on the streets are doing so purposely is inaccurate and narrow-sighted. Using arrests to address the issue of homelessness may change the scene that night, but it is hardly a solution. So we urge this body to continue to work on the core issues and causes of homelessness and stress the absolute necessity of affordable housing. The program called Motels to Homes that the City Council funded and the Catholic Charities operated, the grant has gone away. That program was a humongous help. Now, 6 out of 10 people walking into Catholic Charities are looking for housing. And so many they're turning away to live in their cars if they have a car because they don't have the funds. The Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency recently completed their regional strategy for housing affordability. It's a good plan with a steady implementation strategy. It was developed with nationally recognized experts on housing policy, provides a powerful policy roadmap to address our housing crisis. You know, in total frustration and desperation, a parent may slap a child across the face to try to stop certain behavior. But we know in the long run that doesn't work, and it causes even deeper problems. Using house arrest or using arrest to address homelessness and houselessness is that frustrated and desperate slap, not only upon the homeless, but all who seek to raise up the dignity of the human person. Thank you for your continued consideration in this matter.
Thank you, Father, for being here today. Thank you.
Wendy Wigglesworth, followed by Sam Dene, followed by Rudy Leon. Reminder to the audience, in accordance with decorum rules, please hold your applause and be respectful when you're at the podium.
Morning, Reno City Council. How are you guys doing? Oh, okay. Good, I guess. Oh, no, I didn't hear nothing. All right. Hi, my name is Wendy Wigglesworth. I'm local. I live at Desert Rose Motel. I'm the outreach coordinator with RISE. I'm with Action Speakers Bureau, and I'm one of the editors on Voices Writing Group. Today I'm speaking of all views of my own. I understand there'll be another meeting for the agenda item D1, but honestly, I don't understand how anyone could ever create this level and the second person to give it any momentum to get any further than where it's gotten. How can you punish someone for doing life-sustaining activities? It baffles me, just. So I've got a unique position here as I'm a local. I was a business owner. I was homeless for 9 years. Now I'm on the other side. I made it out with tons of community love, and someone took a chance. So I believe 300% in housing is healthcare. I've seen the good, the bad, the ugly, and the success of housing humans. It's amazing when one prospers. The struggle to just live to survive isn't there. Things are great. So in 2016, 22 reported unhoused deaths. 2017, there was 27. I knew every one of them. The year after that, there was 37. I didn't know any of them. You know how much that keeps me up at night? How many numbers is it going to be like, how many is it going to be a number for it to be considered an emergency? So I was reading online and stuff, and I saw that it says on average about $40,000 per one homeless person for 1 year, considering the shelters, emergency rooms, and the jails. A few months ago, I saw that the council spent $62,000 on 4 sculptures, which is amazing. I love the arts. I'm not downing the arts in one bit, but $40,000, I don't know, that could have bought some land, a group home, like directly to our neighbors who need some help. The sweeps, I think they're unacceptable. There's nowhere to send anybody. This winter I worked at the overflow tent, and there wasn't a single night a bed was open. I had people sleeping on the floor, even though I wasn't supposed to, because I'm not going to tell them no. I'll save the rest of my comments on D1 item for that meeting, but it's wrong to punish life-sustaining activities. So, like, what if it was you? What would you do? I know you said go to the shelter. You can't. It's full. You're not going to sit at a table and think it's going to be healthy and have good stuff. I want to invite every one of you, all of you if you'd like, for a real-life housing adventure field trip, and I'll show you what it's really like, and I'll show you what I went through every day. Honestly, I don't think any of you can handle it. I don't think you can make it through it, but if you want to try, feel free to reach me, 200-2231. I made a painting I'd like to give you guys too, and I'm finishing before time.
Okay. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Sam Dene, followed by Rudy Leon, followed by Tracy Tomlinson.
Overhead, please. Sam Dene, that's me, the guard angel against media, wacko freak, cowardly, sleazy, slovenly, yellow-bellied cowards, and we've got some in the audience now, scared in their pantyhose of this 106, that's not even funny, this 160-pound senior, oh, you're laughing at that. That's not funny either. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I've spent many years flying fighters and bombers defending our nation, and I've been to these podiums, and goodbye, you're gonna miss the good part. And I'm defending our nation, thank goodness the mayor came up, defending our nation against evil, evil things. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate, in case you missed it. Yeah, everybody's leaving because, well, they're rather remained apathetic. What can I say? They sat here through this falderall, and I've got nothing against these guys who were talking about the Lemon Valley flooding. That's just one of thousands of things that I've had to oversee. I've been to every one of these meetings virtually since 1993, 6,000 public testaments, most on YouTube. I own YouTube, and there's one of my websites right now. What I'm here for today is a specific issue of, I'm switching over to, and this is the item that's coming up later. It's pure, unadulterated treachery against you, and you don't even care. This item here, they're claiming that there's a public safety center at that address, and that doesn't even matter. All this is about is bailing out the corrupt, mendacious, cowardly, sleazy USA Today and their pawns, the Reno Gazette, who don't know the truth if they, look at the guy over there picking his nose instead of writing down the stories. This is an insult to our community. That is a blatant lie right there. There is no center. They're trying to trick you into thinking that $7 million for that defunct building that's been empty for it's been built 40 years ago, empty for 2 years, and it's gonna cost another 25 to 30 million to bring it up to code. Now they say they might want it for a new police station. I come into all these meetings, I've never heard any complaints about our police station. It's perfect. We just put millions and millions of dollars into a new parking lot and upgrading everything. You're making the poor chief of police, who I nominated, Jason Sodi, you're making him a pawn. You're making him a pawn of this embezzlement scheme, and that's what it is. It's an embezzlement scheme to save the defunct, morally and financially bankrupt Reno Gazette and their bosses, the USA Today. Is anybody from USA Today here today? They're supposedly going to oversee this. You're trying to pawn this off on them. You can read that right there. Go get an agenda. Everything in there basically is either a lie or quibbling, or you got a horrible grammar person putting it together. Did I make it? I'm so sorry. I mean, I see you people, and you're all deers in the headlight. I know it, deers, and I do it all for you. I do this all philanthropically. Air Force Academy graduate, Air Force pilot, and it's, why do I do it? I don't know. I really don't know. I try to be nice. I read her book 25 times, Be Nice or Else, and I'm working on it. But, and every time you turn around, this is $7 million
Our next public
for that flood.
commenter is Rudy Leon, followed by Tracy Tomlinson, followed by Tanya
blood
Brown.
pressure to go down just a little bit, okay?
A little bit?
Just a little.
Define a little bit.
I need you to stay healthy and happy.
I have to follow Sam.
Okay.
I submitted a public comment online before D1 was pulled from the agenda, but I wanted to come and speak to it now that it is off the agenda. I found the request to discuss joining that amicus brief so disturbing. That's not who we are. I am thrilled that it is off, and I am asking today that this group make some kind of declaration that that is not how we will move forward, that we will not deal with homeless and housing precarity through incarceration and criminalization. The size and scope of this challenge does not reduce our obligation to solve it. And as this council sorts through the challenges and opportunities that have been handed to us as a result of the decisions made by previous occupants of this chamber, and I truly think the housing situation is a result of a decade of decisions, we also have to realize that the decisions that you and that we ask you to make are gifts that we give to the next occupants of this chamber. And I hope that we choose to go forward with respect for dignity and for truly trying to solve the issues that are facing this community. They're only going to get worse. And incarceration is the single most expensive way to deal with the housing issue. And if we have the money to incarcerate the homeless, we can do anything. So I think we need to think very carefully about that. In the comment that I submitted online, I mentioned 2 organizations that work to provide services that support human dignity and health and a path out of homelessness. And I just want to say them now, and I hope one of them has a kit, Lava Mae, Lavamae, has a kit so that you can start something like that in your community. And they provide portable showers with a team that also helps provide the services that people need to get out. If someone without a home has the opportunity to shower and do laundry, they have the opportunity to get a job. If you smell like you sleep on the street, you're not going to be able to get a job or bring in enough income to actually be able to get yourself off the job. That's not off the street. That's not everybody who is homeless. Not everybody can be helped simply by a easy step-up action like that. But Lavamae and Dignity on Wheels is another organization that provides mobile showers and laundry facilities. And I hope that we will look into even just these basic beginning starter issues while we try to grapple with the much more significant issues moving forward. Thank you.
I love your heart. Thank you so much. I think that's really important. I want to remind everyone, when something goes on the agenda, it's not necessarily the opinion of the council. I can't speak for anyone up here, but I think it is important to have these conversations. And again, you came and brought, something that we weren't aware of. Those are the kinds of things that we can help implement, but sometimes you guys have much better solutions than we do. So I want to say thank you. And I want everyone to really understand that. And one of the things that really bothered me about, I'm not on Facebook anymore because honestly, it gave me an hour and a half of my life back. But to be honest with you,
I know you got it on Twitter this weekend.
I did, and I figured you can only get in trouble with 180 characters so much, right, on Twitter? I said something nice. You did? Thanks, Sam.
I didn't tweet at you. I decided to come and speak at you.
Quite honestly, no, because I think with social media, you have to be very careful, especially, I want to respond to everyone, and it's just not possible. That's not my email. It's not my phone number. So it really, for me, is not really the best way to communicate with me. But I really appreciate you coming, because this is what I'm talking about, is having solutions, you coming to the table and having your voice heard. So thank you very, very much. But I want people, one of the things, people will send me emails on what some of those screenshots are. And I want to say some of those comments really were very, very hurtful not towards me. I get that. I signed up for this whenever I ran for office. I realized I was going to have to get some thick skin. But I will tell you, sometimes, of course, I'm human.
Yeah.
Those things bother me. I would not be human if they didn't. Right? But what I want you to know, so I get you can take shots at me all day long. But what you cannot do is go after the other people that are on those forums and be hateful and mean and degrading. And I saw some things, and that's not who we are in Reno. So please have some compassion and respect for other people, even if you don't agree with them. That's what makes our country great, that we're diverse, right? I'm not just talking about that issue, other issues. Just, there's a lot of things that were happening. We just had Drag Queen Story Hour, and I was really upset to see some of those horrible, horrible comments.
They didn't show up in person, though.
Well,
there were about
and it's very
4
easy to
people.
sit behind a computer, right, and fire something off. And I welcome your voices. But anyway, thank you. So I apologize. I'm off on my
And thank you.
my
I'd
high
rather
horse.
solve a problem than send a shot when there's a chance to try and solve the problem.
Yeah. So I just would ask you, post with purpose. Post with purpose. Thanks so much.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Tracy Tomlinson, followed by Tanya Brown, followed by Ashley Wade.
Hi, I'm Tracy Tomlinson, and the owner-broker of Insight Realty. I also, for the past 3.5 years, I've been a volunteer in ministry for first responders, and that began by contacting Pastor Arvin, and he mentioned that it would be helpful if they had a Eucharistic minister from the Catholic Church who could bring communion to firefighters or any first responders that were stuck on shift or holidays, whatnot. So I contacted Father Tony and got that training and went back to the chaplain, said I'm ready, and they sent out emails, and nothing happened. And so I started going around visiting firehouses, introducing myself, and just offering prayer and bringing muffins and pie and treats and that, and just getting to know people. And what I found was that because of the pressure on fire and police, nobody knows where they'll be. Even if they're assigned to a certain firehouse, probably they might be working overtime at another shift, or they may be called away to another firehouse, and there's a great deal of turbulence and chaos. And that comes from the fact that this is all things that I've gotten from other people, so my opinion is not an official request. It's just as a citizen and what I've observed and things that I've managed to figure out, because our firefighters, first responders, police, they're very brave, stalwart people, and if you ask them, they'll say, everything's fine, ma'am, and I heard that for 3.5 years. So, but what's not fine is we have the same firefighters and resources and firehouses we had basically in 1980. And I've been in Nevada since 1962, so I know that Reno's grown arguably quadrupled, maybe more so, since 1980, but still the same resources are trying to put out fires and do what they do. You have people that are, in some firehouses, the sirens, the things go off every 10 minutes. And I know because quite often I walk in, hi, I'm Tracy, I'm here to offer prayer, and then ding, and off they go. And no matter when, and no matter what day. And one of the issues is that people are working 48 straight hours or longer, sometimes without any rest. I mean, the idea is theoretically they can rest, but some of these firehouses are so busy because of just the strain on resources. I have worked 40 hours, 48 straight hours during college, running cocktails, 5 shifts in a row or different things, but nothing like trying to save lives and fight fires for 48 straight hours. I just can't imagine the strain on people. And so I know they need the 8 positions that are being filled. Hopefully that'll happen right away, the people that retired. In addition,
I'm going to cut you off so that everyone can have their 3 minutes, okay?
Okay, well, what I wanted to just say is we need 15 more full-time firefighters, and thank you, City Council, for trying to do that and get more resources for the fire department. And I know state legislature didn't quite work out with that, but we need to find a way, number 1, for that. Number 2, I'd like to think of if there's a way that you can make it easier to donate things. Myself, a lot of people would donate money to support our first responders, because you're right, the government can't always do it.
Ma'am, we need to move on to the next speaker. Thank you so much for your comments.
So please do consider that. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is Tanya Brown, followed by Ashley Wade, followed by Steve Wolgast.
Tanya Brown, for the record, I have provided this council several documents, including a complaint I filed with the Reno PD against your city attorney, Carl Hall. On 7/16/2019, I was standing on the corner of Liberty and Virginia Street protesting with several others when I noticed a man sitting in his vehicle in the turning lane. The light had just turned red. I recognized the person as Carl Hall, the city attorney. However, this incident goes back to when he was the deputy district attorney. I called out to him, Carl Hall. He turned and he looked at me. A female standing next to me said, "Hi, Carl." And he responded, hi. Then I said to Carl, hey, Carl, the book's out and you're in it. I said, you know what you did? You sat on the perjury complaint against Shelley O'Neill until the statute of limitations ran out. Carl laughed and said, in a proud, accomplished tone, yes, I did. People heard other than protesters. Carl, years ago, refused to contact any of the witnesses that Shelley O'Neill had lied about. Carl at the same time said that Shelley O'Neill definitely exaggerated the truth, but did she really lie? I said, what's the difference? But he wouldn't explain it. Then I contacted Judge Jim Stone and asked if there was a difference between a lie and exaggerated truth. And he said the only difference is when you go into court and take that oath, it becomes perjury. On or about June 20th, 93, I actually sat down and spoke to Shelley O'Neill at the place of employment, the Public Service Commission in Carson City. She admitted that she had lied about doing an investigation into Sparks PD's prime suspect, Ricky Zarski. She admitted about lying, doing an investigating into Zarski. She admitted about lying about a confession that Mr. Klein had confessed. It never happened. She lied about her own forensic expert, and the list goes on. It's in the complaint. After I spoke to Shelley, I called Carl Hall and told him everything Shelley had admitted to. I asked him to arrest her. He said, no, I am listing it as a no issue. I need more evidence. I said, do you need, and he wouldn't tell me. Anyways, he said, no. Months later, I received a sworn affidavit from Shelley's own investigator and dropped it off. It was dealing with a no-being investigation. In 1995, I contacted Washoe County District Attorney. You have a letter of that. He said he couldn't charge Shelley O'Neill with the perjury because the statute of limitations had ran out, thanks to Carl Hall. Yes, Nolan Klein was my brother. In 2009, Judge Brent Adams ordered Dick Hicamic to turn over the entire file in the case. When it was turned over, all the exculpatory evidence showing that another person committed the crime was in the DA's file. The DA's office hid this. To this day, the current district attorney's office is still protecting those who have committed wrongdoings in this case. In 2000, the former Governor Kenny Gwynn conducted a complete investigation into Nolan's case on actual innocence, including the perjury complaint I filed with Carl Hall, and they had concluded that Mr. Klein was innocent. They attempted to get him to the Pardons Board, but at the time, and even today, the Pardons Board will not accept anybody who was appealing their conviction. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor,
He
our
died
next
in
public
prison.
comment is
And
from
Carl
Ashley
Hall, if he would
Wade.
have done your job and charged Shelley,
Ma'am, your time
Mr.
has
Klein would be
completed at
alive
this
today
time.
because he would have received a new trial. And
If you would
he
like to
never would have
submit
been
public
found.
comment for later in the meeting, you may. Our next public comment is from Ashley Wade, followed by Steve Wolgast, followed by Maury Cabas.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Ashley Wade. I've met some of you previously under my married name, Ashley Sonderfan. First, I want to say thank you. Working on committees myself, I know it's difficult to sit through hours of comment, although I know you're just as passionate about our community as the people commenting. I'm a teacher with this district. I'm a passionate advocate for myself, for my children, who are now the fourth generation of my family to attend schools in the Reno Sparks area, and for my students. I had a colleague speak earlier today asking you to support education and I think probably build relationships with other leaders in our community to do that. And you've also heard from some good friends of mine who are living outside or who are advocates for those living outside. And so I'd like to bring those two issues under the same lens for you guys today, because Reno policy in all areas, but particularly in housing, directly impacts families, the families I work with, and my family as well. And I'm just going to address two important ways that your policies directly impact my work. The first is the safety or the feeling of safety of my students. I teach elementary school. And if the situation for adults who are living outside is bad, it's more difficult for their children. At times in this district, I've had up to 5 children living outside in my classroom at a time. And their education is hampered by the policies, by the county and city in a few different ways. They experience food insecurity, they can't think straight, they have transportation struggles despite their family's best efforts, and they have experienced a lack of sleep. When the city police sweep away their family's belongings, it has serious implications for their ability to interact appropriately and perform well in the classroom. Kids who were once feeling safe and secure with their family are sometimes separated, and that's a national conversation we're having. Kids who were once feeling secure now sob when they can't find a book or a pencil because they're feeling triggered about their belongings that armed agents of the city or state have removed from them. They wonder, what if my pencil, it might seem like nothing to us, but what if it's gone forever? What if a trusted adult is the one who stole it from me? What if I never have these resources again? They're traumatized. They're wary of fire drills. They wonder, should I bring my things with me because maybe someone will come and take them and I won't have them with me anymore? They're worried if police are there for those things because while our police provide excellent services, this is not a positive community interaction, that they can, this doesn't build relationships, starting with young children. As a side note, my immigrant students are wondering if they'll personally be stolen rather than their belongings. So I would invite you to imagine a different solution than using armed officers to address the housing situation. One example I'll give you, I'm a homeowner in the North Valleys, and my home, sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, next public comment is from Steve Wolgast, followed by Maury Kabaz, followed by Rebecca Stetson.
Good morning, Council. I'm Steve Wolgast. It was proven in court. Reno is guilty. Reno is guilty of harming your residents in the North Valleys. In the long, protracted 2.5-week trial, it was brought up that the Quad Nop study that was commissioned by the city, completed in 2007, spelled out explicitly that suburban density development should not be carried out in the Swan Lake Basin. If it was going to be carried out, it would require extensive mitigation, 100% mitigation, and done in retention basins. The development was done, the mitigation was not. Reno commissioned the ecologic study that was completed in 2005. It concluded that water imported into the Swan Lake Basin could not be safely discharged into Swan Lake after being treated in one of the treatment facilities. Again, the water is imported into the basin, it is discharged into the lake. So Reno knowingly harmed its constituents, harmed its residents. My question to you, as the city council, how will you redeem yourselves? How will your residents, how will your voters, how will the homeowners ever have confidence that you represent their interests? If you are so willing to harm the residents in Swan Lake, how confident should the residents of Damati Ranch or Hidden Valley or any other neighborhood feel about your motives and your intent? I mean, we know that the developers, we know the business interests, we know the builders are very well represented on the city council, but it would be a good move for us as homeowners to know that we're represented and our interests are represented. Every day it's getting worse. Every day there are more sewer hookups. Every day there are more water hookups. It's the time for the moratorium is really long overdue. I want to quote an admonition given to one of the Washoe County commissioners. And when, Commissioner, you should represent the people that elected you, not the people that paid for your election. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Maury Kabaz, followed by Rebecca Stetson.
Good morning, Mayor Shivi, Council. I hope everybody had a nice summer break. Is that what it was? Thank you for the opportunity to speak. You know me, you know why I'm here, you know the details of my complaint. some progress was finally made. I reported to you and Council Doer in a fax. After I contacted one of the respected leaders of our community, Mr. Farahi, and after I requested Council Doer to focus on solutions, I received by June 6th, I received some messages that was positive. One of the messages was that it was a figure that was thrown at me, which adds up to about 10% of what the case is worth. 2 million was the figure. I responded that I still don't have financial backing because I also lost my property. And this occult boss, Reza, this monster, keeps sabotaging every solution as he did in 2016. After that, I received a message which said 5%. It was reminding me of the October 2017, September 2017. I set forth a reduced settlement offer of, at the time was 5%, 900,000, because this man, this criminal had been, powerful criminal had been arrested, who was my stockholder. He'd been arrested, and I was afraid. I feared for my life, and I wanted to get it done. But not only there was no response to it, as a matter of fact, it was right after Mayor Shivi told me on September that the city attorney will contact me. But not only I didn't receive any calls, they threw in Ozzy Shirazi in the mix, and they did not take 5%. They went out of their way to sabotage it. And basically, this message that I received after the last follow-up, about 5%, they were reminding me that I was willing to settle for 5%. Now, at 2 million, it's 10%. But I still don't have any financial backing to hire a lawyer. So that's where it's at. Now, back in 2008, the figure was, on behalf of the city, was informally was 5 million. I am willing to take that, and it adds up to 25% of what the case is worth. There are 3 defendants here, Martin, Reza, and the city, bad cops. And I am 63. I've been a victim here for most of my adult life, you know. It was a criminal intent, it was not criminal negligence, and it was formed over time. So I am enclosing for you on this, in this follow-up, and I'm asking you, the mayor, and please step up. And also, I thank Council Doer for, if you keep focusing on the solution here, this is a serious case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maureen.
Rebecca Stetson.
Good morning. Thank you guys for having me. So I wanted to start off, I too was appalled. I did tweet at you, Mayor Shivi, about the information that we had saw, and it wasn't anything negative, just very much factual. And I'm glad that it was pulled off the agenda. I won't waste any time. But I am excited about what we can do to organize around this issue above and beyond what we've done. Sage Street is awesome, but it's not serving the folks who are on the street currently. And as we all know, we have a huge deficit and a lot of opportunity to make some beautiful things. So now for the thank yous. Reno Garlic Fest happened this past Saturday. It was a free to the public event. It was our 3rd year. I was in charge of all the sustainability. And so we had RTC offer bus passes. We rented the north lot of the Livestock Event Center and had people ride the bus over to the event. We had about 4,000 people this year. And lots of garlic was eaten. All the food trucks used local garlic that was started with a garlic seed bank that we started about 3 years ago, and that was what the festival was all about, was like starting to create a seed bank in our area around food security. Oscar was there, so he got to have garlic fun. We used.
You stink today.
He smells so good. Strongest antibacterial known to man, garlic is.
Yeah.
So during Truckee Meadows Earth Day, the donation that we received went to buy 10,500 reusable dishes that we used for that event. We only had 4 bags of trash from Truckee Meadows Earth Day. We used those dishes again at Garlic Fest. So we used a total of 1,231 dishes, so that many plastic things were saved from the landfill. There were still food trucks using some compostables. All the compostable items went to Full Circle Compost, and then we had some recyclables, and it was awesome because several of those food trucks I'm now working with to look at the things that they currently use, mainly cups from beer, which was our biggest waste. And the problem was we only had 16-ounce cups, and they do 12-ounce pours. So now we're looking at seeding more of that program to buy 12-ounce cups. So thank you, guys. Your work is continuing on. Anyone is able to rent these dishes. We've had a few wedding receptions, private individuals, public entities, it doesn't matter which. It's a very nominal fee that covers replacing items if they are lost, used, broken, etc. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was the potential of having a harvest festival that the city cooperates or collaborates with us, very much like Truckee Meadows Earth Day, but kind of a coming out party for the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan. And I'm thinking late September, early October, where we have a giant event for the public that really highlights local food and sustainability and really shows people what's possible with reusing. And I'm happy to discuss that further with whoever is interested. Thank you guys for what you're doing. I appreciate it. We're a city of lovers and innovators, and I'm excited to see us continue growing into a place that creates solutions that are profound.
Yeah. I didn't know about the garlic festival. I'm a huge fan of garlic.
Yes.
I take it every day. It's actually
so good for you.
It's nature's antibiotic.
It is the
for those of you
strongest.
that don't
It's
know.
the strongest antibacterial known to man.
Maybe that's why people
Garlic
stay
is.
away from me.
It's good. It's perfect, right?
Anyway,
hairy
thank
legs
you.
and garlic breath.
I
It
love
deters all sorts of people.
I love it. So
Okay.
next time, tweet that to me too.
You got it. We'll do.
All right. Thank you so much. Great job. Great job.
Madam Mayor, our last public comment is from Anne Marie Grand. She did not wish to speak, signed in online, and is in support of item D1 being removed from the agenda. With that, Madam Mayor, I have no further general public comment signed in, so we would be transitioning to the approval of our agenda. I'll send it to the manager for any changes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Madam Clerk.
Louder, please.
We do have a number of items to be heard at a specific time. Item D4, which is the public purchase of the Public Safety Center at 955 Coonsley Street. That's requested for a 2 p.m. time certain. Item G13, that's the appointment of 2 representatives to the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Commission. We need to get to that as soon as humanly possible. They do have a 6 p.m. meeting tonight, so they do need those members to be voted on before those members can attend the meeting. And then, of course, as we mentioned earlier, the items requested to be pulled, item D1, amicus briefs before the Supreme Court in Martin versus City of Boise is requested to be pulled from this agenda. And also item G is in George, 1-2, the Reno Arts and Culture Commission appointment. And that's all I have.
That's all she wrote, right? Okay.
Move to approve agenda with those changes.
All right, thank you. Before we approve the agenda, I know that we've been on break. I would just ask council members to make sure that you've read their council rules, because we will stick to the rules that we have in our book and to respect each other up here at the dais, because sometimes I know we have a difference of opinion. So I just want to reiterate that since we've all been on break. I'm glad to see everyone. It's nice that you're all back. So, okay, so moving forward, I've got approval of the agenda. I believe I have a motion from Councilman Delgado.
And I
a
had seconded.
From Vice Mayor Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Discussion, please.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you for recognizing me, Madam Mayor. I want to talk a little bit about this agenda. Item D1, since we're on it, I was aware this was coming on the agenda. I didn't think it was a good idea to have it come on the agenda. I explained that to our city manager on multiple occasions. Some of the reasons were talked here, others were more internal to us. And it went out, and that's the privilege, but it's the privilege of any member to express their concern, and I did that, and I did not want it to come on, and I think that it would behoove all of us to focus on the 3-month calendar, hold the 3-month calendar to be an accountable planning document for what comes on and doesn't come on. So things that come on, maybe not written as we want, don't get on the agenda, so we have to go through this. Some bodies, and we brought this up when we did our rules, and I'm really appreciative of you for bringing up our rules, have sponsorships. So if an initiative is coming up, it goes around to all of us to sign a sponsorship of this initiative. That makes sure that we all know what's coming up. But I bring this up really because I've been trying since April 29th to get before this body the first part in our multi-step process for a moratorium in the North Valleys. I've had dialogue with the manager since then. I waited until after the break. I asked specifically to have it on this agenda. Moratorium, no, if I've got a minute 34, I'm going to continue on uninterrupted, please.
Address it.
Okay, and I'll have a minute 30 to continue on with that. Moratoriums are of the essence, okay? It's suspending regulations and activity for a period of study, evaluation, and plan. And since May, there's been additional hookups, there's been a lot of earth moving up there, and there's going to be more water hookups. And I'm afraid that not only is it going to be detrimental to the community up there that is bearing the brunt of this unmanaged growth, inadequate infrastructure, but it's also going to be anti-business, because I think there's people who have come through the door since I've been trying to get this moratorium on, who are bringing in building permits, business licenses, or whatever, and they're going to get trapped on the back end by capacity issues. And so I understand that the mayor wants to hold a special meeting and have this on August 5th. It's her privilege to hold special meetings, but I am requesting that it come on our next meeting on July 31st, what I've written up for a proposal so it can start to queue up the process. If it doesn't go July 31st, that's fine. It won't be on in August 5th, but it's a multi-step process that we stepped up, and I am asking for the first item to be on next week, July 31st. And if it isn't, the manager has told me that there will be nothing related to sewer in the North Valleys on July 31st, and I will look for that. But I also want to say that the manager, I made requests to her, and she can set the agenda over the objection of the mayor, and she decided not to follow my request in putting this item on.
All right.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Breckus.
Item
And-
D1 must be open for public comment.
No.
Hold on, Sam. Okay, give me a minute.
It's not correct.
Councilwoman Breckus, I absolutely respect your comments, and I appreciate them. You emailed me, and one of the things, and I said to you that this meeting, that I was happy to do it. I have no problem to do that. We had a joint meeting with the county, and what I heard is that everyone wanted to have a 5:30 meeting. Am I right? Right. So I get your concerns, but I think when we're talking about that, everyone should be at the table. I want to hear your feedback. It was, no disrespect to you, Councilwoman Breckus, but I also will tell you, it's not okay to attack me in the back behind the dais. And that's what I'm talking about when we talk about respect up here, and to respect each other. So please, I can completely respect what you are bringing to the table. I'm listening, I'm hearing you. I want you to understand that, okay?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
But I would ask you to please respect the rest of the council members as well. And, some of that demeanor is not acceptable.
Madam
Anyway,
Mayor,
okay.
with that, you do have a motion and a second. We are looking for a
Okay,
vote
so I
on
have a
your
motion and
agenda.
a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, approval of minutes from June 5th.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, transitioning to our 10 a.m. hearings, the first one to be heard today is B1, abandonment of Quail Falls Drive.
Okay. Before we do this, I actually want to make sure, hold on one second. There are, and I want to be respectful of staff's time that are in the room. I would actually like to.
Would you like to go to consent first?
Yes, I'd like to jump to consent, and also if we can, from moving forward, put consent back to the front of the agenda. Just because I want to be respectful of everyone that's sitting here so that I can get you back upstairs and working. See, they're smiling. Oh, yes. So, sorry, Madam Clerk, we're going to
That's all
jump
right.
to.
We'll transition to the
consent.
consent agenda.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask council members, Councilwoman Breckus, do you have any items you'd like to pull?
You know, Madam Mayor, can you come back to me? I was waiting to look at the Bs first, so let me
Madam
just.
Mayor, if
see
you'd
what I
like,
have.
we can take public comment on consent, if you would like to do that while council members are deciding their items in which to pull.
All right.
I do not see him in the room. Chris Oberg would like to speak.
Go right ahead.
I do not see him. We'll transition to Sam Dene to speak in consent.
Okay, Sam, come on up.
Overhead, please. Sam DNA Dene, the guard angel against government corruption and especially against media wacko freaks. And please do not confuse this Sam with those Sams over at the Reno Gazette masquerading as reporters. They are different Sams. They've got 3 Sams over there, and they've also got a guy with almost the same last names, exact same 5 letters, D-E-H-N-E, D-Haven, or however. I am not those people. And I'm sorry for the poor guys. They're only being told to do what the bosses want them to do, lie and leave out the truth about Sam DNA Dene. As I segue into the consent agenda, we have this consent agenda where they're going to vote on several items all at once, and they're more or less supposedly housekeeping items that they would that don't really have a whole lot of significance. But I do notice that there are a few on here. Nothing about marijuana this time for a change. There's lots of marijuana. I was the guy who was the driving force that speeded up the process of making marijuana legal in Reno. But you would never know it because we've got lying, cheating, cold, dead, beaten Reno Gazette and the rest of the media, not just the Reno Gazette, the rest, Joe Hart and all those other flibberty gibbets. Anyway, we've got this consent agenda. But there's nothing about the marijuana on there. There's a lot of stuff going on about marijuana. All these people that I exposed all during this period of time who redacted their names, scratched them on, so you wouldn't know the previous mayors involved with marijuana, that the previous district attorney, the previous sheriff, they're all involved with marijuana. Think about it, putting people in jail, and now they're making money off of what they did to those people. Let those people out of jail. Mr. DA, Mr. Cashel, all of you people who either have direct or indirect ownership of marijuana places. It's a perfectly legal thing. I don't use it. I'm happy with tequila. But anyway, on this consent agenda, you would think it's normally just housekeeping, but there's one thing on here that would kind of catch your eye. $2 million per year that they're going to vote on. There must be a bottomless pit of money. You guys up there in North Valley, they've got a bottomless pit of money. They're going to spend $7 million for starters to buy a defunct public safety building. And there is no public safety center at the building. What's with that? Lying. Miss City Attorney General and City Attorney, are they allowed to tell lies on the agenda blatantly in your face? It's not right. Anyway, be nice or else. I got you. Anyway, $2 million for this deal to join available contracts, whatever that means, for computers, and I'm not against technology, via joinder provisions, whatever that means, not to exceed $2 million a year. I mean, that opens up a contract for all kinds of hanky-panky, and you just wonder who is overseeing this, not to exceed $2 million. And you know it's not going to be, it's going to be right there at $2 million. It's not going to be $100,000. It's going to be right at $2 million. You wait and see.
All right, thanks, Sam.
Madam Mayor, we have no further comments on consent. I'll turn it back to you to review items from council to be pulled for discussion.
Okay, thank you so much. Starting with you, Councilwoman Breckus, you ready?
C7, please.
Okay. Councilman Reese.
No items.
All right, Councilman Delgado.
No items.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan. No items. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I have a quick question on C19 and C20.
Okay, and Councilwoman Weber. All right, no items. Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve?
I have a motion from Councilman Reese and a second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, congratulations to all those new business license owners. Good job. Okay.
Madam Mayor,
moving
I would
forward, back
make
to
a-
you, Madam Clerk.
I would make a request that we do the appointment of the Regional Planning Commission at this time, as they do have a meeting tonight, so we do need to get those appointments done and registered. So I would recommend that we move to item G13 at this
Or,
time.
Madam Mayor, I have a
Councilwoman
very
Brewer.
quick question on C19 and 20, and we could dispatch with that.
Pardon?
The item that I said I have a quick question on, I'd love to ask that and be done with that, too.
Can
Or
you
is
do it in
that?
30 seconds?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, hurry.
Yeah, if they could just come up, Public Works. There was noted in the staff report, Public Works, item C1920. It was noted in the staff report that they initially rejected the road. My question was just whether the road was resurfaced or just hadn't been done at that time. Is there anyone from Public Works?
That's standard language.
Oh, Arlo? Yeah.
That's
Arlo Stockholm, Community Development Director. Yeah, this came out of our engineering division. This is pretty standard practice for the offers to be made prior to completion of the road, and now that the road is completed.
I just wanted to
and
understand whether they had done it and we rejected it because that's how it was written, or if they just hadn't paved it at the time that the other roads were being accepted.
yes, they had not completed the road
Okay.
when the others were
All
accepted.
right, thank you.
All right, give me a
Madam Mayor,
motion.
I'd like to, with that, motion to approve C19 and C20.
All right, thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, item G13, appointment to the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Commission.
All right.
Madam Mayor, I'm
Very
prepared to
much.
make
Go
a
ahead,
motion.
Councilman Reese. Pardon?
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go for it.
Madam Mayor and colleagues, I would move to appoint Mark Johnson and Kathleen Taylor.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, with that, I recommend that we move back to our items for public hearing. Item B1, Quail Falls Drive abandonment.
Okay. Thanks so much for your patience. Come on up.
And just to notify staff and the public, we will transition back to the other items pulled from the consent agenda after we're done with our public hearings.
Am I missing?
The mouse is over on the side, Stacy. We're pulling up your presentation now.
I thought there was something tricky happening there.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning still, maybe right on the cusp. Stacy Huggins with Wood Rogers. I am representing the abandonment of a very small portion of Quails Fall Drive. Ooh. Just a map so you can see generally where this is at. This is part of the Stonefield 4 tentative map. This tentative map was a 4-phase project approved back in 2006. This little piece of Quail Falls Drive, which is highlighted here in the blue markings, was originally part and provided to provide access over this drainage channel that goes out ultimately to the Swan Lake area. This access was stubbed to provide access to the properties on the east side of the channel. The developer of those properties to the east has indicated they no longer need that access point, and it really doesn't serve any purpose for the Stonefield subdivision. So Lennar is asking to abandon this 6,500 square feet of Quail Falls Drive, and actually it would turn into an access point similar to what you see throughout neighborhoods, which would be a public utility access, paved, 15-foot wide access road, continuing to provide access to the trail network that runs behind these lots. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, good job, Stacy. Okay, any questions from council members? I believe Councilwoman Weber. I'm going to send it to you.
Thank you. I'll make a motion, Madam.
Madam Mayor, if I can just note for the record that Proper notice was given on this public hearing. No correspondence was received. Also, we do not have any public comment at this time.
Okay,
So we
thank
can
you.
entertain a motion.
Thank you so much. Okay, at this time, back at you,
Thank
Councilwoman
you. I
Weber.
move to approve the staff recommendation.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right.
Madam Mayor, with that, we are transitioning to item B2, a public hearing for California Avenue zone change.
Okay, at this time, we're going to open the public hearing, Madam Clerk. Was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given. 2 letters of opposition were received, one from Mike Douglas, the second from Brandon Seary. Those have been submitted to council and are a part of the record. This time we'll transition back to the city attorney to introduce the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Ordinance introduction, bill number 7095, case number LDC 19-00053, California Avenue zone change, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code, entitled Zoning Rezoning, a plus or minus 0.82 acre site located on the south side of California Avenue, plus or minus 100 feet to the east of its intersection with Forson Drive, from single-family residential, 4,000 square feet, to multifamily residential, 14 dwelling units per acre, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we do have public comment. Would you like to hear the presentation and then we'll take public comment?
That's great. Perfect. Let's
Okay.
do that.
We'll take presentation from the applicant at this time.
Okay.
Staff will be available for questions for council, and then we will take public comment prior to action.
All right, thank you. Derek Wilson with Rubicon Design Group on behalf of the property owner. I will do my best to keep this as brief as possible. There we go. Okay. We're asking for a zone change on a small piece of property fronting California Avenue. It's 2 parcels. It's important to note that the eventual project we're hoping to bring forward is going to include a 3rd parcel on the east side as well. So sorry, there we go. The goal is to construct 16 townhouse units. There's a special use permit that we filed with the city. It's pending review upon the completion of this process. The site's somewhat steep, essentially impossible to develop without some cutting. So that's what triggers the special use permit. That's the current zoning, that SF4, those 2 parcels that are on the south side of California Avenue. Those are the parcels subject to this zone change. There's our proposed zoning to MF14. The master plan supports this request. It's master plan mixed neighborhood. So in my opinion, the intention to bring some density to that site is somewhat obvious in the new master plan. And this is a potential site plan. This is not the exact site plan, but it's close. The site sort of designs itself. It's townhouses strung out along California Avenue. The important point here is that this requested zone change only results in an additional 3 units brought to the site. So it's not a wholesale change of character. No access to the neighborhood from this site. I'd like to also point out that I have had some contact with the neighbors living directly to the south of the site. They have there's a residential neighborhood on the south side that doesn't connect to this site, so you can't drive from this site into the neighborhood. But I've talked to those neighbors. They had concerns about, not sure they were concerned about what's going in here. They also had questions about how we're going to handle the irrigation ditch that crosses the property. We're coordinating with the ditch company on that, and the bottom line is we're not going to touch the ditch. We're not going to change the engineering of that ditch. The biggest thing that I think reassured the neighbors was that their houses are roughly 50 feet above California Avenue. Our maximum building height is 35 feet, so we won't be projecting up above the level of their backyards. So they'll be essentially looking down on the project. One of the neighbors did tell me after the last hearing at the Planning Commission that they thought this project was a better project than the project that was approved on this site several years ago. So I don't want to speak for every neighbor, but in terms of the people I talked to, they felt we're moving in the right direction. And as far as today's hearing, this requested zone change in the project is strongly supported by the city's master plan, particularly intensification and infill. We're located in areas surrounded by services, and we're on a public transit line, and we improve the supply of housing. So I would say we hit all the major goals of the master plan. And that's all I have for right now. I'd be happy to elaborate as needed. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm going to send it back to you, Madam Clerk, for public comment.
Madam Mayor, we have public comment from Mary Lujan, followed by Janet Frey. Mary?
Good morning. I'm here because I have lived in the neighborhood and in the same home for 51 years, and I'm familiar with a lot of the structure of the property below my home. And I wrote a letter to Derek Wilson, who just spoke to you, and this one issue was not brought up at the last 2 times I have spoken with the Planning Commission, once in 2006, and then again in June of this year. I'd like the opportunity to read the letter to you to make you aware of what you're looking at with this project. I sent this to Derek Wilson. It's RE, California Avenue Project. Thank you for talking with us after the Planning Commission meeting on June 6th, 2019, about our concerns with the project on California Avenue. My biggest worry is the earthen ditch that has been leaking ever since another building was built below the ditch. The whole site on the hill could be saturated with water over all these years. It would be a disaster if the hill eroded and gave way down to California Avenue, and we lost our properties. Since the Planning Commission's meeting, I have given much thought to this proposed project to build so many units on such a steep hill and perhaps unstable property. Nothing was said at the meeting about the sewer line on Marsh Avenue. I'm assuming that you're aware of where the line is located, but one should never assume anything. When these homes were built, the plan was to have the street on the bluff side and the homes facing south. At the last minute, this was changed. The street was moved to the south. The homes were built on the bluff to take advantage of the view. When we bought our home in 1968, my husband went under the house and came out with a mortified look on his face and told me that he thought our sewer line flowed toward the ditch. He was afraid that we were dumping into the ditch. My husband, Barney Lujan, worked for the city of Reno in the engineering department. He researched the project and learned that the private sewer line in our backyard between our house and the lake ditch. Since he was in charge of special assessments, he organized the neighborhood together, and we paid to have manholes installed so that if there were ever a problem with the sewer line, there would be a way to access it. After the work was finished, he had the sewer line dedicated to the city of Reno, so they are responsible for any damages. I feel that you should be aware of this situation. The hill is too steep to build on, and the ditch and the sewer line pose formidable problems. I highly recommended not following through with this project or face the potential legal consequences. Please keep us informed of the conditions and progress of this project. Thank you. Sincerely, Mary Lujan.
All right, good job. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Janet Frey?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Janet Fry, and I live across the street from the side of the street where the project will be built. I've been there for 24 years, and 2 things that I oppose I want to bring up, I oppose many things about this, and most of all, that it will be many more people in a smaller amount of space. But two things I'm worried about, and one of those things is parking. Where will the cars be parked? They spoke about garages. Will they be 2-car garages, 1-car garage per unit? Most families have 2 cars. Where will they be parked? It's a very steep hill. And my second issue is that for the 24 years I've lived there, I've noticed there is a great amount of wildlife that lives on that hillside, and that's very important to me. And I'm talking anything from bunny rabbits to squirrels to skunks to raccoons and many birds. And they have lived there in peace for that amount of time, at least that I've been there, because people don't walk on that hillside. It's too steep. It's much too steep. And with the incoming housing that you're proposing, the wildlife will have to go elsewhere. And we keep pushing our wildlife further and further and further away. And that's one of the reasons we have encroaching bears, because they'll be pushed out of their habitat. And I'm one of those people, of course, that's occupying space in that area, as well as many others. But we will be losing that wildlife, and it's a sad, sad situation. I want to remind you all that I thank you for allowing me to be here. Jenny Breckus is my council person, and I am a former Ward 1 Advisory Board member. And just to thank you once again, and to also say that we do vote for all of you, and this is an important issue. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the dais. I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Breckus. It's your ward.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been familiar with this property for so long, and its different iterations of trying to move toward development. And I am going to support it. And I'll tell you one thing is I think it is consistent with our master plan to start to see these infill spots, small locations built. Our master plan shows that they're the more affordable housing for when they're constructed to those who buy it, and they're most affordable for the city to serve. And every 3 homes or 5 homes that goes on a lot like this, or 5 that don't go above, way up above Collin Ranch in the wildfire area, and also in the interface of the wildlife. So it is consistent with us to build on these. I don't... It'll be interesting to see if it actually goes, because I know, and I've talked to those who've had challenges trying to build it on it. I think that I understand it's going to go through a special use permit for cuts and fills, and so there'll be a lot of engineering looking at it, and I know that I will be looking at all the submittals, even when it hits building permit, to make sure that the engineering is to my satisfaction as it goes through the Planning Commission, the conditions are appropriately applied. But it'll be a challenge, and I think it'll be a better engineered project than the ones to the east of it that have also been built on the hillside over the years, because we have better standards now for engineering. And I'll also close by saying that the last constituent who reached out to me about this property was over our break, and it was someone on Forson who was concerned about the homeless camp there and the fire danger. A very realistic concern, and so that camp was relocated, I understand. So with that, I hear the concern, but I am going to support and make a motion to approve this zone change. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, thank you. First, a disclosure. I want to disclose that I serve as a board member for the Lake Ditch Company, and this property is adjacent to the Lake Ditch. With that said, I have knowledge about the Lake Ditch and some of the issues that have come up in other developments that have been developed along the Lake Ditch. And what often happens if the ditch is higher than the development, there is seepage into the development potentially, and we've seen that along, including in my ward. And so what I wanted to speak here today and put the developer on notice and our staff on notice that I hope that the ditch will be shown on every plan. I hope that the requisite setbacks will be followed, and I hope that the ditch will be addressed and incorporated, the issues. So, for example, it may need to be piped, it may need to be concreted, it may need to be stabilized so it doesn't affect the development down below the ditch. And the reason I'm speaking is it applies not just to this ditch, but to every ditch in our community. There's the Last Chance, there's the Steamboat, there's the Cochrane. All of those have impacts on development. And I really want to see both developers and our staff really address those issues in the permits so we don't get into situations that we've had before where we end up in three-party lawsuits between developers, residents, and the city about who's responsible for a ditch either overflowing during irrigation season or overflowing during stormwater runoff flood season. So I really think those are important to start identifying and addressing up front. And I just wanted to say that right now so that everyone has a good opportunity to incorporate that into their plans.
All right,
Thank
good
you.
comments. All right, thank you. Any other comments from council members or any questions? Okay, just to be clear, I think you just said it was only an additional 3 extra units?
Yes, that's right, Derek Wilson. Yeah, this change results in an additional 3 units.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to make sure, wanted to clarify that. Okay, any other questions? Seeing that there are none, I'm going to, Councilwoman Breckus, give me a motion.
Motion.
All right, I have a motion from Councilwoman Breckus. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
Madam Mayor, transitioning to item B3, public hearing for RFDAA collective bargaining agreement.
All right, Madam Clerk, at this time, we will now open the public hearing. Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given, but no correspondence was received. We do have one public comment on this item. I would recommend if council wants just to take a presentation, you do that, and then we'll take public comment prior to action of council.
Sounds good.
Staff can
Let's,
proceed.
take presentation. Hello.
Hi. Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Mark Gregerson. I'm the Director of Human Resources for the City of Reno. Today, you have presented for your consideration is a tentative labor contract agreement with the Reno Fire Department Administrators Association, also known as RFDAA. The parties have been in negotiations and have recently concluded and reached a tentative agreement. There are minimal changes that are included in this agreement, and I'd like to summarize quickly what those changes are. First of all, the term, it's a 3-year contract covering the period July 1st of 2019 through June 30th of 2022. There is a provision in the tentative agreement for a salary reopener in the event that a recession occurs in order to open negotiations in order to address the effects of the recession. While there is no wage increase included in the tentative agreement, there is a provision to fund through a defined contribution a health plan that's going to be administered by the RFDAA to reimburse retiree medical expenses. That will be funded through contributions of 2.5% equivalent combination of, a 2.5% equivalent to increase in wages will be funded through the term of the agreement. And the other change that's included in the agreement is an operational change in order to give the fire chief the discretion to extend division chief assignments with the consent of the employee assigned to those assignments. The tentative agreement has been ratified by the RFDAA membership, and this is the first agreement that we've been able to conclude and bring to you currently among the 8 current collective bargaining agreements that are being negotiated. And with that, that's a brief summary of the changes to this contract, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilwoman Jordan, go right ahead.
Thank you very much. First a comment, then a question. Kudos to all involved for coming to consensus and bringing this to us so expeditiously. We appreciate everybody's efforts in that regard. It means a lot. Second, when it talks about the reopener for the recession, can you say on the record define what that means within this contract?
Sure. And it's interesting, there was some very novel language that was used, and I call it novel because it was very succinct. I've seen over the years very complicated language, but it was summarized, let me find in my notes. A recession is defined by the Federal Reserve as 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth in the United States economy. And if that occurs, it'll trigger that reopener, that salary reopener.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
Sorry, I'm got a beeping device here. So along those lines, say there is these 2 quarters, how do you play out that scenario? What do you see? Because there aren't any raises on this. What do you see? How would that, does it come back to us? What happens?
The contract would reopen and the parties would negotiate wages. And
wages.
And the idea in a recession, in the event that the ability of the employer to pay existing wages might not be as good as it currently is, the negotiations would be over potentially wage decreases.
Wage decreases because there aren't any guaranteed wage escalations in this contract.
Correct.
So it wouldn't open the other thing that's getting added, the VIBA-like thing, the medical.
No, that would not be reopened.
Well, the whole contract would be open. It wouldn't be your recommendation that that part would be open.
The
right?
way the reopener is phrased is that the only article that would be reopened would be wages. So the VIBA contributions would not be subject to the reopener.
Okay. Okay, but the council also has other tools. I mean, obviously, you know, the thing we never want to talk about are layoffs, and that tool is also a tool that we have in case some very bad economic things happen to our revenues, right?
You are not precluded from layoffs by the existing contract.
Okay, thank you.
Questions from council members. Councilwoman Durr.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank all the parties. I know this is a small group, but it really sets a tone and a process. And I'm glad that we're here today at this, you know, so early into our fiscal year to be considering approval of this contract. And I just want to thank the members of this group, this bargaining unit, for coming to the table and coming up with a creative approach. You know, rather than a wage increase, you know, very creative approach to set money aside in this plan that they've proposed. So, and thank you for your efforts in negotiating this as well.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, would you like to take public comment at this time?
I would.
Sam Dene would like to speak on this item.
Overhead, please. Sam DNA, the guard angel against media wacko freaks. And speaking of nitpicking, and I'm in favor of this. I'm in favor of this, and right off the bat. But speaking of, they've spent all of this time kind of nitpicking. What is the definition of a recession? Well, I'll guarantee you to get the definition of a recession. Look at your buddy Mike Kazmierski at EDON, government-funded operation, and he guarantees there will be no recessions around the Reno area, probably ever again. Ask Mike. Right, Mike? You told me that yourself. Reno is different. Anyway, I don't want to go there so much. What is the purpose of government, ladies and gentlemen? What is the purpose of government? What is that backpack doing over there? It's been sitting all by itself for half an hour now. We got a new security system, and there's a backpack, and is that yours? It's yours? Oh, okay. A few minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, the media was sitting there, and they got in without being investigated. They bypassed security. That just had me worried that the media sat there and then left, and now he moved his backpack over there. Whatever the reason, that's okay. I just want to let you know that's what's happening back there. Anyway, the purpose of government is to protect the citizens. Protect the citizens. All right? It is. And the government, the top two ways you protect citizens is with police force, law enforcement, and with fire protection. These are the reason we have a government, okay? And I don't know what the amount of this whole contract is. I don't have any, he didn't say, and I'm not criticizing him. Maybe the whole contract is $3 million, I don't know, for all of those workers, hardworking guys who go out every day and do things to protect the citizens, really do what government is. As a juxtaposition, I place this over there, ladies. It's coming on the agenda in a few minutes, and it is, and Ms. Breckhouse got upset because something was or was not put on the agenda. This is so despicable, it's treacherous that you're gonna spend $40 million to bail out the Reno Gazette that is bankrupt. That is wrong, and you're worried about whether or not these guys are gonna have a recession or not. That is wrong. You can look up there. That whole agenda there is lies. It's tax theft and it's treachery. That says $7 million, and it's gonna end up being $40 million. That building is 40 years old. It's gonna, where is this bottomless pit of money that you have? Why don't you give these guys a 50% pay raise? It would certainly be better than putting, I just don't even understand. Every time I turn around, I think I can retire, go on vacation, and something like this comes up. This is so, I can't even, if anybody on here, and that's coming up in a few minutes, if anybody here votes in favor of this, I am going to turn you in to the Nevada Attorney General, and I don't know what else, because that is treachery, it is lying, that whole thing is, there is no public safety center there at that building. There is none. And you're trying to tell the citizens that they're gonna be buying a public safety center? Wrong. Anyway, I support this. I support our hardworking protectors.
All right, thanks, Sam.
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment on this item. We're looking for a motion from council at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to ask Councilmember Reese, give me a motion.
Madam Mayor, I'm honored to do so. I would move to accept the staff recommendation.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing that there is none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations.
Madam Mayor, item B4, discussion on resolution for marijuana moratorium.
All right, thank you very much. Hold on one second. I do have a disclosure, Madam Clerk.
What's that?
All right.
Yeah, I put my jacket back up.
At this time, Madam Clerk, my disclosure is in the interest of full transparency. I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal non-business relationship with Jessica Sfraz. I understand she has been retained by the applicant as a consultant on the project. On this matter, I've sought guidance from our city attorney. I do not have any commitments, financial ties, or obligations to her. Please accept this disclosure for the record.
Mayor.
Thank you. All right.
Madam
So-
Mayor, this is a public hearing in which proper notice was given and no correspondence was received. We do have public comment. I would recommend that council take staff presentation, ask their questions, and then take public comment prior to taking action.
Perfect. Thanks. Hi, Dylan.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Dylan Shaver, your Director of Policy and Strategy, here to present to you Resolution 11286, the second in a two-step moratorium process brought to you per council's request to initiate a moratorium on the issuance of new marijuana retail store licenses. You have a handful of options available with this in front of you. The resolution is presented to you. You can adjust the duration. You may accept or reject the resolution. You may also extend the pending moratorium resolution that you have previously imposed to a later date. But I want to make clear from the get-go that the mere fact of hearing this resolution, should you take no action on it, would end the pending moratorium resolution that you have in place. So you may recall that you asked for that to be a 60-day resolution. Well, they are 60 days, but the moment you hear the full resolution, that expires. So you do have to take some action if you want the pending to extend. To that note, you requested this item because of pending litigation between various aggrieved parties or perceived to be aggrieved parties who believe that they were unjustly denied access to a marijuana retail license by the State Department of Taxation and the State Department of Taxation. The concerns coming out of that are, of course, the potential rulings that come out of that could upend the process whereby the state awarded licenses and therefore potentially potentially disrupt the process whereby the city has given out licenses as well. We presented this to you on the 12th of June of this year. That was when you put the pending moratorium resolution in place, and you did so in the hopes that, and I think we all shared this hope, that the court cases down in southern Nevada around this would be wrapped up by now. We had told you it was unlikely you would see any action on this until those were wrapped up. Well, they have gone much further than and much longer than we had anticipated. And in fact, we are in touch with attorneys on both sides of that particular argument, and there does not seem to be a clear end in sight for that trial. We hear media reports every once in a while saying, well, next week Judge Gonzalez in Southern Nevada could issue a ruling. It has yet to come. So before you today is as I said, the second step in your moratorium process. And I wanted to give you a couple of highlights of how that would work. We talked about what your options are, and then we will, of course, follow whatever direction you see fit. First and foremost, I need to correct a small item in the staff report. The moratorium in front of you today would apply to everybody who has not submitted an application to the City of Reno. As you know, we have 4 potential retail licenses that we can give out. We have received applications for each of those 4 slots, so it would not affect any of those 4 applicants. Also, there was back and forth at your last meeting about whether or not the moratorium would apply to transfers of licenses in the case of ownership change. The resolution does provide that we would allow for the sale or transfer of a license. You have in your ability as a council, you can change that if that is not your will, but as it is written, the resolution allows for a transfer of a license. What it would not allow is a new license to be issued. So I mentioned that you have
application to be filed.
Correct. Yeah, I apologize. A new application to be filed, and that could occur in a handful of circumstances. If one of our 4 current applicants dropped out, should you, as the ruling body over these privileged licenses, see cause to reject somebody's application, staff would be prohibited from taking an application in replacement of that. So it would essentially, close the door behind these 4 applicants, regardless of how we disposed of those 4 applicants, whether they got their dispensaries or not. The other piece I wanted to draw your attention to specifically would be this moratorium before you would last basically for 1 year. I know that the will of the council would be to, and there was discussion to this at your last meeting, basically to set the moratorium to a point where once all of the lawsuits settled, we could release it. Well, Reno Municipal Code states pretty clearly that we have to impose a moratorium for a period of time. So we gave you a year here. If you believe that is not enough time, you may certainly adjust it from your positions. If you think it is too much time, you may adjust that as well. Regardless of what you do with that, though, the resolution does lay out that should that court case resolve, staff would come back to you and give you the option to lift the moratorium at that point. Finally, RMC requires you to make certain findings when you issue a moratorium. Those findings are included in your staff report. The findings basically, just to summarize them for you, allow for the staff to take the time required to analyze whatever comes out of these court cases, big or small, and then come back to council with recommendations. We find in terms of economic and fiscal impact to the city, since you have all 4 applicants currently pending, so somewhere in the city process, we can't really say what the economic impact of the moratorium would be. Should you approve all 4 of those, there would be none. Should you approve all 4 of those, there would also be no fiscal impact because their income would come as normal. Now, if somebody were to drop out of the process, there would be fiscal impact to the tune of about $5,000 for the next applicant's fees to come forth. We'd be precluded from doing that, but again, that's entirely speculative based on behavior of the council and approvals or disapprovals as they come to you. As far as the economic impacts, I would make the same caveat. Should the council choose not to issue one of these licenses and we cannot allow somebody else to open, there would be economic impact, just as there would be for any other business. But we're speculating pretty heavily, given that we have all 4 applications through the door right now. Legal implications for the moratorium. The city attorney's office has reviewed the resolution before you and has cleared everything there. So the decision from there is in your hands. There's one question that came up during agenda review that I wanted to touch on, and that comes back all the way back to the staff recommendation. This is a council requested item. Staff makes no recommendation at this time. We look forward to implementing whatever you decide to do moving forward. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thanks, Dylan. I appreciate it. I'm going to open it up for council questions, then we'll come back to you, Madam Clerk, for public comment. Question, one of the things that I do think that it's important to implement, just like we have on alcohol licenses, is the transfer and sale. So I want to make sure if council agrees to put that in. I think, that would also, I think it would align with what the city is already doing. And so it sounds like you don't have any idea of when this might be wrapped up.
I suspect that there's an attorney in the audience whose speculation on the matter might be more informed than mine, but at this point, whatever happens at the trial currently in Judge Gonzalez's courtroom in Southern Nevada, both sides have said that they will appeal. Okay. So that will end up before the state Supreme Court, and we could potentially be waiting on this for a very long time.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Dylan. Good job. All right. Questions from council members?
Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, thank you. I think I made the initial motion on this, so I'll just ask a couple questions. Dylan, you said that we could lift the moratorium early, and my question is, to your point that it could go longer, do we have the ability to extend the moratorium, or do we have to start the process again?
Thank you for the question, council member. The way RMC reads, there's no provision that would allow for you to extend the moratorium without another notice and moratorium process. And I suspect the reason for that would be that, when once you have approved this, then there's a whole public noticing aspect and findings to be made and so forth that you would need to.
And my second question was also similar to the mayor's on the transfer. My understanding right now, marijuana is, I've gotten different answers, that's why I'm asking the question. On transfer, are there full background checks now?
The transfers go through the same process that a new license would go through, and that does involve a background check.
So our action, though, if we took out the section that you've made an exception about sale or transfer, they could do whatever they want on the private side. It's just that we wouldn't issue a license to a transferee until this moratorium was lifted if we did what the mayor suggested. Is that correct?
Were you to remove that section and somebody wanted to sell their business, they certainly still could transfer the private property. The legality of that business then operating would come into question.
Whether they could get a business license?
Correct.
And or any other kind of licensees?
Correct.
Okay.
But I'd like to be clear with the mayor, and just from the line of questioning, that was the item I corrected. The resolution currently allows for the transfer or sale of a license. Right. So if you would like to remove it, you have to amend it to do that. If you want to keep it in there, you don't have to do anything.
Right. But then that's also, it does not have to come back to the council.
A transfer of license does come back to the council.
Oh, it does?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But you're saying we could amend the language right now and it doesn't have to come back to council. Is that correct?
I'm saying that if you pulled that out of the resolution, that paragraph out of the resolution, we would not be able to bring it back to council, as you would be precluding us from issuing a license in the case of sale or transfer.
No, the wording of this moratorium.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, maybe I'll turn to our attorneys. I think we can make any amendments we want right now and have it continue on. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, let me just make sure we're all talking apples and apples for the record. John Shipman, City Attorney's Office. So the way it's currently written, there are the exemptions for the sale and the transfer. Normally, in the business licensing process, that has to come back to you anyway. So if you pull that language out, then if they tried to do a transfer or sale, then the moratorium would apply and it wouldn't come to you. So if that's what you want.
I'm asking a different question.
Okay.
If we make that change today,
The change being to remove that.
to remove that exemption,
Yep.
we can still move forward with adopting this moratorium today.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Madam Mayor. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I want to preference, as one of the ones who's been on, since this started, is I think we've done the marijuana licensing at the City of Reno exemplary. I think that we have set the standard for ease, for rolling it out, and I think it's something that we should be proud of. Having said that, I did not support the moratorium in the first go-round, more because I didn't think the issue raised to the level of moratorium worthy. And I'm not inclined to continue my support. Moratorium is a suspension of rules, regulations for the purposes of study, evaluation, putting into place plans. And I know we have some external factors up on the court, but I felt that this moratorium consideration is possibly a due process not violation, but not consistent with the practices that we've done of terms of we'll just take what the state gives us and go. It's really the state are the ones who are battling it out with a bunch of different people who may claim that they didn't get licensed, people who claim they got licensed and they have rights. I think we should just let that all go on up there. And I'll say one thing to my colleagues who want this moratorium is, look, we have 2 in our pocket, to my understanding. We were given 6 this last go-around, and we kept 2. So say there's some people who prevail in court and the judge says, you're right, you should have gotten a license. We can help cure that state problem in pulling one out of our pocket and saying, yeah, maybe we will help out. And maybe someone got a license, is up in a building and operating, and the state says, oh yeah, they should not have gone through the licensing process, or the judge says they shouldn't get that. That's a state issue to pull that license. It's not a state us. So I just don't feel we should be entangling ourselves, stepping out of our normative process on this issue. That's why I have not been supporting the moratorium and am not inclined to do so at this point. But this point the mayor brings out about transference is intriguing to me, and I want to just, because I hadn't heard it before the first go-around, is the transfer, have we been bringing, when there's been change of ownership transfers like a slot or a liquor, they come back before us, have we been doing that same process on marijuana?
That was my concern. Why?
So let's just say, did one licensee come through on medical or rec or anything, and then it transferred, the privileged license ownership transferred, and that didn't come back to us?
No, from what I'm aware of.
You mean yes, it didn't come back to us.
Good afternoon, Michael Chomp, Business Relations Manager, License Division. So the transfer, I think that you're talking about, happened at the state level. But if we had an existing license that changed ownership, it would come back to you.
But there have been several already, so, and I have not seen them here.
We haven't had any at our level that has transferred ownership. If there was transfers in the corporate structure, but not a transfer in the licensee, then you would not have seen it. But if the corporate structure, or there's some, for example, one good example is if we have officers that are changing in the corporation side, then you would not see that. If it's a change of real ownership of the licensee, then you would definitely see that.
And we have not seen that, and I know for a fact that some of those have changed ownership and been bought. Yeah. And so I would just say, and I have people shaking their head that know the issue very well, saying that there are several that I know of that were bought by others. And what I would just say, if we could notice them, make sure that we have that in the code.
If I can get a list of that, I will check.
Well, and I
yeah,
think,
definitely.
there's not that many of these licenses out there. We can certainly put them on notice that this is the procedure moving forward. If that's the council,
And we
desire.
did send,
we
we did send
do it
notices.
with alcohol. I think we should do it with marijuana.
Yeah, and we did send notices out to all of the marijuana licensees about change of ownership. So we did
Well, they
share
haven't
that
followed
with
it,
them.
and I think that's the other thing to pay attention to is to
Yeah,
make
if I can
sure
get that list and
that they understand some of the rules going forward. Because I think in some capacity, there are certain times that they don't think that that applies to them because there are certain other things that are sort of happening in the marijuana industry, like banking regulation and things like that. And so I would just remind them that there's a process.
But any change in ownership on a privileged license would come back to
All
you.
right, Councilman Jordan.
My button's not working,
Oh,
sorry.
okay, go ahead. Councilman
Madam Mayor, yes, before you leave, I mean, we have knowledge that both the dispensary and mint were sold. And they have not come back to us. Maybe the sale's not complete, but to my knowledge, they've been sold, ownership's been transferred, and those licenses haven't come back in front of us. And that's 2 of the 4. You have it right now. You don't need any further list. And I just, whenever you're ready, Madam Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion.
All right, thank you so much. Councilman Jordan, go right ahead.
Thank you very much. My question was more, as we contemplate extending this moratorium, is one of the reasons the moratorium kind of appealed to me for the beyond the 4 licenses, if we were going to contemplate those additional 2 or anything beyond that, was that I understood we were going to get a full reporting from RPD on the impacts of marijuana, DUI side, whatever it may be. Is that coming?
Yes, ma'am. For the record, Dylan Shaver, since Mr. Champ spoke in between, you will be briefed on that, I believe, on the 28th of August.
Okay, so that is in August. All right, that's all I wanted to know. I know that's something that was of much interest to me, so thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I just wanted to circle back because I asked Mr. Champa a question and it was answered and I didn't get a chance to kind of follow up is I think that issue of the transference can be administratively handled. It's separate and apart from the moratorium. And I do agree that, we've got revenue officers who do enforcements, just like they go into a bar and if they see a bar with music going on, they make them get a cabaret license. We gotta do that administratively. But I think that's separate and apart from this moratorium issue, which is directly tied to this state challenge. And I reiterate my point that I don't think we should break the great processes we have of facilitating this industry in the way that we have, entangle ourselves into this. So again, I'm just not comfortable with the moratorium, but I'm not entirely sure that it's going to do a whole lot anyway. And that, to me, it makes me more uncomfortable because moratoriums are really for other purposes. When you're seriously going to study, plan, research, and I just don't see any of that going on during this period. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah.
All you.
First, a question for you, Madam Mayor. Are you still interested in deleting on whereas paragraph 5, item 2, which is if they apply for an ownership change, they would be stopped from applying through this moratorium? Or yes. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to move forward with the moratorium for 1 year.
We can just take public comment prior
first?
to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, I apologize. Go right ahead, Madam Clerk.
Public comment from Jim Pusey, followed by Sam Dene, followed by Will Adler.
May I close the loop before Mr. Pusey comes up?
Go right ahead.
At your 21st meeting, Madam Mayor, you requested that clarification on change of ownership be sent to the current dispensary owners. And I have here copies of the letters that went out. They went out on June 21st, shortly after that meeting, before one of our key employees on the matter left for a while to recover from surgery. So we did do that for you. I just wanted to close that loop.
Thank you. You guys are already on it. See what rock stars you are? All right, good job. Thank you.
Mr. Pusey?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Jim Pusey here on behalf of High Sierra Holistics, MM Development, and Live Free Wellness. Basically, I'd like to give you an update, follow up on what information has come down the pike. After 16 days of receiving testimony, all parties have rested in the temporary injunction hearing. There is not currently scheduled, which is why there appears to be some downtime. The only thing that needs to still happen is closing arguments by the attorneys. Well, Judge Gonzalez, who's hearing it in Las Vegas, her calendar is filled up until as far out as she can currently calendar, which is August 2nd. She says as soon as they get to August 2nd and she gets her next quarter calendar, she'll schedule the final argument immediately. So you're going to be having final argument in early August. There is no more testimony to be given. We have been doing that for 18 days. These are my trial notes in the last 18 days. There's a whole lot of stuff that has gone on as far as information. One thing, and this actually addresses a little bit of what Councilwoman Breckus has said. Yesterday, there was a hearing concerning a motion for summary judgment by the state, and they went before Judge Gonzalez saying there is no issue. End this thing now. Judge Gonzalez denied that. Judge Gonzalez said there are issues of fact in the case. There are problems with the application process that could potentially be proved. And most importantly, she said, the licensees do not have an inherent protected property right in this process, in the application process. So where you are is a very good position for you to be in. There's not a right that's being violated. You keep hearing that people are coming in and spending money. They keep doing these things. The judge has ruled they do not have an inherent property right in this application process. I thought that was a very, very important piece that we hadn't had up until that time. Again, this isn't in front of the city council. This isn't an argument, if you will, that you won, you lost, it's not the sour grape kind of thing right now. This is look at the process and see if the actual application process was done properly. And you got the guidance from the judge that has sat through 18 days and 42 attorneys making their positions known that she believes there is something to talk about here. She was unwilling to get rid of the motion for summary judgment. So that being said, Councilwoman Dewar has brought up, I think, a very interesting point concerning the moratorium. Is if you set it for a year and something happens, maybe parties resolve, maybe judge rules, something like that. What I'm concerned about, was the possibility that if this thing gets resolved by Judge Gonzalez on August 2nd, and she's done, this case is over, the city of Reno could potentially lose tax dollars if we just have a moratorium and we can't get rid of it. Hearing that everyone is in agreement, which is what I also believe the scenario is, that you can shorten it, it would seem to behoove the council, if they're going to put in a moratorium, to put out a long one. We can always shorten, but we can't extend. The alternative is wait 30 days. There's some testimony, as Councilwoman Jardin talked about, with getting some information back from the police departments coming at the end of August. Get some information if the council believes that would be helpful. Maybe wait 30 days until the actual time deadline runs on this particular 60-day period. But I just, from hearing all of the arguments, hearing where the positions are within the court, I don't see where setting a moratorium, if it's the council's discretion to be able to shorten it, isn't a prudent position for the council to be in. I want to touch bases about a couple of other things, and I'm sorry I'm over, but I wanted to address specifically the transfer and sale and why things might not have come back. People are just coming in and buying LLCs. They're not taking over a new business as a new applicant. They're just coming in and changing out all the members. So that's why it doesn't appear to the city as though there's a transfer, because it's the same name of the LLC. Right. That's one of the issues right there. And the very last thing is in following what the state is doing, and we still have 2 in our pocket, I believe was Councilwoman Breckus's position. Well, 4 of the Reno applicants are involved in the litigation, and over 40 applications were made. So there's a real good chance that should this be decided it was improper and you go through whatever you're going to do to get licenses back, there's still not going to be enough. So thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Sam Dene, followed by Will Adler, followed by Mitch Breton.
Overhead, please. I'm Sam Dene, and I'm very glad to see that the mayor has extended the Sam Dene. Don't give him 1 extra second of freedom of speech clock by an extra 2 minutes, so I get 5 minutes like that gentleman, right? The city attorney has to acknowledge that. Of course, equal treatment under the law. Just kidding. I'm not going to take any extra time. What we have here, since I am the person who was responsible for not getting marijuana here, but at least in speeding it up by, let's say, 1.5 years. And my little doodad there, which that's copyrighted. I own that. 7117 pot is legal. Thank you, Sam DNA. I own that. And that's to commemorate the fact that I was the one. 7117 is the new 420 for anybody who hasn't figured it out. July 1st, 2017, 2 years ago. At any rate, what we have here, and by the way, I never got a thank you from any of these people. They've made millions and millions and millions of dollars off of another one of my brilliant ideas, and not one thank you from anybody. None. Even from these gentlemen who are having their salaries paid by the increased taxes that I brought in. What are the chances? What is... King Solomon, would you please come to one of these meetings? I got to have somebody with some logic and knowledge sitting over here to figure out what's going on. Anyway, so what we have here is there are, and thank that gentleman there who pointed out that there's the 4 who are sort of like in the door, closer getting it, but there's 40 more of them applicants out there. So how do those 4 step ahead of the other 40? Somebody ought to explain that. I'm not taking sides on that. And but that seems like, by the way, people out there in TV land, we're talking about a thing called a moratorium, which I try to look it up in my dictionary for the semanticists, and it means pretty much putting a stop or a postponement on some sort of a deal. And the moratorium in this case is giving out marijuana licenses, and it's interrupted because, not interrupted, there's a judge down in Las Vegas who's gotten involved in this thing, so everything's there. And so they've got, if you look at your agenda, there's three things they can do. They can extend it says or. It says they can extend the final moratorium to a year from now, 2020, July. Or they can shorten it way up until the 23rd of next month, roughly 30 days, and say that's the end of the moratorium. Or they can say adopts a final moratorium, which is earlier, so they could apparently end the moratorium right now, because that isn't, assuming they had the right to do that, they're going to try to bail the Reno Gazette out of bankruptcy this afternoon later, and they don't have the right to do that. So I don't know if they even have the right to do this moratorium thing here. So you see my point. I'm not speaking for or against it. It's too convoluted. But just remember, that was the guy who started this whole mess in the beginning.
All right, thanks, Sam.
Will Adler, followed by Mitch Brighton.
Thank you. I would like to start off this public comment by first thanking Sam Dene for all his work in the marijuana industry and everything he's done. But Sam, I also bought your mixtape that you made, a CD of marijuana, the mixtape back in 2017 when you had those back then. So I have done something for Sam today, back in the day. But hey, just for the record. So Will Adler here, representing Silver State Government Relations, representing the source in this issue. Before we use a moratorium that takes actions pretty similar to those that were laid out in 2018, where it was the adoption of 4 new dispensaries instead of 6. And this moratorium does sort of be in line with that. Says we're not going to take any new paperwork and any new applicants other than the 4 previously approved. So in general, I think that is fine and could be done as a moratorium. When it comes to the licensing, the transfer of licensing, things like that, I agree with Attorney Puzzi for the first time in this entire process by saying, yes, it is difference between the ownership of an LLC that owns a privileged license and then the LLC changing itself. So if the LLC changed and they switched licenses to somebody else, I think as written, you would immediately have been noticed as the city of Reno. But if the LLC that owns the license changes out ownership, 98% of it now has been bought out, there does seem to be maybe a lack of an immediate reporting to the city of Reno, but I don't know the exact verbiage in your ordinance, so I can't speak to that directly right now. And in this process, I would just like to say this. The source, my client, has asked me to say this and address it to you all and say it as the truth from them, that they would gladly hold harmless the city of Reno for anything regarding this lawsuit, the state, the licensing, the applications, the scoring, because they know it's not the city of Reno's decision. This lawsuit does not affect the city of Reno. And much like Jenny Breckes' previous comment, Councilwoman, in their eyes, they have no relation to the city of Reno with this lawsuit or the license at all. They would just like to go forth with the business license process, show them exactly what you guys are looking for, a tight, well-run facility with proper security, all the right ordinances followed for you guys, and then if it meets those criteria, let them open. If the state then chooses to take the license later, that is not the city of Reno's fault, and they will be held harmless in this because why would you be harmful in this? Because it's not your fault that the state comes in and takes it later. Just allow us to go forward with our planned opening date of August 19th because our facility is built out and ready for its last inspections this week. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our last public comment on this item is Mitch Brighton.
Hi there, Mitch Britton for the record. I just wanted to clear up a couple things that Mr. Pusey had said. I believe I'm the only principal involved in this lawsuit that's in the room today. We have not rested our case. We still have 3 to 6 witnesses to call. And secondly, the judge did not rule that there's no property right. We're actually one of the only ones that has opened and finalized one of these licenses out of the new round. So that's kind of where we are. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Which one are you with?
Thrive.
Which one?
Thrive.
Okay.
One of the 4. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much.
Madam Mayor, I have no further public comment at this time. I'd return it to council looking for a motion.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to send it back to you,
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Dewar.
Thank you. All right. What I would like to do is, under the procedures we've established for a moratorium, I would like to recommend and make a motion that the council adopt the final moratorium resolution after we've received public testimony and evidence. We've reviewed the staff report and we've addressed the applicable findings. And I'd like to adopt the moratorium resolution as it stands, Madam Mayor, after consultation with our attorneys. I'm concerned that I believe 2 dispensaries have already changed ownership and that they need to come back to the city and get that clarified with us. And what I'm concerned about is if we change the moratorium, they won't be able to do that because we wouldn't be accepting applications for change of ownership. And therefore, they might have to close. So I'm concerned about that. So I'm recommending the moratorium as it stands, but I'm also want to read a couple of things into the record. And I also want to ask the staff to come back and make it very clear that what change of ownership is so that people with dispensaries understand.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right.
So I want to get on the record. We have to make findings. So I want to incorporate the findings that are listed on pages 2, 3, and 4 of the staff report, and just read a couple of comments into the record. One of the reasons that I'm recommending adoption of this moratorium is that I think it's important to allow the staff time to review the outcomes of current litigation that's pending in Washoe County and elsewhere, and time to revise related ordinances if necessary to implement the policy objectives of the council. Number 2, I also am concerned that the report that we're going to receive in August from our staff may result in some recommendations for change. And I think that those recommendations for change, that staff need time to evaluate those and potentially recommend changes to us on our licensing. So that's another reason that I want to make sure that we have this moratorium in place while we're considering changes to our regulations. And it would give us time to gather input, hold workshops, and amend our Reno Municipal Code if necessary and if warranted by the results and input that we receive. I also want to ensure that we limit our exposure of licensing new businesses of this kind that may not meet the requirements set forth by the courts pending the outcome of the lawsuits. And then there are other issues identified in the staff report, and I want to incorporate all of those into the motion so that the findings, that we've adequately addressed the necessary findings. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'd like to, complete my comments and look for a second.
All right, thank you. Before I take your motion, Ms. Councilwoman Weber.
Madam Mayor, I think you have to take a second first so I can have discussion. That's what I'd like to do. Motion? Yes.
I don't think you do, because I haven't accepted her motion. So
Oh.
Go ahead.
Either way.
Okay. Thank you. I just have a concern because originally.
A little louder, please.
It's on.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you. I just have a concern because originally when I voted because I wanted to hear the outcome of the court case. And now we're going to wait for another year. I guess we can come back. Is it true that we can come back sooner? Okay, if that's the case, then I would support this because I think we have to remember that the folks that are in line with opening their businesses has to be done by the end of the year, right? I mean, I think that's what we've heard. It doesn't have to be. They don't have to have their license by the end of this year. Okay, then I was misled by that, or misunderstood. I shouldn't say misled.
What I've heard is that they have to make significant forward progress to getting their business open. But I've also heard they don't absolutely have to have their business open by December 31.
And to be clear, we can lift the moratorium before.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I was hoping for.
All
Okay,
right.
thank you so much.
All right, I do have a motion from Vice Mayor Dewar. May I get a second? All right.
Second?
I have a second from Councilwoman
Let me
Jordan.
clarify. There seemed to be a lot of hesitation on the second. The second, I'm supportive of this for the same variety of reasons. I mean, we're putting a year on it. It could end up being 3 months.
Right.
I want the RPD report, and that's I've been asking and wanting that report for some time. So that's why I'm supportive of this moratorium.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Motion carries. All right, thank you. We're going to go back to item.
Can we take C7
Yes.
before council goes into their
and then we're gonna
attorney-client?
We're going to go into attorney-client and break until, I would say, probably a little after 2. Okay?
So we
want
will
everyone
move
to
to
know that.
item C7 from consent as pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
All right, Councilman Breckus.
Question, is Mr. Flansburgh here? I had a question about this. This is a rather involved engineering services agreement to approach what I do recognize is a problem, and that is some stormwater flowage through an open ditch in the kind of, not the Yory Grove neighborhood, but over by Costco. And then around the airport. How long is that ditch course that they'll be reviewing?
So I'm going to turn that over to
Okay.
Teresa Jones to answer that specific question.
Teresa Jones for the record. I have a figure that I can show you.
Oh, a map?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And the reason, while you're doing that, the reason I'm asking this is that I see the scope of engineering services involves them doing permitting because there's an understanding that there'll be federal permitting involved.
Correct. It's actually, the ditch is Dry Creek.
Yeah, you want to put it on, I'll let you put it on, then I'll ask my question. Dry Creek. I've never even, okay.
So, this is Peckham Lane.
Yeah.
And this is the Dry Creek portion that will be restoring. There was some flood damage that occurred along there that is taking out a portion of the maintenance, the airport maintenance access road, and it's also encroaching into the adjacent properties, and I can show you some pictures of that.
So the portion by Costco that I see when I go around the back of Costco, that's not part of the study area?
No, it is not. But
Okay.
that area that you're referring to is That is a ditch. That's not the creek, and that is on our CIP list.
Oh, okay, okay.
So that will
But-
be addressed in the future.
But the reason I brought this up is because the scope of services involves helping us get to permit stage with the federal agencies.
Correct.
And how much is the project going to cost, and do we have it on the CIP? Because those permits that you get into federal agencies, they go stale after a while. And if you got a permit ready to go in and you get clearance, and then we're not able to put it on the CIP because we're dealing with North Valley's flooding or irrigation ditches up in Ward 1 where I've been advocating, and all of a sudden staff comes in and says, our recommendation for flood storage, flooding CIP this year is $10 million at Dry Creek because we did the permit work. That makes me a little anxious.
We anticipate the repair work within the creek to be approximately $1 million, maybe a little bit more.
Okay.
And with regards to holding it off, I feel that it's not prudent to do that.
Okay.
Because of the photographs that I showed you, it's already very close to the airport security fence, and it's undermining the maintenance access road. So we're really in a position where it needs to be done sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Whether or not to fund a project is above my pay grade, but it certainly fits in with the annual CIP budget that I manage.
Okay,
So-
okay. I just wanted to pose these questions because I agree. I mean, ditch channels in the middle of town have no place in Reno. I mean, just uncontrolled like that. It's just, is there any way that the airport could participate in the CIP? Have you had conversations with them?
The airport. So we have easements.
Yeah.
And this portion of the ditch, because when the airport approached us, that was our very first question, is that we didn't feel that was our responsibility. But after research of the easements, it is. And we do have a number of storm drains that discharge to this location.
Oh.
So of Dry Creek, even though it very much looks like a ditch, it is Dry Creek, and that's why we need to get the FEMA permitting and the U.S. Corps permitting.
Sure. I appreciate that. I'll make a motion. I just bring this up because last winter, when we came in and I asked what was done in Ward 1 irrigation ditches that were at risk of flooding, it was nothing. No money spent, nothing. And I'm prepared this fall again that we're not fixing those situations. So when I see one pop up in a different part of town that I haven't even heard about, and obviously we all know North Valleys has been our big focus. But, okay, I'll make the motion. Thank you for that explanation.
Second.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Madam
we
Mayor,
will
with that,
Back.
council will recess. Would you like to return at 2:15?
And then we will.
We will hear item D4, discussion on proposed public safety building.
Well, because. You don't think we can do it in an hour? No? Is there a lot? Okay, 2:30?
Okay, well, we'll come back at 2:30, in which we will hear item D4. Council will now go into closed session for attorney-client.
Okay, thank you. No problem.
For some reason, I feel less so today than other days. He said we were close to blows. That's what I mean. I'm like,
All right, Madam Clerk.
Can you,
Madam
okay, we're
Clerk.
good on that. Madam Mayor, you have a quorum present at the dais if you would like to reconvene your meeting.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Madam
I'd like
Mayor,
to
we
call
will,
this meeting to order.
we will reconvene your meeting. Madam Mayor, I'd recommend that we move to item D4, which is discussion of a public safety center.
So I'm so sorry. Hold on one second.
That's okay?
All right, thank you. I appreciate your patience. Okay, Madam Clerk, we are going to reconvene the meeting. And this next item, I would like to take public comment on first and then have a staff report.
And then staff presentation.
I have some of my,
So we can hear what the scheme is.
This is as presiding officer.
okay.
Madam Mayor, you have requested the order.
Part of the reason, some people need to go back to work, Sam.
I never heard that before.
Well, they requested so they could go back to
Are you
work.
worried about all these people for a change?
Anyway, I'm excited because some of my favorite people are in the room today here. And so I want to make sure that we get their public comment on the record. So thank you for being here. Okay, I'm going to send it back to you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, we'll open the public comment for item D4. Norm DeAnda would like to speak, followed by Perry DiLoretto, followed by Ron Bath.
All right, come on up, Norm.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'm Norm DeAnda, and it is a great pleasure to be here to talk about your proposed purchase of the old Reno Gazette-Journal building. I think it is admirable that you're considering getting that done, knowing what our city has done and how it has grown the past 10 years, 20, and even 30, and what's ahead of us for the next 5, 10, 15, it is extremely important that you make every effort to get the property purchased, get building remodeled, and everything put into service. And I do recommend that you move all of the items such as the storage and emergency dispatch all into the building at one time. It is extremely important to me that that's all in place at one time, and the end result of it, it'll save you money in the long run. And I can tell you one thing, once you get this new facility done, knowing the overcrowding problem that the existing jail has, your production will go up and the morale of the employees will go up. It makes a big difference when you have a space for people to work and feel comfortable. So consider it as the most important thing you can do for the city of Reno today. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Norm. Great job.
Mr. Deanna, if I could just please, Norm, can I just say what a privilege it is to have you in front of us today. I've known you a long time, but I haven't seen you here in the chambers recently, so it's a great thing to see you. Thank you for all you and your family and your company have done for this community.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Perry DiLoretto.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity. I used to do this by memory, but now my grandson taught me how to do this and make notes on that. Okay. God, I love you, Sam. I've been chosen to get involved in this issue for the same reason that all of you are here. I care. I'm also involved. I've had a significant degree of involvement with our police department over the past 7 years. I'm a proud graduate of Civilian Police Academy, which gave me some tremendous further insight as to what really goes on. I have the highest degree of respect and admiration for the command staff and the cadre of our police department. You have chosen so well. And the involvement leads us on a first-hand basis to understand how much they really care about what's going on. Some of you may know me because of my involvement with our military, the support of our active duty military, our veterans and their families. I want you to know that I am equally as passionate and care as much about our law enforcement agencies, starting with the Reno Police Department. The facility that they're housed in, to put it kindly, is totally and woefully inadequate. It's an issue that we've been attempting to address over the years, and now there's a very fine opportunity that has presented itself. I've been in the construction, development, and real estate business for 40 years. I recognize a good deal when I see one. This is an opportunity to buy a property for some 20% below the appraised value. It's not just something that came up. It's been worked on for a long time. with a solid effort by a whole lot of people at the city level. There is a lot of work that's going on preliminary into preliminary designs and estimating. So nobody's asking to just move ahead without a good, firm understanding of what's involved. And I think you'll hear from your staff what some of those numbers look like. The Pennington Foundation has stepped up for a significant contribution to help make this happen. I have long been a proponent of philanthropic organizations, both formal foundations and businesses supporting the public needs and expanding beyond the typical ones that we see. But the opportunity for a public safety center is phenomenal here. I read something that the assessor wrote that I'm really puzzled by. That's how if we remove this piece of property from the tax rolls by having the city buy it, that there's something detrimental about that. Part of this program that's being presented to you is that the city will sell some excess properties, including the existing location, which will go into private development that arguably will present way more taxable valuation to go onto the roll. I think that's something that's been overlooked. I intend to stay involved moving forward. I've committed to do that, and I'm anxious to see this move ahead. It is without reservation or hesitation that I strongly, strongly recommend that we move forward and secure this property on behalf of the city of Reno. Thank you for the opportunity to address you.
All right, nice job,
You can
Harry.
clap now, Sam. That's okay.
Cesar Manera.
Mayor Shivi, City Council members, this is round 2. I'm back for the second time today, yes. I think it has already been said, but looking out for the best interest of our community, I do agree that purchasing the property on Quinsley, it's an awesome thing to do. I have been quite involved with the Reno Police Department for several years already, and doing different activities inside and outside of the facilities. And it is my understanding that it's an outdated facility. And the other one is going to provide a lot of good opportunities. The rate that we're growing, we really have to have a facility that suffices the needs of the community. And having everything under one roof, it will be, I think, exceptional. It would provide a lot of good services for the community. And I understand that a lot of work has been put by many people into this project, and I can see a lot of people coming forward and wanting to help. So I really encourage you, please take it into deep consideration. It will be a great move on behalf of all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Crystal Manera.
Madam Mayor, council members, I would also like to just encourage the purchase of this building. I work very, very closely with RPD, and number one, I just see it as we're really striving for something better, and that's something that I find very, very impressive, because we could very well just say, oh, let's stay at the same building, let's do what we're doing now, but the point is that we want more, we want to do better, and that includes our law enforcement. I believe that with the acquisition of this new building, more resources are going to be provided for all of our community. If we look at our VSU unit, they're very limited in what they can do in the space they have available, as well as many other resources. I think that we want a welcoming Reno Police Department, and I think that, again, in the acquisition of this building, we'll be able to do that. As a local business owner, I understand that we want to invite more visitors to our community, and in having a more beautiful building and newer for our Reno Police Department, I believe that people are going to feel safer, and that's not only for our local citizens, but for all of those visiting. So I highly encourage it, and I thank you for hearing us this afternoon.
All right, great job, Crystal.
Ron Bath.
So, Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency, I would just like to disclose that this is one of my all-time favorite Reno citizens.
Thank you.
I have to embarrass you because I love you that much.
Well, thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the council, for the record, my name is Ron Bath, and I'm just a resident here of the city of Reno, but I'm here for the same reason that all of these other folks are. I know I've only got 3 minutes, but I think I can literally name that tune in about 2, because what I'm here to talk to you about is what I call the blue treasure of the valley. And the blue treasure of the valley is this police department we have. And I'll tell you why. We have a group of people out there that make things work day in, day out, without a lot of hiccups. And that's one of the reasons is, as Perry put out, because of the tremendous leadership we have. But the reason I bring up the fact that I've been here since 1955 is when I got here, there was about 38 or 40,000 people in Reno. And guess where the police station was? Right where it is today. So what I'm trying to tell you is it's time to upgrade. Let's get them a new house. Let's look at that down there. And what I can also tell you is there's been a lot of work that has gone into this by the Chiefs Advisory Group, of which Norm and Caesar and Perry and Luther and I are all on. There's been a lot of work go into this. So what I urge you to do is consider all of the pros and cons on it. I hope you'll consider voting for it. And if you do, I will pledge that I and that entire group of people will do whatever we can to make this that much better. But this will be something I think that the city can truly be proud of. So how about that?
Wow.
I did it. I did it. And so I will yield my time to anyone else who wants to talk.
Thank you,
But
General.
thank you very much.
General
And by the way, thank you for what you guys do. You guys have got a tough job. Your job is to always find enough resources to do everything. And that's tough, and I know. So I appreciate what you're going
But
through.
you've been
and I
in
appreciate
politics
that.
before.
What's that?
I know all about your history. You've been in politics before.
No, I wasn't in politics, but I was always trying to find resources when I was in the Air Force. So I know how hard it is.
Yeah.
But this is a natural business plan. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Luther Mack?
Madam Chair, Councilman, as a past police officer, now as a businessman, I also serve as a consultant to the police department and advisor. Now, I was police officer 40 years ago, and this building has not changed very much. Did I say the right thing, Perry? Okay. So, but
Whatever you said, Luther, you're an enigma. I know that.
thank you for that. But anyway, I enjoy working with the police department. They do a good job. We spend a lot of time, and it's not the pay, it's what you do for your community, as I look at it. And I hope that you'll take a serious look at this building and also the people that work in the police department that put their lives on the line. Thank you.
All right, great job, Luther.
Sam Dene?
Overhead projector, please. I don't normally use that, but this one's too appropriate. Sam Dene, the guard angel against government bureaucrats and bungling and yellow-bellied, lily-livered, yellow-bellied cowards over there at the Reno Gazette. I'm responsible for 92% of the good things about Reno. Now, any one of you can come up here and say, no, it's only 85 or 94. And I made these guys millionaires. That guy, and even, well, maybe not Ron Bass. I've made them millionaires because of all the things I've done for the community philanthropically. I nominated this man right here to be the chief of police, and now you're making him a scapegoat for a scheme. And what this is a scheme. It's a scheme to bail out the yellow-bellied Reno Gazette wacko freaks over there. And not that guy, he's just doing what he's told, but he's a reporter, masquerading as a reporter. He should have to tell the truth about Sam. You'll hear about Ram Bath tomorrow. You'll hear about that guy in the pay and Luther Mack, but you won't hear about Sam Dene, the guy who knows. Who knows? This is a scam, a scheme. It's going to be up to $7 million to bail out the USA Today and the Reno Gazette. These guys, they've been out of that building. The building's 40 years old. It's going to take $30 million just to fix the building up. But these guys are going to make money off it. Where's Rick Reviglio? Where's Western Nevada Supply? They're all going to make money off of this. All of them. All of them. Why don't they do it philanthropically? Say, anyway, this, how am I doing, Ms. Mayor? Am I reading your book okay? No. This right here, I've already filed an open meeting law complaint, and there it is right there. You can see it going right there because this agenda item right here, is full of lies. There is no public safety center at that place. That is a blatant lie, and the city attorney knows. There's that guy Hour over there. They know you cannot tell lies on an agenda needs to be written so a person will know what's going to be discussed. We're not discussing there is no public, it's a lie. And all it is they're trying to make the poor chief of police over here, who I nominated, make him be the fall guy because, well, he's appointed by these guys, and these guys appoint them, buying them billboards, and it's all this. I am really, I'm really proud of myself. How powerful can one guy be? I got a who's who of the community, all of the assistant chiefs, the chief. I've got a who's who of the whole community, and I wish he could have had. I can't come up here after you find out all the lies they're going to tell to try to justify why they're going to spend 40 million. People are dying up there, flooded out of their houses. People are dying. They're homeless. Anything you want to name, and this. I've never heard the chief complain about the fire station, and I'm the police station, and I've been here many, many times. I nominated him. I would really, really like to be able to come up and rebut. Just taking one exemption. You love
Mayor.
if you love Ron Bath, no wonder you don't like me.
Madam Mayor, our next
That's
public
not true.
comment.
I like you.
Our next public comment is from Dan Morgan.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me. He does not wish to speak. However, he is in favor of this item.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I should also note for the record, Joan Echevarria is in support of this item from our online public comment forum, but did not wish to speak. With that, Madam Mayor, I will hand it back to council and staff presentation at this time.
Okay, fantastic.
Well, good afternoon. Reno Police Chief Jason Soto, and I am very happy to be in front of you today talking about a new public safety center for the Reno Police Department. I wanted to take a moment to thank all of those here that are speaking in regards to this item. This has been a very important item for the police department for as long as I've been a police officer, which is several decades and many decades before that. So with that, I'm going to start this presentation. How do I switch that?
You can use the mouse, Chief.
Okay. What's that?
Left click. There you go. No, there we go.
Okay. Why we're here today. In summary, the Reno Police Department is looking to establish a new downtown public safety center. The current Reno Police Department headquarters building was constructed in 1947. For those of you that have spent time inside that building, you realize how small it is and how little space there is. The entire third floor was our jail cell back in 1947. Most of that is unusable space. However, in 2019, we have been forced, because of our growth, to actually use that space. So you'll see a lot of our officers working out of those jail cells, which is unacceptable. If you think about a building that was constructed in 1947, you think of things like asbestos, lead abatement, all the electrical, all the plumbing. We have brown water coming out of our faucets. And no, we don't complain because we're the Reno Police Department. But it's my job to look for opportunity for the men and women of Reno Police Department to grow and to grow with this community. Current RPD headquarters. One of the challenges that we have with our current headquarters right now is about $7 million in upgrades, 5,000 of those being critical needs. And what that means is that over the course of the next 5 years, just to keep the building standing, we're looking at least $5 million to do so. It's a very old building. It's not cost effective. As I stated, asbestos and lead abatement, electrical, plumbing, mechanical. And then forced separation of staff and services, and this is really important to me. What that means is there's a lot of opportunity that we have if we were to consolidate all of our services under one roof, but we simply don't have the space to do that. So what that means is that on, let's say, I'll use a report of something that's of a very sensitive nature. we have to take that report from the individual and then send them somewhere else to get the resources, which is completely inappropriate for victims of a crime. The sewer problems, big problems with the sewer. And then, of course, workspace challenges. Now, what a lot of people don't know is that many of my employees, our police officers, do not work out of the Reno Police Department. They're dotted throughout our city because we simply don't have the space. It's not efficient, it's not effective, and they should all be under one roof. These are some photos just to give you an idea of what it looks like in the Reno Police Department. You got some broken sewer pipe. This is the electrical box right here. It's very foreign to people that are even, current electricians today because they use a different type. It's changed a little bit in the last nearly 100 years. This is some of the asbestos leaking pipes throughout the entire department, split sewer pipes. As you can see, this asbestos sign, these are posted throughout our organization. And basically what those are there for is to tell the employee not to open that box or do anything with that space, or else you're going to disrupt that asbestos and get it airborne, which could be fatal. Some more photos. Concrete, obviously we need concrete all around the building. Rusted pipes, pipe seepage. This is throughout our entire department. We do a good job. Our staff, my staff, has done an incredible job of making it look good on the outside because we want it to be as inviting as we can. We don't want it to be an intimidating building. But there is just so much work that needs to be done, and we're going to pour millions of dollars into the building in order to do it. These are some of the office spaces. You can see this is what the jail cells look like up on the 3rd floor, and that's where many of our detectives and units work out of currently. Our community is growing. In 1947, the population of Reno was 32,000 people. Today it's at 250, and I believe that number is even higher. There's predicted growth of 7% in the next 5 years, which is going to bring the city of Reno to 300,000 people, or nearly 300,000 people. That doesn't include the impact that we have from Washoe County and Sparks as well, because we take a lot of reports that come out of those jurisdictions as well. 300,000 people, and we're in a building that was built in 1947 that was made for about 40 employees. So you can imagine the lack of workspace that we have. Also, I put on the very bottom there, we put on the very bottom, visitors of the Reno Tahoe area, about 5 million last year. We're getting real busy, and I've been saying it for a long time now, extremely busy. If you look at calls for service of any organization within Northern Nevada, Reno Police Department does more work than anybody. And I don't say that because I'm trying to boast. I just say it because a lot of times we're the only one that is going to respond. Whether it's mental health, whether it's a crime, whether it's somebody that needs direction, whether it's an elderly person that is scared, we show up. And we've shown up to several 100,000 calls for the past several years. Modern policing and new challenges. Our growing community means that policing is more challenging than ever before. Homelessness, opioid crisis, pedestrian safety, all this traffic, social services, mental health challenges. Historically, policing didn't deal with a lot of these problems 20, 30 years ago. But today, it is the majority of what we do because there's no more resources. You can't tell somebody, I'm not going to help you or I'm not going to respond. We respond. So we're teachers, we're doctors, we're therapists, we're counselors, we're police officers, we're rescue units. They work really hard and we need to give them space to work out of. Some of our vision, the combination of Reno Police Department headquarters and critical social service agencies to make our community safer. We have more than 400 police employees, more than 50 dispatch, we're close to 500 employees, and then community programs that I'll get into a little bit later. But what we would like to do is consolidate all that into one roof, under one roof, and it will bring a better efficiency. It will allow us to deliver a better service. And it will improve that service for the entire region. So this is a look of what what we envision on the outside. As you know, right now, if you want to file a police report, you can't even find a place to park to do that. There's plenty of parking at this location. There's plenty of land at this location, and there's plenty of room within the building. So it's an essential necessity, and I know that this council has been extremely supportive of their police department, and we appreciate that very much, and we know that you have to make tough decisions, and I understand that doing something like this is not an easy thing to do because of the finances that are involved, but we can't kick the can down the road any longer. The inside, we'd like it to be a lot more inviting. If you walk into a more modern police department, such as the Sheriff's Office or Sparks PD, there's an inviting feel when you walk in those front doors. Our front lobby is extremely small, about the size of a bath, maybe 2 or 3 bathrooms, but it's teeny. And it's very intimidating and uncomfortable, and it's not an appropriate workspace to take these types of sensitive reports. So it'll be a much more inviting, it'll be a much better layout, and I get it. There's gonna be challenges. There's gonna be challenges when we put this together, and there's gonna be costs associated with it. But we feel that with the location that it's at on Coonsley Street, which is about a mile east of where our current station is, centrally located police department is very important for our community. We have looked at sites north, we have looked at sites south, we have looked at the option of building to suit. But the biggest challenge is location, and there's not a lot of locations centrally located. So the only other way to successfully do it would be to deconsolidate or decentralize, and that would cost a lot more money than what we're looking at to make this fit what we need it to do. Why a new public safety center? As you can see, RPD is deconsolidated, meaning we're not able to provide the most efficient and effective public service. RPD programs and services exist now outside of the main facility. Dispatch, 360 Blueprint, which is where we work with the children and the youth of our community, our mobile outreach safety team, our SAVE unit that you heard from earlier today, all of our volunteers, our victim advocates, student interns. All of these are programs that we have within the Reno Police Department, and we are doing our best to give them a place to work, but we just don't have that capacity anymore. So they're working off-site, and it doesn't work. It just doesn't make sense. Additional impacts, additional space for community meetings. What we envision, what my executive staff has envisioned is a police department that is welcoming and that is inclusive of all the resources that we need to provide to every victim of crime in this community, and space for all of those services to be under one roof so that our victims can have the best service and the service that they deserve, that they pay for every single day. More community education opportunities, improved community access to reporting, improved community access to prescription drug drop-off bins, and expanded referral services to victim assistance, food, counseling, mental health, neighborhood mediation center, and Washoe Legal Services. Those are all the things that I was talking about earlier. We've become a jack of all trades in police work today, and we do an incredible job. The men and women of the Reno Police Department step up time and time and time again and work their tails off for this community, and they care about this community. And it shows, if you take a look at our community, what type of support we receive. We receive that support because of the 343 sworn and the 500 total employees that we have that give everything they have and care about this community. Okay, I think I'm gonna call up Bill Thomas here for this part.
Madam Mayor, council members, for the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. So Jason's job, which he did very well, was to explain the need for the facility. And my role today is to explain to you what we've done in terms of looking at this particular property to meet the needs that the chief described, and then also explain to you what we're going to ask of you, or what we're asking of the council. This is the first but probably most important step in moving forward with addressing the police needs. I can share with you, because there's been some representations like this is a, something we just came up with overnight, that we've been pursuing this particular property for close to 6 months. We just recently got the opportunity to be in a position, which we weren't initially, to control the opportunity to buy it. In other words, we didn't even have the ability to get them to accept an offer until more recently. In addition, I know I was personally involved several years ago, I want to say maybe 5 or 6 years ago, when the City Council empowered CBRE Richard Ellis to look at the opportunity to build a new police station. And we looked at 7 different sites throughout the city, got all the way to the points where we had developers putting out to us how they would build the building, what it would cost. And at that time, what we found was the expense was far exceeded our ability to pull the money together. So anybody thinking this is kind of a off-the-cuff, spur-of-the-moment thing, it's just not true. We've been working on this for many years. So on this particular piece of property, we've done in a limited amount of time, and I'd really like to thank the Public Works staff and our city attorney's office, as well as our property agent. In 60 days, we're able to complete all of these very important analyses to make sure that before we ask the council to buy this, that in fact this particular property in this building passed the test to see whether this really was the right thing to do. We've done an ALTA survey, which is standard practice for the industry, a phase 1 environmental report. We've checked out the flood zone and asbestos and these other things you can see here, and we would not be before you today if we didn't think that those reports all said that this is a viable place to do what we want to do. So I'm going to get in now to the cost part, which is what we have come up with in terms of, while they're not final design plans, they're very detailed plans that we put together between the police department and MBA Architecture. So we have an architect that we retain to do an analysis to find out what our potential costs would be to bring this building into a state where the police could move into it. In addition, they've worked with local contractors to come up with real prices. So we've done the next best thing you can do to actually bidding out the work. And as a result, we feel these numbers are pretty solid in terms of what you can expect. We're not asking you today to come up with the money here. Simply, as Jason said earlier, what we're doing is we're presenting to you what it would look like in terms of the city's potential to move forward on this site. So as you can see, the first and probably most important element is the police headquarters. And that, if you include the land, which we did, we're estimating is about $26 million. Now, one of the things that's not apparent to most people is that there are a few facilities in a community, not surprisingly, that need to be the highest level of earthquake preparedness. A police station is one of those. As you can imagine, if there's a catastrophic earthquake, the last thing you want to do is have your police station fall down. We cannot, the current building does not meet that standard. So that's one of the risks we have staying there, which is we've never brought that to a level 1 from a risk assessment. However, in this case, this building will be structurally altered to make sure that this is a Class 1 facility designed specifically for as important of a function for the city as a police department. Secondly, as the chief said, the evidence storage, which is very much a part of police service, and certainly we can take you on a tour of any of those if you want to see it, but it's surprising how much evidence we have to keep with criminal activity that goes on and how long we have to keep it. That critical function is off-site in actually several buildings in several places. So right now there's 3 different locations that the evidence is stored in. Making it, again, as the chief said, very inefficient in terms of not only the police and the detectives, but also attorneys and the public that need to come and have access to that all-important evidence for the litigation that might ensue. And then lastly, the public safety dispatch. The chief can certainly talk more specifically to that, but as he did say, it's an important part of how we provide public safety. And so the idea would be to blend that into this public safety center. Here is what we see as today in terms of how we might pay for this. And I think it's important, again, to reiterate that we're not asking you today to approve a financial plan. This is really to tell you what, if we choose to do everything that I just mentioned in the last slide, how we might be able to do that. The manager has set aside $7 million to be able to purchase the property. So the purchase that we're asking you for today, there is funding for that in the general fund. So it wouldn't come out of other services that you budgeted for, nor would it reduce any other thing that the city would do. So we have the money to purchase the property and the building. We estimate that if we sell, and this is actually a very conservative number because it looks at properties that are either already defined in agreements that have been either tentatively approved by the council or numbers that were pretty solid with, that we could come up with somewhere between 4, maybe even up to 6 or 7 million. If the council directed us to monetize or sell those assets, the properties we own, in order to put the money into this facility. Third, and this is from what I've learned in dealing with the foundation community and the philanthropic community, this is a major first step in getting funding in our community. The Pennington Foundation, which is perhaps the largest foundation in our community, has provided us with a pledge. It's not a grant, it's a pledge. And what they said is that if we can demonstrate a couple things, they will commit to providing us this year, actually, $2.5 million, and the next year, another $2.5 million. I just want to make sure the council's aware of what they have said in terms of their pledge, because it is integral to how we move forward. What they've said is that they wanted to see a purchase agreement by September 1st of this year. And the reason they explained to me why is because they're giving us money this year, they're giving us a substantial amount of money, and they have to spend that money before the end of the tax year. So they're very concerned if we don't make a decision, not that they're trying to pressure us, but that money will have to be placed somewhere else. So that's a very critical day in their mind in terms of us being able to have access to those funds. In addition, and this is an important thing, which I don't think is going to be a problem, but they said that if they're going to invest that money, they want to see a city commitment that we will operate this facility for 25 years. I'm sure that's not an issue, but I wanted to make sure I got that on the record. And then lastly, and something we're going to have to do in fairly short order, but again, not today, is we need to come back with a financing plan to show them how this is going to be funded. So what's important today is the decision on the purchase of the property, but also maybe some scoping of the council, what you want to see in this building, so then we can work forward on how we would come up with a financial plan. Now, the last part, which is always the issue, is what's the gap and what's the remaining amount. So for the all-in project, it would be a $17 million shortfall. We've had conversations, multiple conversations with the philanthropic community, and what they've told us is right now they want to see whether the council really wants to do this. And if the council chooses to move forward and shows that there's a strong interest in it, that will be a gateway to be able to go out to many of the philanthropic organizations to get them, much like the Pennington organization, to pledge money. Realistically, that's probably somewhere between $5 and $10 million. Best case, we can probably get $10 million that way. And then, as you heard earlier from the chief, that $7 million that's left there is a cost that we're going to have to pay either way. In other words, if we stay in that building, in order to keep that building operated, we're going to have to come up with $7 million. How exactly we'll do that is something we'll certainly bring back to the council, but you know, maybe we can sell more property so that $7 million goes down. But again, we have an exposure in the current station of $7 million. The project is intended to be done in 3 phases, and part of what I have learned too, or what we've learned from the foundations, is these will be multi-year funding obligations. In other words, nobody's going to come forward probably and give us $10 million in 1 year. This will be multi-year pledges and multi-year grants. So we think realistically, and Kerry Koski's done a great job working with the architects to come up with these dates that we feel are very realistic, which is the police headquarters could be in operation in November of 2020, evidence storage by May of 21, and the dispatch there by June of 21. Oops, forgot to turn my phone off. Hope that's not somebody calling me about my presentation. So the next steps, which are important for you to understand is, of course, today's direction, but the due diligence period for our letter of intent expires this week on the 28th. We have the opportunity, and we told the seller that likely we're going to exercise it to get another 30 days before we finish. So depending on what the council's decision is today, if you tell us to move forward, we will exercise that option to get us another 30 days. We think that we can meet that 1st of September date to have a formal obligation in place to be able to show the Pennington Foundation that this is a real project and something they can count on us moving forward with. So the last part of my presentation is to very specifically list out for you what we are asking you to do today. First is to authorize the city manager to negotiate the final purchase and sale agreement. You have a copy of the draft, which we've actually run through the seller, Gannett, several times. So we're pretty comfortable that purchase and sale agreement you've seen is probably very close to what the final one will be like, but we need the ability to have some flexibility as we fine tune this, to have the manager do that. For you to authorize the mayor to sign the purchase documents to move forward on the Coonsley Street property. Perhaps most importantly is for you to authorize the funding from that $7 million that we have available. The interim borrowing, let me explain that to you. The way that we're envisioning this, because part of the, as I explained earlier, part of the funding is selling property. And unfortunately, when you're selling things, you don't always control when the sale closes. So the idea here is if you allow the interim borrowing, the finance director will then go and look for the best way to get short-term cash, kind of like a line of credit if you were doing your own personal financing, so we can get through those rough periods where we might be between a closing or a sale of a property or a foundation or a philanthropic donation coming in. We're not saying today that the whole balance should be funded that way. We're simply saying we need you to authorize us for payment of bills and payment of the design and things like that to use that tool to be able to maintain the cash flow. We've also asked that you authorize us to move forward with a maintenance and security agreement, perhaps with external parties, because we don't have staff set for a new building. And what that'll do is make sure that when we get the keys to that building, we have somebody taking care of it, right? Last thing we'd want to do is have this building and this property and nobody maintaining it. And then lastly, we would like you to order us or direct us to get appraisals on the current police headquarters, because that'll be very important in terms of what we can count on in terms of the money that will help us pay for this. And in addition, the parking lot that we recently purchased along the river, we would like that to be appraised too. So those are the 6 items we're asking. Certainly myself and Jason, or the chief, are here, along with the team of staff, which I have to say worked very fast and very thoroughly to get this due diligence done. I'm personally quite impressed, having been around land development for a long time, how quickly we were able to pull together the quality of these reports to really give you a sense of certainty of about what you would be buying.
All right.
Thank you.
Anything else, Bill?
Nope.
All right, good job. Okay, at this time, I'm going to bring it back to the dais. I'm going to start with you, Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have 2 real inquiries, and first one I'll direct to you, Mr. Thomas, and that is that I appreciate greatly the work that the staff has put into it. You and the city manager, Ms. Newby, and all of the staff have worked under some pretty incredible conditions, in part because these things, as in real estate, often move as fast as the real estate market will have them. So I just want to first say thank you. And then the rest of my comments I would like to direct to the chief. So I, as you know, Chief Soto had the privilege until February of this year, I think February 15th, of representing the Reno Police Protective Association. And I appreciate your comments today, but also want to give you some room here, because I observed that while honoring your staff, the men and women who work for this department, and trying your best to put on a good face about what the building is and what it can be, I think you may have undersold the dire condition of that building. And so I want to talk with you a little bit about that.
Okay.
So the last time I happened to be in the building was for an officer-involved shooting, one of the most difficult things that I've had to do in my professional life, and one of the most difficult things you as a chief have to face. And during that process, there were multiple officers involved, and then there were multiple departments involved. I think at that time it was the city of Sparks and then Washoe County, because they all get involved when those happen. And my role in that process is often to come in and counsel an officer who's been involved in a shooting, and to lead them through the legal process that's involved there. And I can tell you that when I was in the building, I had to meet with officers in hallways. I had to meet with them in offices that were not theirs to occupy. And some of the hardest conversations that you can have about a person's mental health happen in those moments. And I reflect that the building is just not designed for a modern police force. There need to be rooms where people feel comfortable having a conversation, especially, and I'm talking about your staff now. We'll talk about the other people in the building. And so I want this council to understand that just walking through the building doesn't give a true sense of the inadequacies of it. You have to spend time there. And I've done that, and I thank you for, again, honoring the men and women who work for you, and doing your best to say, hey, we've made do with what we had, and we did a good job at doing it, but it's not enough. So that's the first part of that. And then really the second thing is about the mental health of our officers. So, you know, our officers are tasked with a difficult job as it is, but then the physical surroundings in which they find themselves are really not conducive to a good frame of mind. And again, I know that you want to make certain that this community knows that they're well served and well protected. But it is a grind to come into that building at times. And so I hope you know I will be supporting this enthusiastically for a variety of reasons. But it is because I believe that it also benefits you as well as the community. And I hope that in my discussion with you over this, you will understand and hear my heart when I say it is time for this building. It has been long since past that we needed to have a new home, and that is because I want to honor the men and women who serve this community, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilman Reese, and I'll first of all, I want to say thank you, and I'll further it a little bit more, and I agree that the working conditions are very difficult for police officers in that current environment. But let me tell you where else it's very challenging, and that's for victims. That's for our community. That's for our moms, our dads, our brothers, our sisters, our children. It's not easy going in there. It's not conducive to 2019 police work in Reno, Nevada. So I appreciate your comments. And I appreciate our community. I appreciate all the support. A couple of things I forgot, and I just want to touch on it real quick. We have an incredible team here of staff. You have a city manager who's fiscally responsible, an assistant city manager who has worked his tail off, a council that supports their police department, Carrie and her team, as well as Lieutenant Dugan and Bridget and all the people that were putting all the numbers and logistics together. They all deserve a huge amount of credit. This is a lot of work that they did in a very short amount of time, as Bill alluded to. But we can't do this without our community. We can't do this without this team that we have at the City of Reno. And it's going to be a lot of work. It's going to be a big lift. But if there's anybody at any time that can do this lift, it's this team that we have right here. I'm proud of the City of Reno. I'm proud of our department. I'm proud of our city and our elected officials that have finally taken a look at a police department that I have talked about for decades about actually doing what we need to do. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I'm going to just get right to it because we limit our conversation up here at the dais to the same 3 minutes that the public gets when they speak on an item on our first round, and I know there's a lot of comments on this. I'd like to ask, first of all, Ms. Miles about the appraisal. The staff report showed a very excerpted appraisal of the property, but then I received the more detailed appraisal. However, the appraisal did not seem to have any comps to come up with the value.
They should be in there.
I didn't see them, and so that was questions. I don't have the comps. When I toured the building just yesterday, their representative commercial realtor said that they were somehow, comping it on industrial space. Do you recall offhand what were the buildings that were comped, the comparatives?
I don't. I would have to. Lori Miles, property agent. I will review
Okay,
it and give
okay.
you-
Yeah, I was looking for that because the purchase price was a question to me. The second question is, how many days has the building been on the market? Do you know?
It's been on the market.
2 years. Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. So we don't know the exact days, but I did reach out to the broker, and it's been at least a year.
1 year,
probably
okay.
longer.
So a $7 million purchase price, and obviously 2 budgets ago, we put some money aside for the police department to buy the lot, which we bought, and then start the remodel, and then there was a change, and this came, and now we have a $7 million acquisition. With some funds to come forward, I wanted to ask you, and you had said to me that the list of the properties to be sold would be presented, and I have not seen that in the record.
I apologize. Again, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. So I'll read them off, and then I can give you it if you'd like it right now.
Can you just put them on the display? I only have 57 seconds left. I just want to ask a few other questions. Could you just put them on? Do you have them written down?
I kind of have notes all over it, so.
Okay.
How about if after
Okay.
your 3 minutes? if I
Okay,
may,
okay.
Madam Mayor, then
Okay,
I'll-
I'm trying to understand, the fiduciary is key to me, and I don't believe it would be fair to characterize any lack of support or opposition to this in terms of not supporting our police department. My focus would be to support our police department so that we don't have to do layoffs ever again. This is, when I started my career in municipal office, municipal government, layoffs were this visionary, this thing, theoretical thing. We've lived through them. We came in on the tail end of them. And so overextending to go into that landscape again is probably one of the most important things I approach this job in doing. But the philanthropic proposal, have you looked at this foundation's mission and had confirmation that this is consistent with their mission? And I had asked for the grant proposal that's referenced in the staff report, and I haven't received that.
So we have not formally turned in the proposal for the grant, but we did have extensive conversation with the foundation, and we would not have that executed letter, pledge if it didn't pass their test of what they can spend the money on. So I'm very, very
Okay.
comfortable. And we've had previous donations to the city of Reno from the Pennington Foundation.
Yeah, they did a fire rig last year. I guess my final question is, does the council have latitude to make a purchase price for whatever price we decide that to be? You're proposing $7 million, contingent upon this grant this year, calendar year, and one next year. So the Gannett Foundation or Gannett Company would accept a purchase offer contingent upon our resources. Just like someone in my neighborhood explained to me, he has 11 days to close on a house over in one neighborhood, but he's got to sell his in our neighborhood in the next 11 days.
So as in any purchase arrangement, we're the buyer, so we can ask for anything. My belief is, having worked on this for more than 6 months, that probably is not going to be an acceptable condition from the seller. We struggled for a long time to even get in this position, to be in first position to make an offer. We will certainly ask them if they'd be willing to delay it, but my inclination is that that's not going to be what they want to do. I did want to answer, though, because we haven't said this yet, but not only do we have the appraisal at 8.4, which shows it's from an appraiser who we always use to determine the values in our public roles here, but we also went out and looked at other buildings. And we toured some other facilities of comparable size, and we had one that we probably could have purchased for $6 million, but it didn't have adequate parking. So then we would have had the issue of buying some other property that wasn't really for sale, and then finding the money to build a parking lot for the police vehicles. It didn't meet our needs, and it wasn't centrally located. So it's not like we just jumped on this without looking around to see what was in the market. It is, unfortunately, because we're a buyer looking, we're kind of subject to whatever the market has available. We assumed the council didn't want to condemn a piece of property for the police station, so we treat it like any other buyer who didn't have our police powers or ability to condemnation, which is we look for things that were on the market.
Right, thanks, Bill. Okay, I'm going to send it to you, Councilman Delgado.
Oh, can I, Madam Mayor?
Go ahead, go right
Can I
ahead.
read my list?
Go right ahead, please. do.
Outside the 3 minutes? The properties that we tentatively looked at were 290 Keystone, 301 State Street, the Coonsley parking lot, which we've mentioned, that we bought recently, the police station, 455 East 2nd, 0 2nd Street, 0 Chisholm, the Chisholm Street property, the RPD Evidence Building on Keystone, and some additional smaller amount from a purchase of an alley, a 6th Street abandonment. So those are the properties that we listed. But we did want to ask today, in terms of council's direction, to go out and see if we can sell other properties to close the gap. That's part of what we're asking, if the council agrees that we should go to the market. Because one of the things about selling these properties, which probably goes without saying, but I'm going to say it, is we have to have a willing buyer. So we may think a property is ripe for sale at a certain value, but we got to find somebody who agrees with us. And so the more flexibility we have in terms of selling things, the better the chances we'll be able to come up with the money to contribute towards this.
All right, thank you. Really appreciate it. Okay, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam. Hello. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Couldn't hear myself. You know, the more and more I hear about this, and even the pre-meetings, and I know of all the pre-work that staff and the chief and Bill and everyone else has put into it. It's not always too often that we get a major project like this. That's really not for me anyways, not really a tough vote to make in terms of knowing the need in our community. We know for time and time again the amount of work in terms of it matters in terms of location, geography. We've talked often about what that means in terms of efficiencies and then the parcel size for parking, et cetera, et cetera. The other big piece that you've talked about also, Chief, is the morale, which plays into not just the police department and the staff, but also our community. We're also victims of our own successes in terms of the initiatives that we push in terms of the national spotlight in terms of community policing. We need the space. We've constantly pushed the messaging that our police department should not be a place that should be avoided, but it should be a welcoming space, as was stated during public comment, and we don't have the space for it. And so if we're trying to change that conversation in terms of how we deal with our community and also build the morale, it's upon us at this time also that's right for us to have that public-private partnership, because we know we can't do it alone. We know that the Pennington Foundation and those that spoke during public comment are all in terms of supporting us. The Pennington Foundation has been there for quite some time. They supported us during Trainer Pool, which is, it's not a question to me about their commitment. It's a matter of making sure that we are committed. I'm 1,000% committed that we make sure that we step up to it now. We've been presented with this opportunity back in 2012 when we couldn't even realize keeping some of our staff on the payroll, but now an opportunity now to really do justice to them and to our community is the moment is time to strike. And I appreciate all the commitment, all the hard work that's been presented today. That gets me that much more comfortable about where we need to go. So thank you, Chief, and then to the staff. Looking forward to supporting this project moving forward.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. So I'll give a little history that maybe some in the room do or maybe don't know, but my son's father was Reno Police Department for 25 years, right? Did someone say yeah? His brother, Rick Saulnier, was I think 30 years Reno Police Department, and their father, Salty Saulnier, was from the Reno Police Department as well. I remember touring the police department 20 plus years ago and walking in, and at that time I was Director of Human Resources at McDonald Corona Law Firm, so I was dealing with OSHA and all sorts of human resource things. And I remember walking in and walking through some of the halls and going, boy, if OSHA ever comes in here, they're going to shut this joint down. Because the floors were all uneven, there was weird rampings, there was people jammed in corners. It was a really funky building that was outdated then, that many years ago. Not to mention, you had all the divisions in different locations. And when you talk about highest and best use of something, to have your repeat offender program in a building off of Wells, that they have to go get evidence off of Keystone, that they have to take back to Second Street to look at, to meet with witnesses, that's not the highest and best use. So when people want to assert that purchasing this location and getting everything under one roof is not the highest and best use, one, I get a little nervous if someone believes it's their place to make that assertion and start determining what highest and best use is. And under that theory, we wouldn't have schools, parks, churches, fire departments. We wouldn't have any of that. But when you talk about the efficiency of a department to serve its citizens for its safety, you have to get it under the same roof and serve it with today's technologies and the things that you guys need for your safety. So I'm all in on this. I fully support it. I did 20 years ago. It's just taken a long time.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And yeah, I would agree with the best use in terms of that piece of property. It's public safety. It's keeping our community safe. And I can't think of a better use for any facility, more so than public safety. None.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Thank you. Bottom line, police officers should not be living in jail cells. Okay. And every time I visited the police station, I have gone and had to go to jail cells to visit with police officers. And the irony of it has not been lost on me. You already know, everyone knows how highly I think of what our police department does. I strongly support this move. I think it's outstanding. I appreciate the work in looking for a good facility, and I think you found one. I had the opportunity to tour myself, and I saw a building that has the ability to put in modern technology, both in the ceiling and in the floor. I saw the ability to divide up the space as needed. You know, there are large column bullpens or open areas. There's office areas. There's meeting rooms, conference rooms, lobby area. There is area for the evidence. There's parking. So I really think it fits the bill. And to speak to Bill, I'm pleased with the purchase price, you know, below the appraisal price. I think that's fantastic in this day and age that we're not having to pay a premium. A couple things to move along with that, and I'll be prepared to make a motion or second a motion to move forward, but because people expect of me, I want to make sure that as we go forward, I do not believe we should skimp on the remodel. I think that the remodel needs to come, you know, right up to where today's standards plus. And when I say plus, I think that we are on the verge of adopting a sustainability plan. So I think when we're looking at this building, we should be putting in the LID, those are practices for managing stormwater on site. We should be putting in the LED type lighting, you know, the building, meeting the building codes and the highest level of building codes when we do a revamp and a remodel, because we do want this to last 25 years plus. I think when we look at the parking lot and the trees, because people expected of me that we should be planting, keeping the trees they have and planting more in context with the current standards for suspended pavement so that, you know, the trees will live. I think that I saw a design that had parking all around the building. I don't think we should do that. I think that we should, you know, looking at it yesterday, I think we should leave open space between the building and the river, you know, because part of the mental health is being able to get out of that building and see grass, see trees, see the river. And I think that's an outstanding aspect to have both for victims as well as our police officers. So I think that we should attempt to keep the green space that's there, at least between the building and the river. And I think that we should not program parking, you know, completely around and whatever that takes. So those are the kind of things that I'd like to see as we move forward, that we lead by example with the renovation of this building, and that we do move forward, you know, as expeditiously as possible with the purchase of the building.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Dewar.
All right, Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I didn't push the button to speak, but I just wanted to briefly say we absolutely need this building so so much. After visiting your current facility recently, it's only apparent. You need to have the ability to speak with people, as mentioned, the victims, the people. You just need to. It needs to be a community center, basically. It needs to be a place where people can come and get everything that they need. And so I absolutely support this, and I look forward to what happens, and for the folks that you had support from here in the community, it needs to be done, and it needs to start today.
All right, thank you for those comments.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Councilwoman Breckus?
Chief, since you're up there, the Public Dispatch Center of $2.7 million, I think it's phase 3. Why are we, I thought we were all good up there, and that was built within 1/8 sales tax about 10 years ago. It's not that old of a facility. When I came on in 2012 and the other, proposal was out, I don't recall dispatch being pulled out. Why are we pulling out of that space now?
Jason Soto for the record. It's 2 point. Number one, they are running out of space. They are outgrowing that center. They have a certain area that they're allowed to use, and they're outgrowing their space. Number two, I think it is very prudent to have 2 dispatch centers if needed in the event that one of them goes down, and that's not unheard of. It's happened in this area. It's happened in this region, and when one goes down, you have to have an operable dispatch center somewhere. We should have done that a long time ago. Probably should have done that when we put that one up there, but I don't think we had that foresight. But it is really tight up there, Councilwoman Breckus, and they're running out of space.
Okay. And then let me ask the finance director a little bit about the mechanics of this, because this is a big hole of $17 million to plug in 3 years. And that's 1.5 times an annual parks budget deficit. Our general fund grew by $10 million this year, correct?
I haven't looked at that figure, but that sounds close.
How many positions did we add?
It was something like 32.
Okay. I don't know if
Yeah.
Yeah. So, because this is going to be general fund. So you have $7 million right now, cash on hand to make the closing price, right? Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In a best case scenario, and I guess we're counting on, but we'd be on the hook if it doesn't happen, $2.5 million would come in by the end of the calendar year to come back into that fund balance, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then for the rest of the calendar year, would you go out for bond to start the remodels or do this medium term? And how big would this medium term debt be?
So what we have put in the staff report is between $5 and $10 million would be a medium-term note that we may or may not need,
Okay.
depending on what goes forth as far as raising other funds.
Okay. Okay. So 5 to 10 million would be 5 to 10 million for 5 to 10 years is what you want to borrow to get us there.
Yeah, so typically you would look at a 10-year term. As we sell properties, we would then prepay the loan. It wouldn't be a bond. It would likely be a bank loan because of the size and the term. And then we would, once we have kind of finished with the program that, as we've described, we would then ask the bank to re-amortize the loan so that the payment would be the lowest we could have for the remaining term of the loan.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So, there was a survey done by citizens, and the number one most important priority from citizens is safety, number one. So when we talk about that highest and best use, and I think Councilman Jordan did a great job of pointing that out, number one, safety for the citizens.
Absolutely.
And I will tell you, so it was about 9 years ago, I was with a little girl who was a victim of a violent crime, and we came to the police department. And it was so full that we had to wait outside for almost 2 hours in the rain. And I will never, ever forget it. And I just thought to myself, and I mean, whoever thought one day I would be sitting here, but I thought to myself, wow, this couldn't be more inconvenient to someone that is literally in distress.
Yeah, that's unacceptable.
So, so when you brought that up, I remember that very vividly. I also want to remind this council, because I bet some of you did do this, when we were first elected, what was that, 6, 7 years ago? I don't know about you, but you probably will remember sitting down with a couple of developers that showed us some plans for a police department that they wanted to build. One was out of Las Vegas and one was out of Reno, I think. Those plans were $80 to $100 million and said there's no way we could ever do it for anything less. And I thought to myself, it's never going to happen. I know what our finances look like in the city. One thing I will praise this council for, and I think all of us have been very conservative. You can say what you will on Facebook and Twitter, and you can go ahead and do all that. But I am so proud of this council for being very diligent with the taxpayer dollars and always looking at them, for the best way for the citizens to get the best bang for their buck. The other thing is, when you do think about, and I think it was Norm that brought this up, about the morale that happens, especially in a police department where you deal with some of the most difficult issues day in and day out, day in and day out, and how you as a leader need to really coalesce that team, but you don't have that team there. So what is that doing to your morale and for over all these years? And if there's any one entity in our city that should be stronger than ever that we invest in, it's our public safety, police officers, firefighters, but public safety. I've been saying this about our police department for a long time. The other thing I want to really point out, because I think there will be some people that will say this is one-time money. Because a lot of people have said to me, well, Mayor Sheevy, what about hiring more police officers? That's not what this money does, because in order to hire more police officers, we have to have sustainability with that funding. We don't have $7 million coming in every year to sustain more police officers. Now, we will continue to fight, because that's what I ran on. I will always fight for my public safety, number one, bar none. And every time we come to a budget, that's my most important priority. I always say a safe city is a prosperous city. People don't want to live in cities that aren't safe. They just don't.
No.
So if we don't send the message to this community that we are going to invest in you, what are we saying? And so I just want to, there's a few people that if I don't thank, I would absolutely be remiss, and that is the Chiefs Advisory Board. You guys are amazing. Thank you for all the leadership that you've shown the chief, and how he couldn't be more grateful to have people like you that advise him every day, because he said, bar none, that he gets the best advice, the best support from people in our community. Not to mention people in our community coming up here. I mean, Perry, we know your projects that you do. They're pretty tremendous. This isn't your first rodeo, right? You've done this before. And so that means a lot. You're coming to the table and really looked at this deal. And that's the other thing. This didn't happen overnight. This has been a long time coming. And Bill Thomas, you even mentioned it. I don't know where you are. I think he's behind you. But this has been years and years and years. So that's the other myth I want people to understand. We didn't just go, oh, yeah, there's a great building. And Bill Thomas, I want to say thank you to you, because honestly, without you, I don't think anything like this ever would have been possible. And the Pennington Foundation, but the Pennington Foundation too, thank you. They have been incredible community partners, like Oscar said. And so those are the people that help make it happen. So I just want to say thank you and not to mention for you and your leadership, and how you really, you care about your department, and what kind of image that they have out in the community. Image for a police department means a lot. It's important, right? You put on that uniform every day and it makes you proud and the citizens proud. And if you don't have a proud home to go to where citizens can come in and be part of that community, especially those victims, and even, General Ron Bath mentioned that about how important it is. He knows. So I just want to say thank you, and I 250% absolutely support this initiative.
You forgot to thank the Reno Gazette.
Thank you, Mayor Sheevy. And
Sam. Totally out of order.
I'd like
Okay.
to add one additional thing that's important to me, because we brought up our employees. You brought up our employees and morale, as did Norm and many others in this room. And I simply could not do this without my executive staff. I spend a tremendous amount of my time here at City Hall. And Deputy Chief Robinson, Deputy Chief Venzon, Commander Miller, and retired Commander Catry put in a tremendous amount of work so that I could be here while they're holding the fort at the Reno Police Department. So I wanted to recognize them as well.
All right, thank you so much. When was that built?
1947.
Okay, everyone do the math, 1947.
70 years.
And I'm going to send it to Councilman Reese. Last but not least, I want to just ask Mr. Bill Thomas, am I right that we would have to put another few million, how many million back into this police department, not to mention how many hundreds of thousands of dollars we spent on the police department since we have been elected, correct? So
For the record, yes, Bill Thomas is the manager. So at a minimum, that $5 million is very conservative on what we'd have to put in the current building. And we've known that for many years. And we know every time we do our CIP that it's this nagging thing we need to come up with, but
Yeah.
it's real, right?
Okay.
We're going to spend money is the one thing we know on police.
Well, there's numbers flying out there, and I'm just going to go with the hunch. I think there was someone else in line that probably isn't, I don't know, is probably a little unhappy.
It's been a very interesting process to get this property locked up to be this point. I'll say that.
So anyway, thank you so much. Okay, Councilman Reese, bring it home.
Well, I appreciate that. I have a comment, and then I am prepared to make a motion. I want to echo something that Councilwoman Dewar said, and that is, and this is maybe, I'm directing this at Mr. Thomas, but maybe Chief Soto. I know both of you to be very frugal, but please build the facility for the one that we want to have for the next 100 years, because it won't do us any good to be good stewards of the resources that we have if we aren't thinking about it long term. And so please understand when someone suggests that we can value engineer it by like removing the gym.
Right.
Don't do that.
Yeah. Right.
Please don't do that, because
Totally.
at the end of the day, what Councilwoman Dewar suggested was, we just aren't getting the product that we as a community want and will honor this community or the people using the facility. So absolutely watch all the budgets. We'll be watching them as we move forward, as we've got many steps in this process. But please don't value engineer it to the point where your remodel is just putting us in one old, outdated building for another. Please don't do that. And again, I'm sort of looking at you, Mr. Thomas, but tongue in cheek. Okay, I'm prepared to make a motion to approve staff recommendations in their entirety as presented by Mr. Thomas today.
All right, thank you. I have a motion from Councilman Reese and a second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor?
Madam, I would
say
like
aye.
some discussion on the motion.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm not going to support the motion. It's out of great, if I can just have my time. I believe that our organization is still in a fragile position from the recession. I think this last budget cycle showed that as we tried and endeavored to add and backfill some positions. And it's with a concern that we can keep those positions on in the long term and not have to go into a layoff scenario. That I don't support it. I think that we tried during the legislative session to get some resources. No resources are on the horizon for us. And with that, we need to buckle down with the discipline of spending and taking on debt. And that is why I can't not support it with a hole on the front going in. I don't think going into debt is our best approach, particularly as we know that costs always escalate, and even more so when you're dealing with older existing buildings. If we had that hole closed and ability to close a gap on that $17 million and funds identified over a 2-year scenario, I could get there. I could get there if the sale was contingent upon the $5 million foundation money coming in. I hope we're not going to be on the hold for that if it doesn't come in. I could do if it was contingent upon some re-engineering of our existing budget, like the $3.5 million that we put to earthquake this building, or discussion about sweeping the building enterprise fund going forward and earmark that money. I can point to a number of steps that I would put into place to fill that hole and feel more comfortable going into this. And that would put me in a bit of support to fill that hole. But I just don't think that this is the prudent landscape approach right now. So I'm not supporting the motion. Thank you.
All right, so I have a motion from Councilman Reese, a second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
6 to Breckus. Motion carries. Congratulations. Sam?
If you can clap, I can boo.
Totally inappropriate today.
No, it isn't.
You've been very inappropriate.
If they clap, I can boo. It's part of
All
the
right.
process.
Next
Madam
item,
Mayor?
Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, our next item on the agenda today is item D2, discussion of medium-term notes for fire apparatus replacement program.
Okay, Deborah, is it your birthday?
Yesterday was my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
But all my family's here today.
And your family's here today. I want to get you out of here, so thank you for being so patient. I was willing to let it go till the next
Yeah, but there's
item.
timing on things, and so.
I know,
at
but
this
honestly,
point-
we could have waited. We really could have waited. So, I
No.
wanted to sing, but I'm afraid you're going to get too embarrassed. Bye, General. Mwah. Okay.
All right, so what we have today is a continuation of our discussion on the fire apparatus replacement program. As you recall, in the budget process, we did budget $1.5 million to start the program. That is a ramp-up program, whether it's a ramp-up and delay or a ramp-up program, we don't know yet, but the next step really is the borrowing of the money to continue the program and to purchase this year's apparatus. As you can see from the proposed replacement schedule, the first year of replacements is nearly $3.7 million. We budgeted $1.5 million and contemplated borrowing about $6.3 million to make the program work going forward. There have been a couple questions from council members, and so I did bring the schedule that you have up there. I brought a little bit more information. If we go to this one on the overhead, what I have presented here is some additional information as far as what's coming from the general fund, how much is coming from debt each year, and then there was a request of how much of is our interest expense each year. So while the general fund shows not the full amount we would be budgeting, because the first year is $1.5 million, the second year is $2 million, and then the third year, depending on which way we go, for the ramp up and delay program, it's about $2,047,000 that is an ongoing budget. From that, what needs to be used to accomplish each year's replacement program is what you see in front of you here. While we would be budgeting more out of the general fund each of those years, it was really hard to show the fund balance and how that all kind of flowed together with such little notice. So the debt that we're asking to borrow, well, we've asked for authority up to $6.5 million. It's contemplated to be $6.342 million. Then there's a little bit of cost of issuance, which I'll do my best to keep as minimal as possible. The ongoing debt service payment is about $750,000 a year, and that would come from the general fund appropriation that we do each year. And so the debt service really is just filling in for those first 4 years so that we can keep the program perpetuating. So I had one other question. There were some property tax override, voter-approved overrides that were specific to, on our website, made it seem like they were specific to fire equipment. And we pulled the actual data from those two voter-approved overrides. One was approved in 1987, and it was for 6.54 cents per $100 of assessed value. And that pays for fire department operations such as reactivating of Fire Station 10, Ladder Truck 6, which would necessitating hiring, and it says 24 firefighters, and then the operation and maintenance costs. This particular voter override also had $250,000 a year going into maintenance and of the equipment. And so we have always funded about, well, recently, it's been $300,000 a year that we have set aside for that purpose. So we are meeting the requirements of that particular override. The second override that was passed in 1996 was 7.15 cents per $100 of assessed value. And again, that was to improve fire protection in the city by hiring additional firefighting personnel and providing facilities and equipment. And it goes on a little bit more than that. And in looking at the question that was posed, I realized that our website is not accurate. So we will update that to get the right information out there. That brings in about $7 million a year in our property tax from these two overrides. And that is used to fund the fire department budget of like $48 million. So I just wanted to clarify that because it was a question that came in at last minute. It wasn't an opportunity for me to write you a memo on that. Did you have a question?
Thank you. I did. So one thing, going through the CAFR, it says in here, in May 1987, I went through it last night. Let's see. In May 1987, voters approved a ballot measure to increase the property tax for the purpose of upgrading and equipping the Reno Fire Department. The original ballot question is as follows. Shall the city of Reno, Nevada be authorized to permanently increase the levy on ad valorem taxes in the amount not to exceed 6.54 cents per 100 of assessed valuation for the purpose of upgrading and equipping the fire department to a total estimated annual value of 1.3 approximately million.
Right. That's straight out of the website. And what I read to you is the actual explanation that goes along with that ballot question.
Okay.
And so that's what we're going to update the website
Okay.
to include the explanation that was part of that ballot question.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
So that's what I read was where it goes into a little bit more detail and it actually specifies hiring firefighters. So I just wanted to clear that up and we'll continue to look at that and we'll make sure that we're using these overrides appropriately.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Breckus?
Yeah, thank you. My thing wasn't working, so I couldn't get your attention that way. We need the rigs. We need to buy rigs every year. I urge that we go pay-go. And I asked for this table update on what was in the staff report because it's incredibly illuminating to me. If you look at this, we're taking on debt of $6.3 million over, is that a 9 or a 10-year period?
It's a 10-year medium-term
Okay,
note.
$6.3 million over 10 years, and we're paying 1.1 in debt.
That's just the interest payment.
I mean,
In
in
addition-
interest.
Yes. Mhm.
That's not the principal,
That's
that's the interest. That's the cost of the money.
Correct.
That's a high interest load. No. No. That's $1.1 million unavailable over 10 years to staff people in doing their jobs. It is a symbol of an entity in fiscal distress that has to spend $1.2 million over 10 years to borrow $6.3 million. We have got to go pay-go, and I absolutely fear to see the debt schedule on that $17 million hole on the most previous item, because if you just think about how difficult our annual budgeting cycle is, it's going to be even more difficult when we're carrying debt. We've been so good on shedding debt, and now we're just going to be constraining ourselves with more debt. And it doesn't reflect, saying no to borrowing doesn't correlate to not being supportive of this function or that function, or this group of our employees or another group of employees. I think it is keeping the bigger picture in our minds of the fiscal prudency in the year in and year out budgeting decisions. So I am not there. We've got $1.2 million general fund right now.
1.5.
1.5. What will that buy in the 2020 request? Will it buy the aerial and will it buy one rescue unit?
It'll buy one engine.
One engine. So it'll get us one aerial truck.
One engine. Not the aerial truck. I'm sorry, Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief.
Okay.
That's
So
enough to buy
we're,
one. We
what,
have money left over, but it's enough to buy one engine.
okay. So we want two, I'm sorry.
And I'm looking at just the engines and the aerial truck.
Okay. This year, what do you want? Two engines, one aerial truck, and one rescue unit? And what will the money that's budgeted this year, if we go pay-go, get us?
One engine.
One engine. And you really want two engines
And an aerial truck.
and an aerial.
We have all these needs. And
We have a lot of needs.
Right.
We have a lot of needs. We've just bought a $7 million building. It really is tough decisions of this or that or that. And I'm prepared to make all those. Thought we did it during budget, but I'm not prepared to take on more medium-term debt at these annual interest rates. Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Hey. I don't have a button.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Councilwoman Dorothy.
Thank you.
I don't think your buttons are working, so if they're
Right.
not, just kind of
Right.
signal to your council member and they'll signal
Signaling.
to me.
Signaling.
The one to the, your left.
I want to go on record as supporting this. I think that the capital need to support this equipment has been demonstrated over and over and over. I mean, the age of the engines, the miles that are on them, the data that you've presented during the budget is still very present with me. One thing that I think that I've gotten a commitment from our manager, and I haven't had a chance to talk to you, Chief, is that before you do buy the thing, you'll come back to us, because each of these things are pretty darn expensive.
Yeah,
I mean,
that-
they're in
that
the
is the process. We do have-
200,000 plus
Yeah,
level.
we do have to come back to you
Right.
and ask for the purchase.
So I wanted to tell you where I am on that right now, like while we're discussing this. I am not supportive of buying a rescue unit this year, and the reason, which is like an ambulance. The reason is I don't believe that there is agreement across our management, our fire union, REMSA, about the need for that and where that would go. And I'm not going to be comfortable getting another ambulance rescue unit until I feel that there is, until I see some demonstration, an agreement, something, you coming to us and telling us everyone agrees with REMSA and your staff, all in agreement, then I'll be ready to move forward. If we don't move forward with the rescue unit, I think it costs around $200,000, something like that. Maybe it's a little more. Your previous slide, if you wouldn't mind putting that up, I think the first year's interest was something like $200,000. If I was kind of squinting at this chart you put up, and
The
if
first year is about 126.
126, yeah, I don't see it here, but anyway, and nobody's there to put it up. So anyway, but I think that even if we delay the rescue unit, you'd probably pay for the interest for the first, year to 2 years. And I think that you've talked about I forget the term used, but it includes the word delay. I think if we just delayed on that unit, that we would gather enough money to pay for the first couple years of interest. And I think that's a good thing. And then I think that we should prioritize engines and brush trucks and aerial trucks until such time as we see, some unity on that moving forward. And I know that the ambulance too that we have are getting old too, but I think if you have to weigh, are we going to replace a fire truck with this many miles or an ambulance with that many miles? That's just my preference. So thanks for letting me speak, and I fully support this moving forward.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Briefly.
What's that?
If I could just respond to that briefly,
Yeah.
absolutely, as Debbie mentioned, all the purchases would come back to you.
Yeah.
Because of the size of the purchase.
Sure.
The manager and I did have that discussion about some of your,
Yeah.
we didn't discuss you specifically, but those concerns, and that's why I didn't mention the rescue. In terms
Okay,
of
but I just
moving
want to get
forward.
out there.
I think the idea would be that the manager and I would discuss it, come back with an aspirational plan that reflected those concerns and bring that back
Right.
as well.
All right, good. Thanks.
And
Thank
that
you.
particular amount of unspent money would just remain in the fund balance
Right.
for the next year.
Right, but I'm just saying to also cover the interest. To address these issues, I think are important about how are we managing the bill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the record, Saber Newby, I just wanted to jump in on that, and I have heard that feedback from a number of you on council. I do have some time set up with Remza to
Good.
discuss that more fully, and so that's why the good thing is, being in the situation that we are, it is what I like to call a target-rich environment, and so there's plenty of rigs that we can purchase instead of some of the rescues, and so I have no doubt that we will still get there on this replacement program. So, and then we will come back to you at a later date to
Okay.
talk more about the
And I'm
rescues.
not saying
and
never.
Remza
I mean, we
and-
need some of these in our component, but I think we're ready to go.
Okay. So, one second. If I don't ask it now, I'll forget.
Yeah, that's
My
totally
ADD. Can you hold up that slide that says what we're going to be purchasing and what that looks like?
Maybe our staff could put on the overhead.
Did you see, it was, oh, was it in your? Someone's got it? Okay.
It's the last page of the pack,
I
of
was-
that
yeah,
number.
I'm trying to find it in mine.
And that number's D2.
Thank you.
Could you put it up on the screen? Is that working today?
The one that's in the staff report.
Okay, so let me just ask you this for clarity. It says 2021 rescue unit, 21 another rescue unit, 23 a rescue unit, 24 a rescue unit, 25 a rescue unit. What does a rescue unit mean?
Excuse me, Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. So that is the contractual term that we use to describe what you would identify as an ambulance. That's currently what's
So
being.
you're telling me on here, wait, you're telling me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rescue units in a period of 5 years.
Correct, into 6 years and delivery.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to make sure. I didn't know if rescue unit, maybe like they have those ones, I don't know, you go out there and they're, kind of, right, like
Squads.
in the terrain, like.
brush
you-
trucks.
Yeah,
Those
well,
are-
yeah. But they say rescue unit on them. They're not an ambulance, so I just
and-
wanted to make sure. So you.
And that's
so-
the contractual term that we use to define or to
Okay.
describe those. And if
Okay.
I could,
So-
like I said, those are staffed at 7 and 19 now. We lost 2, so we've had 4. So we've used 2 to staff 7 and 19, station 7 and 19, 1 for special events and 1 as a reserve. So that's kind of aspirational. Like I said, we're not committed to that, and you're certainly not voting on that replacement schedule in any way, shape, or form today. That's in anticipation of the 2 that we have returned to Humboldt General Hospital, the 2 that we have that are 19 and 13 years old respectively. We anticipate those going out of service. So we're
But
replacing,
but
not
we currently
adding.
have 2,
We have 4.
right?
We have 4.
Oh, we have 4
No,
total.
we have 2. We had 4. We have 2 currently.
Yeah. Okay, so we currently have 2 and they're very old. Those will go out of service, but we have 2 for now. And then I thought you bought another one for 25,000?
No.
No. Okay. All right. So if these didn't go out of service, we'd have 7, right?
Well,
Okay.
the plan would be to actually
Okay.
take them out of service. That's why we.
Okay, so here's the thing. I know we absolutely need equipment, and I know this for a fact. There's been 2 fires now down on my street this year, and speaking with those firefighters, they showed me the equipment. These are firefighters that, they don't get into the political realm of anything. They're out there saving lives, doing their jobs, and couldn't stress more. And that is, I think, a very dangerous thing if we are not providing adequate fire equipment. That is where we're playing with lives, not okay. So I'm absolutely going to support that. However, I'm not going to support this today, and I'm going to tell you why. Because what I'm hearing from you is completely different than what I am hearing from the men and women on the ground. You guys need to get in the same room together, and I actually would like to call you up. I know, very uncomfortable, but until we have communication from what the men and women are seeing on the ground versus to the chief, you guys need to be on the same page. I need to know what you guys all want together. Because on here, it looks like you've got a lot of ambulances, and what I'm hearing, there's a lot of concern about these men and women want to fight fires. They don't want to get into the ambulance business. And more than anything, when we're going to spend money, I need to spend it on bodies to help you guys have more resources on the ground. That is really important. Now, both come together, but that's one thing that I keep hearing, that you want more men and women on the ground, just as our police department does, and especially as this community grows. But I'm getting two different mixed messages on what vision you guys want to go with and what vision you guys want to go with. And that is really hard, I think, for this council to make those kinds of decisions. I'm absolutely supportive, but I have to see some cohesiveness on what that vision looks like. And for me, it's not transport or ambulance service at this point, because the mayors I've spoken to said Hillary had almost bankrupt our city. So I want to get us back to basics, and I want to focus on getting more firefighters and getting the equipment that is used to save lives, and no transport. So that's where I'm at. I'm just being really upfront and honest. Councilman Reese.
Well, I guess I want to have a conversation with you then, because as I understood it, and Madam Mayor, please help me work through it, because like you, I am concerned about what's been identified on this list. But my understanding, and Deborah, please help me understand this too as we converse about it, is that this was sort of aspirational. It was identifying some needs, but not that this is what we were committing to buying. And I'll tell you why. Because I, like the mayor, do not want to be in the ambulance business. That is my presumption as to why Madam Mayor is reluctant to support this. Not because she doesn't support the replacement of equipment. We absolutely know the status of the equipment, probably not even to the depths that we ought to. We want to support your department. I want to support your department, but I need to know, and maybe this is Deborah who would be answering, that if I vote yes, I am not voting to accept the purchase of these 5 rescue units. You may need a rescue unit. I don't know. That's not what I'm supporting today. Help me understand it.
So today's item is the debt item, is to borrow the money to begin the replacement program. You're not committed to buying these particular things. As the chief said, for this year, 2 engines, 1 aerial truck for sure. The remainder, the $200,000 or $250,000 that would go to a rescue unit, will remain in fund balance. Each one of those purchases will come back to council for approval. So even if he did want to put a rescue unit out there, you could all vote it down again. Because it's just, that's not the plan at this point. This is what was put in place when we had 4 rescue units. They were old, they were needing to be replaced. The idea would be a fleet of 4 with a backup. But again, if that's not the direction we're going, we're not going to put it in front of you until we've had the discussion of where you want to go with that type of unit.
Madam Mayor, if I may step in here just for a moment. I would like all of us to not look at this schedule that we have up here and just disregard this, because it needs to be reworked. And as I mentioned, I do have time set up with Ramza, and I have spoken with the fire union folks, and I think we're all getting on the same page. But there are enough of these on there that I believe that we could simply move some of them up. We could reorder them. I will go a step further than Ms. Lochner, and I will say that we will come back to you with a new plan, and understanding that a plan is just a plan. But we will come back to you with a new plan that does not reflect this, but gets us some of the units that we need in maybe a expedited or, excuse me, different order. So that is what I would like to suggest. I think that because there are timelines on the issuing of this debt, that is why Ms. Lochner is here the day before her birthday. And so she wants to adhere to those timelines, and I want to respect that. So, but I want you all to know that I have heard you loud and clear, and I will work towards that effort.
Okay, Councilman Reese, go right ahead.
Well, and I thank you, Madam Mayor, because I really want to talk to some of the men in the audience who are here representing Reno Fire, because I've had the privilege of talking with the chief about this. The reason why I am committing to supporting this is because I know that you're rolling around on rigs that are 1982 circa, and that I am worried about your members and their safety in the provision of their job duties. And so for me, I absolutely believe that we have to be good stewards of our resources. The budget process for me this year was incredibly taxing in as much as I had a lot to learn. And what I really learned was we do have some shortcomings that are going to have to be fixed long term. Perhaps they're not the easiest fixes that we can make happen here, but I think those are coming. And in the absence of other fixes coming from somewhere else, we have to buckle down and support you. And that's why I have been a proponent of taking on debt service if that was the necessary component. I supported what we tried to do in the waning days of the legislature as well, because I want the men and women who fight the fires in this community and respond to the medical calls that are happening here to go home to their families at night. That's what's important to me. And what is important to me about that is that we are stewards of the resources of this community. And in doing that, you are part of that community. And your firefighters mean more to me than the cost that is allocated to the debt service. It tells me where I want to place my financial occupancy with where my heart believes this community owes you a debt of service. And so I want to support you to the fullest extent possible. Whether that happens because we've got some questions about this, I think Ms. Newby has now identified what I think is a reasonable way to accommodate the concerns that are raised by some of the members. But at the end of the day, I see you. I know the work that you're putting in, the amount of calls that you're servicing, and we got to get you some support. This is equipment. It's not bodies, which we are talking about in other contexts, but it's the equipment that'll get you there, at least physically. So thank you for your service. That's why I'll be supporting you.
All right, thank you very much. I would actually like to call you up, Mr. Tapia, if you are okay with that. Thank you, please. I have some questions for you, and I bet council members might have maybe some questions for you as well. Can you kind of give me an idea of, what your group, kind of like the vision is? I understand it to absolutely, we all know that you need equipment. I think everyone up here would not refute that. And I think everyone up here absolutely wants to help you get there. You heard Councilman
Yes.
Reese do that.
Yes. Thank you for the record.
What does that look like for you?
For the record, Dan
Tell us
Tapia,
what
President.
resources you need.
Okay. President, Reno Firefighters Local 731. We would like to see our firefighting apparatus replaced first before ambulances. We are very, very lacking in that, very outdated, as Councilman Reese spoke to. When you look at this schedule, the 2 engines absolutely needed, 1 aerial truck absolutely needed, and then with the rest of the money, I think we could come together and find a way to spend that on something that we would need. Squads are a very important part of our firefighting arsenal, if you will. Basically, just to replace our very aging apparatus.
Okay.
Firefighting apparatus.
And that was kind of my point, like getting back to basics of, what your job consists of.
Right.
The basic things that you guys need to be successful.
Yeah.
And, that's what fire trucks and men and women. And I mean,
Yes.
what I'm saying is that's all great later on, but let's get you what you need now, the most critical.
Absolutely, and that's absolutely appreciated.
Okay.
We need people. We need, as you guys know, today we're talking about apparatus. We absolutely need that, and I can't thank you enough for your support in this. I also want to take a second, if I could, and say
Go
thank
right
you
ahead.
for committing the $1.5 million originally to get this thing going. I think that shows your dedication to your fire department and to public safety as a whole. So thank you. Also, I know I only have 3 minutes, but we could talk about this for 3 hours. The bottom line is our apparatus is seriously outdated, and we need to have it replaced. This program will do that, and honestly, buying new fire engines and ladder trucks will absolutely save lives. both indirectly and directly. It'll save the lives of your firefighters, the men and women of your fire department. It will save the lives of citizens living here, visiting people that come to this city and the surrounding areas. I think that's huge. So if you're looking for a reason to justify a loan, saving people's lives, I think is a pretty good one. That's all I have.
All right, I appreciate your honesty.
Yeah,
Thank you
absolutely. Thank you for your
very
support.
much.
Mr. Tapia, before you leave, when you talk about equipment, and I'm not sure you'll be able to answer this question, but what about turnouts and hoses and masks and ventilators and all of that kind of equipment? Are you needing that stuff too? Could this, I don't know, is this to be spent on consumables or no? I don't know entirely how it would happen.
Dan Tapia. I'm not sure exactly what this is allowing us to spend money on. I'm assuming it's equipment and equipment only. But we do need turnouts. I mean, I think we're keeping up with the turnout issue as of now. As far as people, we need people, but I'm not assuming that this is what we're talking about. I don't know if I answered your question, but yeah, we need all of it. But
For the record, Mr. Reese, we did allocate additional funds in this fiscal year for the purposes of turnout. So that was part of your budget.
And if I could, one more thing. I hope that I can still get the support for this today. I know that though we may not agree on the rescue part of it, I still would, we need this money and we need to replace these rigs sooner than later. So I think we can get past that. I think we can work together, the fire chief, myself, members of council, and we can get past that. But we really need this money moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, would you like to take our remaining public comment?
I would.
I just wanted to remind you about it. If you want to finish with council questions, we
Let
can.
me take a couple more questions from council members, okay? And then I'll get back to you. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. A couple of questions. So explain to me, just in very layman's terms, is this a revolving line of credit? Is that kind of what this is? Because the amount is not locked in because it's determinate on.
No, it is a bank loan. They don't typically do a line of credit over a 4-year period for this type of loan.
But if you don't know what you're going to be buying, how does that work?
We have an idea of what we're going to buy, and like City Manager Newby said, we'll rework the schedule a little bit to show the rescue not being purchased in the first year, and the bulk of the funds are spent in the first 2 years. In the loan. So it really is to kind of jumpstart over that ramp up period till we get up to the full budget amount and to make up for the difference in the first 2 years where we didn't budget where we should in a ramp up scenario.
Okay.
But I will be looking at providing all the flexibility we can possibly get for the city. If they will do where we can just draw the money as needed, I will definitely do that type of loan.
Line of credit because that
really
would
hard.
Get you where you want to go.
It's really difficult to get that type of loan
for
this.
that dollar amount. I get it.
But I definitely will make it part of the negotiation because I always ask. The answer is not always yes, but if you don't ask, the answer is always no.
Yeah, the number's always moving. So, is one of the engines, assuming we got the staffing to put it in?
No, these are simply replacing old existing vehicles.
It's going for Station 19. You knew it. No, I had an assumption that wasn't.
Yeah, Dave Kaufman, Fire Chief. I know where you were going with that. And yes, assuming we had the staffing, we could absolutely.
Which gets me to did we get the grant?
Hurry up and wait.
Well, we still don't have that answer. That's incredible.
They announced that they would hope to make awards in early July. We're obviously past that. So each week they make the announcement once a week, and we're just waiting for this week's announcement.
I mean, I like my council members, to a council member, don't like taking on debt. For sure. We've been very, very vigilant about not doing that. And we've had lots of needs over a long period of time. But I think when it comes to public safety, that's a completely separate conversation. And just like we did with the Reno Police Department that's 73 years old, this equipment, it doesn't matter how great our firemen and women are or how many we have, if they can't roll on a call with equipment that'll get them there safely and have them do their jobs. So I just needed to understand the mechanics of the loan because that is a lot of interest, but I didn't quite understand the flexibility within it. I hate that we'd have to pay that much interest with the end of the day. something happens and we get, I don't know, we get another AT&T type ruling and we get a windfall of $2 million. I mean, can we pay it down without penalty?
My, as with any loan, I would be looking for no prepayment penalties and the ability to re-amortize. So if we did get a chunk of money, that we could repay it and then re-amortize it to a lower payment.
Okay, which does happen sometimes, and I think that gives me a little bit more comfort in that we, maybe the council has a discussion when this comes back about that being a priority, to pay that down as quickly as possible. I want to be supportive. I know we've kicked this can a little bit. We need to get you the equipment that you need. But I too am not, at this point, supportive of the ambulances.
Well, if I
Madam-
could,
Madam Mayor.
again, Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief, the ambulances are not a priority. They're a small portion of that total that you're looking at. The bulk of that, about $3.2 million, $3.3 million out of 3.6, I might be off by 100,000, is the aerial and the ladder truck, which you heard President Tapia say is a priority. That's my priority. And I have no issue with saying we're going to defer, delay, maybe not purchase ambulances at all, and prioritize fire apparatus, because those are the costly apparatus. Those are, you saw, those are in every line item in there, and that's what our priority is.
Madam Mayor, the
Yes.
Councilwoman Weber.
Go ahead, Councilman Weber.
Madam Mayor and Council, I really do support the pay-go, as Councilwoman Breckus has said, but I don't think today is the appropriate day to start. But I really do think in the future, with our strategic planning and when we're talking about our priorities, we've got to get to the point where we're not always using debt. So I think that that's something to add to conversations down the road. And then also, I would really like to see, as mentioned by the Madam Mayor and myself when I asked about the CAFR and the same questions, I really think we need to have a breakdown. We need to find out from the past history to today where these monies are going, and if they're already identified in our budget, then we need to know that. So I think it was great that we both came up with the same request, and I think we need to hear that when you come back with more information. But for today, I am going to support this, but I do see that in many of the things, we need to take a step back and look how much debt we have and what we could be buying if we didn't have that kind of debt. So, thank you. Interest, debt.
All right, any other questions from council members? Seeing there are none, I'm going to send it back to you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, we have public comment from Sam Dene.
Sam Dene, the guard angel against government corruption and especially against media, wacko freak, lying, stealing, traitor, mendacious cowards, yellow belly, literally, they're not here anymore. I have been at these podiums for 25 years. And I'm not bragging about it, it's just the fact. I've supported the safety, the firemen and the policemen more than the next 25 citizens added together at these podiums over and over again. And you've just spent more time nitpicking over whether or not they should get a fire engine or a rescue or whatever, more time on that than you did spending $40 million on a new police station, which I agreed you could use a new police station, but you did not spend 1 second, not 1 second saying, hey, $7 million, give it to them. Send me in there and let me negotiate. I'll get you a better deal. That you just sat there and said, $7 million, and she's nodding her head. Deers in the headlight, $7 million and not an argument about it. And by the way, again, I support these guys, and you can work out a way to do it. It's important for them to have the right equipment, and it's important for the police to have a good police station. But this whole scheme, somebody's getting money under the table, JDLR, as the police would say, JDLR, just don't look right, that suddenly this thing comes on the previous thing about the police station, which is just as important as their fire equipment. It just comes on there out of nowhere, and all of the fat cats in the community who are going to make millions of dollars off of the taxpayer, and I'm not even against that, by the way. What I am against is you and you and you and you giving the media whack, the morally and financially bankrupt Reno Gazette, the sleaziest operation in our community, giving them the $7 million. Why don't you tell them to don't, USA Today, gigantic, Gannett, why don't you tell them to donate that $7 million? Why does Pennington have to come in and do this? Those guys, they've been trying to sell that building for at least a year, not one bite. And suddenly they say, we want $7 million, and you say, I can't believe the new councilman doesn't say, wait a minute, why don't you step forward? Well, let's offer him $3 million. Not one word. You just said $7 million, and the city manager, who I got her job really, and she doesn't even have the gumption to say, hey, let's make it $3 million. No, you just took the $7 million, laid it on the table, and nothing else to say. And by the way, if anything is totally inappropriate, Ms. Mayor, it was what you did. On the previous thing, you made the citizens go to their public comment first, when actually they should have been last after they heard the presentation from the police. Because I agree, I didn't realize that much about the police station. Now, I had to sit through this whole thing, which I don't mind doing. This time you made the public comment go last. Now make up your mind. That's
Sam.
not totally, that's a little bit inappropriate.
Sam, if you have to go back to work, then I'll hear your public comment first. I've done that for you many times.
No, no, on the contrary.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment on this item.
Okay,
As a
thanks.
matter of fact, I even asked you to let me go last.
All right. Okay, Councilman Reese, give me a motion.
Madam Mayor, I'll move to approve staff recommendations as identified in the staff report for the issuance of the medium-term obligations to fund the fire apparatus replacement program in an amount not to exceed $6.5 million.
Okay.
Second.
Before I accept that motion, I'd ask Councilman Reese, in order for me to support the motion, I would ask that you also include that no ambulances will be purchased.
Absolutely, that was my intention, Madam Mayor, so I'll adopt it to include a proviso that two things are true. Number one, all purchases must come back before the council as they're purchased and before a purchase is made, with the understanding that our intention as a council is not to consider the purchase of the ambulances as identified in the table.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I have a motion from Councilman Reese.
Second.
A second from Councilwoman Dewar. Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not going to support. I think $1.2 million in interest over a 10-year period to borrow $6.5 million is just too high borrowing costs. I believe that looking at the schedule with the ambulances pulled out, that we could have gotten there on pay-go this budget year. Yeah. It involves hard decisions, but you're not on the Reno City Council at this point in time with the legislature telling you to go pound sand on, requests without being willing to step up to make hard decisions. And I'm not seeing that, to be honest. And just for those who say, well, Councilmember Breckus is just easy to say no, no, no. Our manager, well, first of all, we have budgetary principles of getting rid of structural deficits, and we're not making any ground on that. It's like a lost conversation. Secondly, our manager did survey our whole workforce on revenue choices, and I brought several forward that I've been bringing forward for several years, and they're not making any traction at all. So I have ideas to bring revenue in within existing revenue sources. Don't involve Carson City, because they're not going to get there for us. That's what I've been seeing in the terms of office I hold. So I just want to be on record that while I'm not supportive of these debts for the public safety, I'm also bringing forward solutions, and they're just not getting traction. They have to be mid-year solutions, that we have to make ground on those mid-year, not in May when we're setting budget. But this debt, in my mind, just over hamstrings us in the out years, and I'm always trying to look forward, particularly because I think we are going to be entering uncertain economic times. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
All right, I think, Councilwoman Breckus, I think you make some extremely valid points, and unfortunately, We are in a tough position, but I also have to say, at some point, you can't put a price on life. And I'm gonna feel horrible if I don't approve this and your equipment fails you when you need it most.
But Madam Mayor, if I may respond to that, I think borrowing is the easy way out and keeps us abreast from tackling the very difficult decisions that we have to tackle. And so I do think that it's a way to look like this and not tackle the issues that needs to get tackled on regional revenue fixes. Thank
No, and I think that's great, and I think, you know, you keep coming up with ways that we can financially, you know, do some other things, because you said Carson City is not going to save us, and they're not. They're absolutely not. But at the same time, I just, you know, when it comes down to priority of the safety of our citizens, I mean, it's never an easy decision. It's never. And so I get what you're saying, but I also see where the rest of the council is coming from, and I can't fault you for making that decision at all, because it's not easy. But I think at the end of the day, number one service that people want in their city is public safety.
Madam Mayor.
So go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, thank you. I just feel like I have to respond. Since I've been on the council, we've done a number of strategic planning sessions. And at every one, we have prioritized pay down of debt. And I spent a lot of time last year looking at exactly how much debt we have and how much we've paid down just in the last 5 years since I've been on council. And to that end, I would request that the manager in one of the upcoming meetings bring us a chart that shows that, because I know it to be true. I've spent hours with our finance manager looking at every kind of debt we've paid down. I know it, and you know, it's millions of dollars since I've been on council. Number two, I view this as a blend of pay-go and debt. We put aside $1.5 million in our budget. That's hard cash. And by reducing the amount we spend, you know, by reducing the amount on ambulance, we're going to save some more cash. If we follow Councilwoman Jardin's suggestion about, you know, potentially getting a line of credit versus a bond, we've again reduced the amount of debt. I'm going to throw in there, I'd like us to take one more look at our enterprise fund, because a lot of this has to do with growth and with the demands on the equipment, the amount of fires, the amount of calls. Our equipment is being used up even faster. You know, the life is going faster because of the number of calls, which is directly related to growth. And I think that the enterprise fund really could be a potential source to add to the amount of money that we've already put aside. So, you know, that's my perspective on it. You know, might be different from others, but I've spent a lot of time in this arena, and I feel pretty confident in the statements that I'm making here. Thank you.
All right, go ahead. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I think, you know, all the council members are always looking for ways to be creative and ways to increase revenue, reduce debt. And there's certainly no corner on that by any single council member. I think we've all worked on that. As an example, and I hope somebody from the state is watching right now, something I think they can do, which the chief and I, he's getting me some of those figures right now, is the pumping of the brakes on the improvements to the spaghetti bowl. What does that mean? It means an inordinate amount of our fire department personnel and equipment are responding to the accidents that are at the spaghetti bowl. It used to be approximately 1 accident a day. It's about 3 a day now. Right. And if you don't think that those resources could be better used on an already strapped fire department, that's one of those things that it's all these fingers that are all connected together. And I know that the governor and NDOT are doing level best to be good fiscal stewards, but to delay the improvements to the spaghetti bowl has a ripple effect. And one of the main things that I have always had and initiated my interest in getting those updates to the spaghetti bowl in the first place was the safety incidents. So I just wanted to get that on the record. We all have creative ideas, and many of us are working on them all the time.
And I'll never forget our first budget that we did with me on the council. We put $5 million just to pay down debt. We wanted to do every kind of thing. We were newly elected. We have lots of great ideas, but we were extremely fiscally responsible. And we did not do what we wanted to do. We paid down debt. So, you know, it would be good to review those numbers.
Yeah. And remember, I mean, I think one thing that we also forget up here is how fast we're growing. How many more people that we're trying to serve in this city, right? Yes. It's a big deal. So, okay. So I have a motion
Motion
from
and second.
Councilmember Reese. I have a second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries 6-1.
I just give this to
Debbie?
birthday girl. I have a little
Debbie.
Debbie, don't leave.
You're so cute. I feel bad. You need to go home.
But before she goes home, she's getting a gift.
Bonnie, you're so sweet.
It's
What
a
is
whole
it,
bunch
key to
of
your
chocolate.
office?
It's just a little chocolate. I would have
Ah.
flowers, but that's what we got.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Deborah,
Thank
happy
you.
birthday. Thank you
Happy
for
early
everything.
birthday.
Late
Late birthday.
amazing.
Enjoy your fan yesterday.
Okay.
We know. Yeah, so go enjoy.
Oh, that's
Enjoy.
so
Thank you
good.
for all your
Go
hard
have
work.
fun. All right.
All right, Madam Mayor, we can move to the next item. I should let council know that we are having some technical challenges with the entire system, and it is, my understanding the video feed is still working. However, my system cannot update, so you will not see the agenda item that we are on the screen ahead of you. So we will do the best we can to move forward. We are moving to item D3, which is Youth City Council Ordinance Changes. Councilmember Reese is the liaison to this board. If council has any questions.
Okay, go ahead.
I move to approve the staff recommendations.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
I'm super excited you're our interim.
Yay.
Can we keep you forever and ever and ever and ever? You laugh. I know, but come on. I think you're too young.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jamie.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have already taken item D4. We're moving to item F1, ordinance adoption. This is to be read by the city attorney.
All right, I'm going to send it to you, Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance adoption, this is ordinance number 6519, case number LDC 19-00047, CFH Holding Zoning Map Amendment, Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning of a plus or minus 13.81 acre site located on the north side of Rock Chuck Road, plus or minus 400 feet to the west of its intersection with Chisholm Trail from single-family residential, 15,000 square feet to single-family residential, 9,000 square feet together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you very much. Any public comment on this item?
We have none, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. At this time, this is Ward 4.
Connie stepped out.
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion. I move to adopt the ordinance as read.
Second.
All right, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, item F2, ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
All right, going to send it back to you, Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance number 6520. Ordinance to amend the Reno Municipal Code, Title II, Administration, Chapter 2.08, Boards and Commissions, Article 13, Urban Forestry Commission, Sections 2.08.940 to 2.08.1000 inclusive, to modify certain provisions relating to composition, terms, vacancies, officers, and staff. Purpose in adding Section 2.08.955, quorum necessary together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you.
Motion to approve?
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, we are on item G11. This is appointment to Ward 4. We will come back to this item. Next item will be H1, updates from council members on boards and commissions.
All right, any council members have any updates? If there are none, next item.
Okay, Madam Mayor, at this time, we will go ahead and open up the redevelopment agency as we are waiting for Councilmember Weber to come back to make her appointments. So roll call for redevelopment, Breckus, Dewar.
Here.
Delgado, absent at this time. Weber, absent at this time. Jardin. Reese. Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the redevelopment agency. I have no public comment signed in. Our first item is approval of your agenda. Looking for a motion?
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, looking for approval of the minutes from May 8th, May 22nd, and June 12th for the redevelopment agency.
May I get a motion on the minutes? Move. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, updates from boards and commissions regarding redevelopment. I'm assuming there are none, as there were none on the council item. We have no public comment. We'd be looking for adjournment of redevelopment at this time.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimous.
Madam Mayor, the only item that we have remaining is the appointment of Councilmember Weber's appointments to Ward 4. If she is readily available, otherwise we can move this to the next agenda.
Okay, give me a minute.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we are on item G11, appointment to the Ward 4 Neighborhood Advisory Board.
Okay, I'm going to send it to you, Councilman Weber.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
You need this?
Yes.
Here's the,
Okay.
I got it.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to reappoint Brian Harvey as one, Mark Miranda, Casey Reed, and as an alternate, alternate is Katia Tapia.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, with that, ending closing public comment in which we have none registered, I would be looking for a motion to adjourn the Reno City Council at this time.
All right, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor,
Thank
we
you,
are
Madam Clerk.
adjourned from the day.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Oh my gosh.